Chapter 26:15. Yin Lusheng provoked such a strong enemy and died. Although it was heart-wrenching, who told him not to open his eyes and take a closer look. He even implicated the Netherworld sect, causing them to lose 2 of the Emperor Realm's elders and a vice sect master. This time, the Netherworld sect's loss was huge. Fu Bo firmly believed that it was Luan Feng who killed those people, so he didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge, and his attitude softened. What he was most worried about now was whether the other party would give up. If they were unwilling to turn a big problem into a small one, then it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Netherworld sect. The arrival of the great emperors was no joke. If they were not careful, the Netherworld sect might be removed from the star boundary. Yang Kai snorted and said, "Yin Lusheng provoked me time and time again. This young master is kind and merciful, so I let him go in the Shattered Star Sea. But I didn't expect that he would still try to find trouble with this young master, causing this young master a lot of trouble. You killed them all, so what trouble do you have? The one who is really troubled is this king bastard." Fu Bo was furious in his heart, but he didn't dare to refute. As the saying goes, it is the father's fault if the child is not taught well. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Although Yin Lusheng is dead, your responsibility as his master is not small. If you had taught him well, he would not have been so stubborn and narrow-minded. It's coming. This matter really implicates the Netherworld sect and me. Although he had expected this, after hearing Yang Kai's words, Fu Bo still felt deep resentment, wishing he had never accepted Yin Lusheng as his disciple. But now that things had come to this, it was impossible for him to escape. "What does your excellency want?" Fu Bo sighed. Luan Feng stood behind Yang Kai, glaring at him, making his hair stand on end. He was afraid that if he said something wrong, it would make the other party unhappy. "Take this opportunity to make things difficult." Yang Kai snorted and said, "The mental trauma and physical and mental torture your disciple brought to this young master cannot be erased. Even now, when this young master thinks about it, his heart palpitates and he can't eat or sleep in peace. That memory is like a ghost haunting me, impossible to drive away." Fu Bo raised his hand to interrupt him and said dejectedly, "Sir, please state your price." He could tell that Yang Kai didn't really come here to do anything to the Netherworld sect and him, the sect master. Instead, it seemed like they were here to blackmail him. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. If he could pay a price to make the other party give up, he could accept it. However, this price would not be small. Yang Kai squinted his eyes and said angrily, "Sovereign Fu, aren't you looking down on us too much? Do you think this young master can be bribed so easily?" Fu Bo was startled. Could he have misunderstood? He couldn't help but panic. He had no idea what Yang Kai wanted to do by coming to the Netherworld sect. On the other side, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject, stroking his chin and saying, "But if Sect Master Fu is really sincere, then this young master may be willing to settle this matter peacefully." When Fu Bo heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Yang Kai speak so righteously just now, she thought that he was a man of principles. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, this fox's tail would be exposed? In the end, he was here to blackmail him. Fu Bo's expression turned ugly as he asked, "I wonder, how sincere is your excellency's request?" Yang Kai said lightly, "If I can get a few tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of source crystals, this young master might forget about those people from your noble sect and be able to sleep peacefully in the future." Tens of millions, hundreds of millions. Fu Bo was shocked, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he asked, "Mid-rank source crystals? What a joke!" Yang Kai's expression became angry. Glaring at Fu Bo, he said, "It seems that Sect Master Fu's sincerity is not enough to extinguish this young master's anger." "Madame Feng," he shouted angrily. Luan Feng immediately stepped forward and said, "What is Senior Yang's order?" Wait. When Fu Bo saw the Luan Feng step forward, he was startled and hurriedly raised his hand to stop her. Cold sweat poured down his back like a waterfall as he asked weakly, "Your Excellency, are you referring to high-rank source crystals?" Yang Kai sneered. "Why does sect master Fu have to pretend to be confused?" Fu Bo couldn't help gulping, only now understanding how big Yang Kai's appetite was. Tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals. It wasn't that the Netherworld sect couldn't afford it, but it would definitely hurt them. Although the Netherworld sect was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory. They also controlled a lot of source crystal loads and produced a lot of source crystals every year, but with so many disciples and so many assets, their consumption was also high. If they really met Yang Kai's needs, the cultivation resources of the disciples would be greatly reduced in the next few years. Fu Bo was furious. His sect's vice sect master, 2 great elders, and even a legacy disciple had been killed, yet his enemy had come to blackmail him and demanded an exorbitant price. Anyone in his position would feel uncomfortable, but his fists were not as big as his enemies. Just as Fu Bo was hesitating, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. "Sect Master, Zhou Yong requests an audience." "Great Elder." Fu Bo frowned, not knowing why his great elder had come here at this time. At this moment, he was like a dragon swimming in shallow water, so naturally he didn't want others to see his embarrassment. However, after thinking about it for a moment, it was better to have more people present. With Great Elder here, perhaps he could recover some of his losses. After all, Great Elder was not an outsider. Thinking so, Fu Bo opened his mouth and said, "Come in." To the side, Yang Kai glanced at Luan Feng with a smile on his face. Luan Feng's expression was cold, as she snorted lightly. When she had just entered the Netherworld sect, Luan Feng had killed a man who was obsessed with women and wanted to kidnap her. That man had also introduced himself, saying that he was the grandson of the Great Elder. Now that the Great Elder of the Netherworld sect had suddenly come in person, how could she not know what he was here for? He was clearly here for revenge. In fact, this was indeed the case. After the charming woman who had followed the man who had been killed gave Yang Kai and the others directions, she immediately went to see the Great Elder and reported everything that had happened. The Great Elder was furious. After learning that Yang Kai and the others had come to find Fu Bo, he naturally hurried here. His grandson had been killed in the sect. How could he accept this? Not to mention that it was his only grandson. The hatred of his grandson was absolutely irreconcilable. Just the other party's arrogant behavior was tantamount to slapping his old face. Outside the hall, Zhou Yong walked in with a cold expression, the murderous intent in his eyes almost tangible. After greeting Fu Bo, he immediately looked at the 2 women standing behind Yang Kai. He had heard from the disciple of the Third Order Dao Source Realm that the one who had killed his grandson was a dignified and graceful woman. Luan Feng and Ji Yao's temperaments were very different, so Zhou Yong quickly determined who the murderer was. At this moment, Fu Bo frowned, thinking about how to explain the situation to the Great Elder so that he could come up with an idea, so he did not notice Zhou Yong's anger and murderous intent without waiting for him to come back to his senses. Zhou Yong suddenly roared out, "Lowly slave, was it you who killed this king's grandson?" "HM?" Fu Bo was startled and looked up at Zhou Yong, asking in horror, "Great Elder, what are you saying? Did he hear wrong? The Great Elder actually called her a cheap slave?" Zhou Yong stretched out his hand and pointed at Luan Feng standing behind Yang Kai, angrily shouting, "Sect Master, it was this cheap woman who killed Zhou Ji in the sect. That was this elder's only grandson." "Zhou Ji?" Fu Bo frowned. That ignorant and incompetent guy. He obviously knew who Zhou Ji was. After all, he was the Great Elder's grandson. If it had been an ordinary disciple, he would not have remembered him. After all, with his status, How could he care about a small first-order Tao source realm? But Zhou Ji was different. He was the great elder's grandson. Fu Bo had long heard of this person and knew that this guy was ignorant and incompetent. Relying on the great elder's support, he often ran amok. However, this boy had never damaged the foundation of the sect, nor had he harmed any of the female disciples with outstanding aptitude. So, out of respect for the great elder, Fu Bo did not bother to interfere. Who would have thought that the debauchee would actually be killed by someone, and even killed in his own sect? The person who killed him was the expert that even he was afraid of. Zhou Yong said with a pained expression, although Jiber was ignorant and incompetent, he was still young. With this old master's personal guidance, he could have become a great talent in the future, but today he died. Killed by this cheap woman, my Zhou family has no more descendants. Fu Bo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, quietly observing Wan Feng's reaction as he shouted, "Great elder, shut up!" She was in existence on the level of a heavenly emperor. How could Zhou Yong be so blind as to insult her time and time again? How could he possibly have a good ending if he had angered her so much? For a moment, Fu Bo's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known this would happen, how could he have let Zhou Yong in? Not only did he fail to help, he even added to the chaos. Zhou Yong angrily shouted, "Sect master, even if they are your guests, this old master must avenge my grandson." He thought that Yang Kai and the others could stand here because of Fu Bo's guests. But even if they were Fu Bo's guests, he was not afraid. As a third-order emperor, realm master, and the Netherworld sect's great elder, Zhou Yong believed that the sect master would stand on his side. But the situation was completely different from what he expected. Fu Bo's face was gloomy as he shouted angrily, "Great elder, please consider the overall situation." Overall situation? Zhou Yong sneered. "This old master has no more descendants. What overall situation is there? Today, sect master, please grant this old master's wish. But if you don't, this old master will leave the Netherworld sect to kill these people." Fu Bo trembled as he realized that he was in trouble, his face turning ugly as he said, "What nonsense are you talking about? The vice sect master was already dead, and so were the two elders. If the great elder left the sect as well, the strength of the Netherworld sect would definitely plummet. At that time, even with a third-order emperor, realm sect master like him, he would not be able to save the sect. I hope sect master will grant my request." Zhou Yong cupped his fists and shouted with a firm attitude. What he said just now was just a retreat in order to advance. He did not really want to leave the Netherworld sect. After all, he had devoted his entire life to the Netherworld sect. How could it be so easy for him to leave? Chapter 26:16. Zhou Yong believed that as long as he showed the slightest bit of determination, the sect master would definitely grant him his wish. After all, he had worked hard for the sect for so many years. Great Elder Zhou, is it? At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly chuckled and looked at him with a playful expression. "Why don't you tell sect master Fu why your grandson died?" Fu Bo was startled. That's right. As soon as Zhou Yong came in, he accused the great emperors of killing his grandson. But why would the great emperors attack a first-order Tao source realm cultivator for no reason? Normally, they wouldn't even look at him, let alone make a move. Zhou Yong snorted. "No matter what Ji did wrong, you can't kill him." Yang Kai was startled and was speechless. After a long time, he gave a thumbs up and praised, "Great elder is indeed domineering." Zhou Yong said angrily, "Ji is this king's grandson. It's pardonable for him to make some small mistakes, but you all killed him. Today, this old man has come here to take your lives and avenge my Ji. Small mistakes." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Fu Bo and said, "Sect Master Fu, that Zhou Ji was lustful and wanted to kidnap this Lady Feng beside this young master to serve him. Sect Master Fu, what do you think?" Kidnap. Serve him. Fu Bo was shocked. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his eyes were spinning. He felt that there was no more light in this world. In front of this lady Feng, even he had to be obedient and not dare to act rashly. That Zhou Ji actually dared to kidnap her and wanted her to serve him? This was courting death. Only now did he finally understand why the great emperors would attack a first-order Tao source realm cultivator, and with his understanding of Zhou Ji, that hedonistic son of a rich family could really do such a thing, Yang Kai looked at Zhou Yong with a smile. He said, "Today, this young master has finally witnessed great elder's might. As expected of someone from a large sect, the way you speak is completely different. It's really an eye-opener. As you said, if that grandson of yours is still alive and you personally teach him, he will be able to do so. In the future, he would definitely become a great man. After all, like grandfather, like grandson." "It's useless to talk about this now." Zhou Yong coldly stared at Yang Kai, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Only death can quell the anger in this old man's heart. Ooh. Turning around, he looked at Fu Bo and said in a low voice, "Please grant my wish, sect master." Fu Bo's expression sank as he silently cursed the great elder for being so blind today. Just as he was about to send him a secret sound transmission to explain the Luan Feng's strength, a voice suddenly rang out. Yang Kai suddenly spoke up, "Sect Master Fu, since this great elder is willing to leave your sect in order to kill me, why don't you fulfill his wish? If you continue to obstruct us like this, I'm afraid no one will be happy." When Fu Bo heard this, how could he not understand what Yang Kai meant? He sighed heavily. And closed his eyes. It was as if he had nothing to do with this matter. "Many thanks, sect master." Zhou Yong was overjoyed. Turning around, the Emperor Qi in his body fiercely surged as he viciously slapped towards the place where Yang Kai and the others were standing. From the looks of it, it was as if he wanted to kill Kai Yang and the others with a single slap. How dare a speck of light compete for glory? The Luan Feng coldly snorted. She didn't seem to move, but her body suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, and she raised her hand, sending a jet-black flame towards Zhou Yong. As soon as the jet-black flame appeared, it gave off an aura that seemed capable of incinerating all things. The power of Zhou Yong's palm collapsed. Suddenly, it collapsed. His entire body shook violently, and his body was full of flaws. "What?" Zhou Yong's face changed drastically as his eyes filled with horror. The aura of death rushed towards him as he cried out in alarm, "Sect master, save me!" He finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate. The strength of this dignified and beautiful woman far exceeded his own. She was not someone he could contend against at all. Fu Bo's closed eyes suddenly opened, but before he could say anything, Yang Kai said coldly, "Sect Master Fu, it's best if you don't draw fire to yourself." Fu Bo's heart jumped, and he swallowed the words he was about to say. "Ah!" A scream rang out as the wisp of world-extinguishing black flame turned into a ball of fire that wrapped around Zhou Yong and burned him. Just like before Wu Yuanjing's death, the more desperately Zhou Yong urged his Emperor Qi, the fiercer the flames on his body burned, as if his Emperor Qi had become fuel. "Sect master." Zhou Yong was still screaming miserably and desperately, still trying to call for help. Although Fu Bo couldn't bear it in his heart, he didn't dare to intervene and could only watch with a gloomy expression. After a full 10 breaths of time, Zhou Yong turned into a pile of ash, and the wisp of world-extinguishing black flame was summoned back by the Luan Feng. The current great elder of the Netherworld sect had died. After venting her anger, the Luan Feng still seemed to be angry and glared at Yang Kai. "Mr. Yang, this mistress has forgotten his space ring again." How was this forgetting? This was clearly intentional because she knew that even if she killed Zhou Yong, the space ring would never fall into her hands. In the end, It would only benefit Yang Kai, so she simply melted it down. Yang Kai was largely responsible for today's events. The Luanfeng was obviously still angry about Yang Kai stepping aside and forcing her to kill that playboy disciple. If it weren't for Yang Kai stepping aside, there wouldn't have been so much trouble today. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said embarrassedly, "It's fine. It's fine." Seeing Yang Kai like this, the Luanfeng's angry mood calmed down significantly. Speaking of which, this man had the protection of that Heaven Punisher descendant. So she really shouldn't have shown him any disrespect, but now that Yang Kai wasn't angry at all, Luanfeng felt that he was a good person. Turning his head, Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo and asked, "Sect Master Fu, Lady Feng killed your noble sect's great elder. Do you have any objections?" Not only did he not have any objections, he had a huge objection. The sect's 3 great emperors were third-order elders, and now he was the only one left. How could he not have any objections? But so, what if he had objections? Fu Bo saw the Luanfeng attack with his own eyes and recognized the origin of that black flame. When he heard Yang Kai call her Lady Feng, he faintly guessed the Luanfeng's identity. Divine Spirit Luanfeng. She was one of the 4 holy masters of the ancient wild lands and had 8 monster king subordinates. The left and right divine envoys were no weaker than him. Although they weren't great emperors, they were comparable to great emperors and were existences he couldn't afford to provoke. If he angered her, she could just casually send a few monster kings over and easily destroy the Netherworld sect. Feeling bitter in his heart, Fu Bo forced a smile and said, "Zhou Yong has already left this sect and is no longer a member. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with this sect." His heart was also full of doubts. How could the dignified divine spirit Luanfeng be willing to follow behind a human cultivator and be ordered around at will? What kind of hidden background did this Yang Kai have? Yang Kai looked at Fu Bo meaningfully and smiled. Sect Master Fu is really a wise man. Since that's the case, let's continue to talk about compensation. No need. Fu Bo smiled bitterly. This Fu will definitely satisfy your excellency. Previously, when he heard Yang Kai demand an exorbitant price, he wanted a bargain, but now he just wanted to send these demons away as soon as possible. His own sect's disciple had taken a fancy to the Luanfeng's beauty and wanted to kidnap her. It was already fortunate that the other party didn't get angry and destroy his entire sect. So how could he dare to be long-winded? While speaking, Fu Bo took out a communication artifact from a space ring and poured his divine sense into it, obviously communicating with someone. After putting away the communication artifact, Fu Bo forced a smile and said, "Please wait a moment." Yang Kai nodded and suddenly said with a serious expression, "Sect Master Fu, this young master actually came to the Netherworld sect for 2 matters. The first matter has already been completed, but the second matter needs to be discussed with Sect Master Fu." Fu Bo's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know what other tricks Yang Kai had up his sleeves, so he asked nervously, "What other instructions does your excellency have?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sect Master Fu, don't be so nervous." To Sect Master Fu, this second matter was as easy as lifting a finger. "In fact, I want to borrow your noble sect space array." Borrow the space array? Fu Bo's mood relaxed, feeling as if he had suddenly ascended from hell to heaven, and he said with relief, "No problem. No problem." He had been wondering what the other party's second matter was, but it turned out that it was just borrowing the space array. "Where does your excellency want to go?" Fu Bo asked tentatively. Yang Kai said, "The Northern Territory. The Northern Territory is so far." Fu Bo frowned and said, "Although my sect space array can be considered a large-scale array, it can't teleport directly to the Northern Territory. If you want to go directly to the Northern Territory, you must use a territory crossing space array. As far as this Fu knows, in the entire Eastern Territory, only the Serene Soul Palace has a territory crossing space array, and it is something that has been passed down since ancient times. The Serene Soul Palace has a territory crossing space array. Yang Kai raised his brow, seeming a little surprised. This Fu has only heard of it and has never seen it with his own eyes. Yang Kai nodded, not to mention that Fu Bo had only heard about it. Even if Serene Soul Palace really had a cross-domain space array, Yang Kai wouldn't use it. The Serene Soul Palace was guarded by the Serene Soul Great Emperors, so it wasn't a place that just anyone could go and cause trouble. Moreover, Yang Kai had a conflict with the Serene Soul Great Emperor's daughter, Yao Lin. Last time, the Serene Soul Great Emperors didn't make things difficult for him, so if he really sent himself to their doorstep, who knew what the consequences would be? Since we can't cross territory, then help me teleport to the closest place to the Eastern Territory, Yang Kai said. No problem. This Fu will personally arrange it for your excellency later. Fu Bo promised. Mr. Yang wants to go to the Eastern Territory. Wan Feng listened for a while before asking. N. Yang Kai nodded and glanced at Ji Yao. Ji Yao's current state was unstable, although she had always mistaken him for Senior Bing Yun and was always obedient around him. Who knew when her mind would become chaotic again? Yang Kai wanted to go to the Northern Territory to send Ji Yao back to Ice Heart Valley, with Bing Yun personally taking care of her. Perhaps Ji Yao would be able to recover. This kind of thing couldn't be delayed, so Yang Kai could only deal with it first. Chapter 26:17. Turning his head, Yang Kai smiled and said, Madam Feng, do you want to come with us? The Northern Territory's scenery is beautiful, and there are many outstanding people here. It would be nice to go and take a look. In your dreams. Wan Feng rolled her eyes at him. This guy wants to use me as a free bodyguard? How hateful. Originally, she could have just sent him out of the ancient lands, but she had no choice but to accompany him to the Netherworld sect. Now, who would want to go to the Northern Territory with him? If you don't want to go, then don't go. What are you getting angry for? Yang Kai rubbed his nose. Fu Bo watched from the side with trepidation. He really couldn't understand Yang Kai's origins, and why he had such a close relationship with the divine spirit Wan Feng. However, he knew one thing, and that was that this young man must not be provoked. After waiting for less than half an hour, a woman's voice came from outside the hall. Sect Master, subordinate requests an audience. Come in, Fu Bo hurriedly said. After staying here with Yang Kai and Wan Feng for half an hour, Fu Bo felt like there was a thorn in his back, but at this moment, it was as if he had seen his savior, his face filled with joy. Following the sound of footsteps, a woman in palace attire walked in from outside. This woman was extremely beautiful, dressed in a dignified and calm manner, and her cultivation was at the second-order emperor realm. It seemed that her status in the Netherworld sect was not low. After entering the hall, the woman glanced curiously at Yang Kai and the others, wondering who this man and two women were, and why they were staying in the sect master's retreat. As far as she knew, this place was not a place that just anyone could enter. Even elders like them were not usually summoned and had no chance to set foot here. Where are the things? Fu Bo looked at the beautiful woman and asked. The beautiful woman quickly replied, They are ready. While speaking, she handed a space ring to Fu Bo. Fu Bo took it. Sweeping it with his divine sense, a faint pained look appeared on his face, but he quickly restrained himself and waved to the beautiful woman. You may leave, Sect Master. The beautiful woman, however, did not leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Fu Bo curiously and asked, Why are you suddenly in such a hurry to get 100 million high-rank source crystals? As the manager of the entire Netherworld sect, the beautiful woman was in charge of the sect storehouse and all the cultivation materials. Although she had taken out the 100 million high-rank source crystals from the storehouse, it was still not enough. However, He had no choice but to ask about its purpose. After all, the quantity was simply too large. Without 100 million high-rank source crystals, all the disciples' cultivation resources would be greatly reduced in the next few years. When the time came, the disciples would complain, and the one who would be criticized would be her, the chief steward. Cultivate, Fu Bo replied, indifferently without even raising his eyelids. The beautiful woman stared blankly for a moment before exclaiming in joy, "Sect Master, could it be that you—" Fu Bo waved his hand. "Don't ask so many questions." The beautiful woman hurriedly cupped her fists and said, "Yes." However, there was a trace of unconcealable joy between her brows. She thought that the sect master had taken so many source crystals because he sensed the hope of a breakthrough. Fu Bo was already a third-order emperor realm master. If he broke through, he would be at the level of the great emperors. If Fu Bo really became one of the great emperors, then the Netherworld sect would definitely rise in status. Compared to the sect master's cultivation, what was a mere 100 million high-rank source crystals? The beautiful woman immediately felt relieved. "Then, this subordinate will take her leave." The beautiful woman bowed respectfully and was about to leave. "And prepare the space array on the way. This king will send these guests away in a moment," Fu Bo instructed. The beautiful woman obeyed. He left joyfully. After the beautiful woman left, Fu Bo showed a trace of embarrassment and threw the space ring in his hand to Yang Kai. As the current sect master of the Netherworld sect, he couldn't lie in front of Yang Kai, and the others no matter how thick his face was. However, what else could he do? Tell his subordinates that he had been blackmailed? He really didn't have the face to say that. Yang Kai took the space ring and swept it with his divine sense, but he didn't count it carefully and just put it away. He believed that Fu Bo wouldn't play any tricks. If he said 100 million high-rank source crystals, then it was 100 million high-rank source crystals. Having suddenly obtained a windfall, Yang Kai was in a good mood. Counting the income he obtained in the ancient wildlands last time, he had more than 700 million high-rank source crystals in his hands. This number was simply too terrifying. Sect Master Fu is really sincere. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Since Sect Master Fu is so sincere, then this young master's grievances with the Netherworld sect will be written off. From now on, the well water will not interfere with the river water. What does Sect Master Fu think?" "Very good, very good." How could Fu Bo dare to say no? Yang Kai said, "Then, the second matter will require the help of your noble sect. Please follow me." Fu Bo didn't hesitate and hurriedly led the way. Outside the palace, the group of four immediately flew off in a certain direction. When they arrived at a mountain peak, Fu Bo led Yang Kai and the others down to the flat ground where a palace stood. Before entering, Yang Kai felt a clear fluctuation of space force. This was the fluctuation of a space array being activated. It seemed that the beautiful woman who had left before had made preparations. After entering the palace, the Netherworld sect disciples guarding the space array immediately saluted respectfully. The beautiful woman who had delivered the space ring also hurried over and cupped her fists. "Sect Master, everything has been prepared. We don't know where the target is." "Mysterious Armor City," Fu Bo said lightly. The beautiful woman nodded and turned around to signal the several disciples standing next to the space array, who immediately set about adjusting it. After a short while, the space array was fully adjusted. Fu Bo smiled and stretched out his hand. "This way, please." Yang Kai led Ji Yao forward and stood in the center of the space array, before turning to Wan Feng with a smile and asking, "Madam Feng, are you sure you don't want to come with me?" Wan Feng replied, expressionlessly, "Have a safe trip, Senior Yang." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Then I must thank Madam Feng for escorting me. If there is time in the future, This young master will visit again to express his gratitude. The corners of Luan Feng's mouth twitched as she squeezed out a forced smile, but she didn't say anything. At this moment, the more one spoke, the more mistakes one would make. Silence was king. Yang Kai turned his head and said to the Netherworld sect disciples, "Begin." The several disciples glanced at Fu Bo, and after Fu Bo nodded, they fully activated the space array. A strong light flashed, and the high-rank source crystal placed on the space array was instantly drained of its energy and turned into a pile of dust. After the light disappeared, the figures of Yang Kai and Ji Yao also disappeared. Wan Feng exhaled softly, thinking that she had finally sent this little ancestor away. For a moment, she was in a good mood, and a smile blossomed on her face. Turning around, he didn't even have the intention to say goodbye to Fu Bo. He directly left the palace and flew away. Fu Bo led a group of Netherworld sect disciples to the entrance of the palace and cupped his fists to see her off. "Sect master." The beautiful woman wore a blank expression at this moment because she found that her sect master was extremely respectful and fearful of that woman. Others didn't even pay attention to him, yet he ran out to see her off. That woman just now, who was she? The beautiful woman couldn't help asking the question in her heart. Before Fu Bo had time to answer, a loud cry suddenly came from the distant sky, melodious and clear, resounding through the sky. Vaguely, there was a huge object flying in the clouds, and it quickly disappeared. Sure enough, Fu Bo's eyes couldn't help narrowing as a sense of lingering fear appeared in his heart. Although he had some guesses about Luan Feng's identity before, he hadn't confirmed them. Now that he heard the cry and saw the behemoth in the clouds with his own eyes, how could he not know that his guess was correct? That woman really was a saint venerable of the ancient, wild, ancient land. Ordinary martial artists didn't know much about the situation within these ancient lands, but once one's cultivation reached Fu Bo's level, they would be able to learn some secrets through various channels, including the division of forces within the savage, desolate ancient land. If it weren't for the 4 Saint Venerables and the 32 Monster King, the ancient, wild, ancient land would have been divided up by the great forces of the star boundary. "Don't ask too much, just do your own thing." Fu Bo replied indifferently, "Yes." The beautiful woman respectfully replied before suddenly asking, "By the way, sect master, I heard from this disciple that Great Elder went to your place. Why didn't I see him?" The corner of Fu Bo's mouth twitched as he sighed heavily. "Zhou Yong is dead." "What?" The beautiful woman turned pale with fright as she asked in horror. "Great Elder is dead? Who killed him?" "He provoked someone he shouldn't have." Fu Bo explained briefly before looking at the beautiful woman and saying, "Elder Zhua, your curiosity is too strong." After saying that, his figure flashed and turned into a stream of light as he flew back to his place of seclusion. The beautiful woman surnamed Zhua still stood there in a daze, as if she hadn't digested the news of Great Elder's death, her face filled with shock. If she knew that even the vice sect master was dead, how would she feel? Black Armor City, located at the border of the Eastern Territory, was only 50,000 kilometers away from the Northern Territory. Above the city's space array, the figures of Yang Kai and Ji Yao appeared. Before the two of them could stabilize themselves, a swift and fierce palm strike came over, accompanied by a loud laugh. "This person is mine." "HM?" Yang Kai was stunned and turned his head to see a burly man with a full beard flying towards his chest. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of enmity this man had with him. However, Yang Kai was sure that he had never seen this burly man before. "Shayong, the man is yours, the woman is mine." "Hiss, this woman is so beautiful, we're in for a treat." Another man's voice sounded, followed by another figure rushing towards Ji Yao, his face full of lust, as if he couldn't wait to capture Ji Yao and have a good time with her. The burly man named Sha Yong didn't seem to care much about Ji Yao before, but now hearing this, he quickly sized her up and found that she was really beautiful, especially that cold temperament that kept people thousands of miles away, making it easy for people to have thoughts of conquering her. Sha Yong turned around and rushed towards Ji Yao, shouting, "Change one! Change one! Gu Peng, you stole a woman last time. This time it's Uncle Sha's turn." Chapter 26:18. While speaking, Sha Yong and Gu Peng had already arrived in front of Ji Yao, each of them reaching out to grab her. Ji Yao's expression suddenly turned cold, and with a clanging sound, her sword flashed and blood splashed out, accompanied by two miserable cries. The two who had flown over were sent flying backwards like arrows, their faces extremely pale. Asterisk, pa, pa. Asterisk, two severed arms fell to the ground. "My arm." Sha Yong looked at the severed arms on the ground and seemed to have only just realized that one of his arms had been cut off and cried out in panic. Gu Peng's expression was not much better. "What the hell? You dare to jump out and court death with this little bit of cultivation?" Yang Kai looked at the two with a strange expression, completely puzzled. Previously, when these two people had rushed over in such a threatening manner, one wanting a man and one wanting a woman, Yang Kai had thought that they were very strong, but after sweeping them with his divine sense, he discovered that these two were only from the third-order Tao source realm. "You..." Gu Peng looked at Yang Kai and Ji Yao in horror. "How did you recover so quickly?" Yang Kai frowned, not understanding what he meant, but after thinking about it, he suddenly understood, and said with a smile, "Did you think that there would be some side effects from being teleported here? No matter how far the teleportation distance was, it would more or less cause the cultivator to feel a little dizzy. This was the side effect of teleportation. In this state, the cultivator's reaction and perception would become extremely sluggish, making it the easiest time for someone to launch a sneak attack. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the space arrays of major cities were guarded by the city lord's mansion's cultivator. Firstly, they were responsible for protecting the space array from being destroyed. Secondly, they were responsible for protecting the cultivator who was teleported here from being ambushed. However, the space array of this profound first city was not like this. It was located in the center of the city, and there were no guards nearby. However, there were a few people who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune and run amok here. The people called Sha Yong and Gu Peng wanted to take advantage of Yang Kai and Ji Yao's slow reaction to launch a sneak attack. Who would have thought that they would end up kicking an iron plate? Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space. He had already used the Tao of Space to protect himself and Ji Yao when they were teleported to the Netherworld sect. How could a mere teleportation affect him? Why is this happening? Sha Yong was also puzzled. His expression was extremely ugly. Because this young master is powerful. Yang Kai grinned, but that smile made Sha Yong and Gu Peng tremble with fear. "Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life." Sha Yong immediately begged for mercy. However, Gu Peng's expression flickered as he turned around to escape. "Humph!" Ji Yao coldly snorted. The long sword in her hand turned, and with a throw, it transformed into a sword light that pierced towards Gu Peng, catching up to him in an instant. His heart was pierced through, and he fell to the ground, dead. As a second-order emperor, realm master, Ji Yao didn't need to use her true strength to deal with a cultivator from the third-order Tao source realm. Seeing this, Sha Yong's face turned even paler, his legs trembling as he cried, "I beg the two, master. Please spare my dog life." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. He said coldly, "You seem to have done a lot of sneak attacks and robberies." No, this is my first time. Really my first time." Sha Yong raised his head and said pitifully. Yang Kai said, "If you often walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? Since you have entered this line of work, you should have the corresponding awareness. You are too young. Don't do this kind of thing in your next life. Next life. Sha Yong was stunned, his eyes filled with horror, but before he could react, Ji Yao had already struck out with her palm and turned him into a meat paste. The surrounding cultivators all kept quiet out of fear as they stared at the beautiful yet cold woman who killed people like scything flax. They were all terrified, afraid that her murderous intent would rise and she would turn this place upside down. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and took the 2 space rings, but he didn't look at what was inside. These were the space rings of a cultivator from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, so he really didn't care about them. No matter what, he was now a rich man. So he turned his head and said to Ji Yao indifferently, "Let's go." Ji Yao nodded and flew out with him. After leaving Profound Armor City, Yang Kai pointed in a direction and said, "Yao, that should be the way to the Northern Territory. Do you know the way back to Iceheart Valley?" Ji Yao nodded. "I do." "Then lead the way. Master needs to cultivate for a while." Yang Kai ordered. At the same time, he threw out his small wooden boat, landed on it, and called out to Ji Yao. Unexpectedly, Ji Yao glanced at the small wooden boat and said embarrassedly, "Master, it's better to use Yao Er's flight-type artifact. Yours doesn't seem to be very good." Yang Kai was embarrassed. This small wooden boat was given to him by Jiu Feng in the past. It was Dao Source grade high rank. Yang Kai used to think that it was quite good, but now that he had broken through to the Emperor realm, this small wooden boat didn't match his status. Ji Yao obviously saw the quality of this small wooden boat, which was why she said so. Since she had a good one, Yang Kai didn't refuse. He nodded and put away his small wooden boat, so as not to embarrass himself. Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. As if she had sensed Yang Kai's thoughts, she waved her hand, and a small, exquisite boat appeared in front of Yang Kai. This boat wasn't big, only about 10 meters long, but it was exquisitely built. At a glance, it was obvious that it was made by a great master. Rich world energy fluctuations fluctuated on the boat. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary emperor artifact. Yang Kai didn't expect that Ji Yao, who had been crazy all these years, would have such a treasure in her hands. "Master, please." Ji Yao gestured with her hand. Yang Kai pretended to be dignified and nodded before flying onto the boat. "Master, find a room to rest. Leave the rest of the journey to Yao," Ji Yao volunteered. "Okay." Yang Kai nodded and walked into the cabin with his hands behind his back. He found a room and entered it. Before he could sit down cross-legged, he felt the boat shake slightly and immediately flew up like a bolt of lightning. Its speed was much faster than his small wooden boat. Not only was it fast, but the crux of the matter was that it was comfortable to stay in this ship. It was unlike his small wooden boat. If he didn't activate the wooden boat's protective shield, his face would be blown out of shape by the wind. It looks like I need to find a better flight-type artifact. Otherwise, I won't even have a means of transportation in the future. In fact, he still had a Sea King shuttle in his hand. Its grade wasn't low, and it was brought out of the solitary void sealed world. However, that thing was good for sailing in the deep sea, but it was much worse for traveling. In terms of speed, it might not even be as fast as his small wooden boat. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai entered the sealed world bead again to check. Ever since Ruwa, she forced the stone fire essence into his embodiment. It had been in a deep sleep, sitting cross-legged without moving. Yang Kai didn't know when it would truly be able to fully integrate with the stone fire essence. Yang Kai then went to the medicine garden to take a look and found that the spirit grasses and medicines in the medicine garden were also thriving. The medicinal efficacies of the more than 100,000 emperor-grade spirit medicines he obtained from the ancient wild lands were no longer deteriorating. The entire small sealed world was quiet, making Yang Kai feel a little lost. Every time he came here before, there was Ruo Shi Lu Yan Sister Hua. Now, only the embodiment was left, and it was still in a deep sleep. There wasn't even anyone to welcome him. Shaking his head and sighing for a while, Yang Kai left the small sealed world. Sitting in the side room, Yang Kai took out a large number of high-rank source crystals and some of the Emperor-grade spirit pills he refined last time. Only then did he silently circulate his secret art and enter retreat to cultivate everything he encountered in the ancient wild lands, especially the feeling of powerlessness in the face of the divine spirit stone fire, made Yang Kai feel an urgent thirst for power. Now that he had some free time, he naturally couldn't wait to enter a state of cultivation. For a time, the extremely rich world energy almost materialized, filling the entire side room and being absorbed into Yang Kai's body at a rate visible to the naked eye. The energy contained in high-rank source crystals was extremely huge, but even so, Yang Kai's consumption was extremely terrifying. Piles of source crystals turned into dust, and Emperor-grade spirit pills were consumed one after another, increasing Yang Kai's strength constantly. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the ship suddenly shook and came to a stop. Yang Kai was disturbed and woke up from his cultivation. He couldn't help but frown, not knowing what happened. Before he could release his divine sense to investigate, Ji Yao's voice came from outside, extremely cold. "Get out of my way." As soon as her voice fell, an old voice immediately followed. "Young lady, please make things convenient. Young lady Shui Man seems to like your ship very much. Could you please part with it? Of course, the price will definitely not disappoint you." "Get out of my way." Ji Yao ignored him and just coldly said 2 words. The old voice seemed to be a little angry as it said, "Young lady, why must you keep people at arm's length? Young lady Shui Man wants your ship for your own good. In recent years, the Northern Territory has not been peaceful, so if you drive such a beautiful ship through the city, I'm afraid it will easily attract the attention of others. If you attract some bad guys, I'm afraid your fate will be bleak." "That's right, young lady. Making things convenient for others is also making things convenient for yourself. The price will definitely not disappoint you," another younger voice sounded. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai asked as he walked out of the ship and stood beside Ji Yao on the deck. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a group of 3 people blocking the way ahead: a man, a woman, and an old man. The man and woman seemed to be a couple looking very intimate. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, making them a golden couple, but the look in their eyes ruined the impression they gave off. The man looked at Ji Yao with a look of amazement on his face. As he spoke, his eyes stared straight at Ji Yao, obviously moved by Ji Yao's beauty. As for the woman, there was a trace of jealousy in her eyes. Her big eyes constantly roamed over Ji Yao's body, but she found that no matter how she compared herself to Ji Yao, her mood was not good. Noticing the bewitching expression of her male companion beside her, the woman pinched him in jealousy, causing him to cry out in pain. Chapter 26:19. What's the matter? Yang Kai turned to look at Ji Yao and asked, reporting to Honored Master. "These 3 people are inexplicably blocking our way," Ji Yao replied. "Honored Master?" The 3 people in front all showed a look of astonishment when they heard this. After all, judging from their appearances, Yang Kai and Ji Yao seemed to be about the same age, but they did not expect this man to be this ice-cold woman's honored master. The ship was protected by a protective spirit array, so even if the old man wanted to check the cultivation of Yang Kai and Ji Yao, he was powerless. However, since he could become someone else's honored master, his cultivation should not be too bad. The old man estimated that Yang Kai was at least the Emperor realm. After all, This exquisite ship was an emperor artifact, and it was impossible for an ordinary Tao Source realm cultivator to obtain it. Thinking so, the old man smiled slightly and said to Yang Kai, "Little brother, don't be nervous. We have no malicious intentions." "Am I nervous?" Yang Kai grinned, thinking that this old man really had a good sense of himself. He had even ventured into the ancient wild lands, stirred up a storm in front of the 4 Saint Masters, the 32 Monster King, and the 8 Saint Envoys. He had even met more than one great emperors. So there was probably no one in this world who could make him nervous. The old man turned a deaf ear to this and continued, "It's just that young lady Shui Man has taken a fancy to this ship. So this old man wants to discuss with little brother if he can part with this ship, and this old man will buy it." After a pause, the old man said, "I forgot to introduce myself. This old man is Yen Qing from Black Thunder Pavilion. This is my young pavilion master by Lu, and this is the daughter of Peaceful Peace City's city lord, young lady Yen Shuiman." After the introductions, no matter which old man it was, there was also the young man and the young woman. They all showed an extremely proud look, as if the Black Thunder Pavilion and the Peaceful City were some great forces. The young pavilion master of Black Thunder Pavilion, by Lu, smiled gently and cupped his fists. "May I ask for young lady's name?" He directly inquired about Ji Yao's name and did not take Yang Kai seriously. It was obvious that he was moved by Ji Yao's beauty. Although Yen Shuiman, the city lord's daughter, was also not bad compared to Ji Yaoi, she was still a lot worse. As soon as he said this, Yen Shuiman, who was standing to the side, kicked him fiercely. She glared at him and shouted, "Why are you asking this? Do you like her? You lecherous bastard! Isn't it enough that you have me? You're actually thinking about other people. I'll beat you to death." Ooh. As she spoke, she began to punch and kick Bai Lu. It was only a round of punches and kicks, but it didn't hurt him at all. She seemed to be acting coquettishly, causing Bai Lu to laugh loudly. He stretched out his hand and pulled Yen Shuiman into his embrace, looking like a winner in life. Yen Qing looked straight ahead and said, "Young master and Miss Shuiman are used to fooling around. Please don't take it to heart." Ji Yao said coldly, "Your matters have nothing to do with us, master, and I still have to hurry on our way. Please step aside." Yen Qing said, "Mississippi, my young master just wants to buy this ship." I said, "I'm not selling." Ji Yao's face turned even colder. Bai Lu smiled gently and said, "Don't be so cold, Mississippi. As the saying goes, the more friends you have, the more options you have. It's just a ship. Just name a price. This young master won't bargain." "Okay." Yang Kai stepped forward and looked at Bai Lu with a smile. "I like friends like young master Bai who have strength and wealth, elegant and classy. Since young master Bai is so straightforward, we'll sell this ship. What do you think, Yao?" Ji Yao frowned. However, she still nodded and said, "If master says we'll sell, then we'll sell." Bai Lu cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Mississippi," from beginning to end. He only talked to Ji Yao, as if he didn't see Yang Kai at all. However, at this moment, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "How much does your excellency want to offer?" 100 million. Yang Kai said lightly, "If young master Bai can give 100 million, then this ship is yours." Bai Lu's expression remained unchanged as he nodded lightly. 100 million, a flight-type emperor artifact, isn't too expensive. Not only was it not expensive, it was simply too cheap. He thought that Yang Kai was deliberately showing goodwill and wanted to befriend him. After all, as the young pavilion master of Black Thunder Pavilion, not just anyone could make friends with him. Black Thunder Pavilion was also a great force in the Northern Territory. So Bai Lu just smiled lightly and said, "Old Yen, pay up." "Yes." Yen Qing nodded, fiddled around for a moment, then threw a space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it, scanned it with his divine sense, smiled slightly, put away the space ring, and said, "Young Master Bai, this amount of source crystals seems to be a bit off." "What's wrong?" Bai Lu frowned and turned to Yan Qing. Old Yan, have you checked carefully? Yan Qing said, 100 million source crystals. This old master can't be wrong. 100 million source crystals is correct. Yang Kai nodded, then changed the topic. But those are only low-rank source crystals. Yan Qing heard this, and his expression changed. You don't want low-rank source crystals? Could it be mid-rank? What? Bai Lu was also taken aback. 100 million mid-rank source crystals, that was 10 billion low-rank source crystals. This young man really had the nerve to ask for such a sum. No, no, no. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. Not 100 million mid-rank source crystals. This young master wants 100 million high-rank source crystals. You're crazy. Bai Lu trembled. 100 million high-rank source crystals. This was a number Bai Lu didn't even dare to think about, and he didn't know how this young man in front of him dared to ask for such a sum. Although Black Thunder Pavilion's forces were extraordinary, even if they emptied their pockets, they couldn't gather so many high-rank source crystals. Even if an Emperor-grade ship was extraordinary, it couldn't be worth so much. Old Yan's eyes flashed fiercely for a moment. Yang Kai smiled. Young master, Bai just said that he wouldn't bargain. And now you want to go back on your word? A real man's words are like nails. It seems that young Master Bai's reputation isn't very good. Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. Previously, when Yang Kai said he would sell the ship, although she was a little reluctant, she couldn't disobey her honored master's words. Only now did she realize that Yang Kai had no intention of selling her the ship at all and was just teasing her. When did honored master have such leisure and elegance in her memory? Her master had always had a cold appearance. Only when she was facing her disciples would the coldness on her face melt. However, she had never looked like she did today. Thinking about it, Ji Yao suddenly felt that something was not quite right, and her brow furrowed as she looked at Yang Kai in confusion. That stalwart figure seemed to be different from the one in her memory. Boy, you're toying with me. Bai Lu flew into a rage. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Where did young Master Bai get these words from? The three of you blocked my master and disciple's path for no reason, and insisted on buying Yao Er's ship artifact. This young master was only trying to help young Master Bai, out of goodwill. If young Master Bai didn't want to thank this young master, why did he have to make such slanderous accusations? Could it be that young Master Bai really thinks this young master is easy to bully? When Bai Lu heard this, he was immediately enraged, and his whole body began to burn like a volcano. It was obvious that the other party was toying with him, but in Yan Zhaoga's mouth, it was the other party who was in the right. This made Yan Zhaoga very angry, and he shouted, "Elder Yan, kill this bastard!" Yan Qing was already filled with murderous intent, so when he heard Bai Lu's order, he didn't hesitate and immediately rushed forward. Bai Lu hurriedly said, "Don't hurt that young lady." Even at this time, he was still concerned about Ji Yao's beauty, so it was obvious that women had their unique advantages at certain times. Old Yen flew across the sky, his Emperor Qi rolling as he pushed his First Order Emperor realm cultivation to the limit and slammed his palm down on the ship. The ship's defense shattered under the power of this palm, unable to defend itself at all. Yang Kai was taken aback and secretly felt that something was wrong, because this ship was an Emperor artifact, so its defensive capabilities shouldn't be so weak. Turning his head to look at Ji Yao, he saw that she was looking at him blankly at this moment. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Not good. Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know what went wrong for Ji Yao to have a relapse. During this time, Ji Yao had been staying by his side peacefully, so he didn't expect that something would go wrong at this critical juncture. The reason why the ship's defense was so weak was obviously because the ship's owner's state of mind had fluctuated. "Little brat, how dare you play with my young pavilion master? Today, you will die." Old Yan's confidence was greatly boosted after breaking the ship's defense, and he aggressively slammed his palm down on Yang Kai, his palm pulsing with Emperor Qi and principles, as if he wanted to smash him into a pulp. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the dazed Ji Yao into his arms, enveloping her with his Emperor Qi as he met the attack with his palm and shouted, "Scram!" He was very worried about Ji Yao's sudden problem and wasn't in the mood to mess around with these people anymore. Yan Qing couldn't resist this attack in anger. Although he and Yang Kai were both first-order Emperor Realm Masters, Yang Kai had always been able to kill enemies above his realm. Not to mention Yan Qing was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was a third-order Emperor, Yang Kai wouldn't be afraid. Asterisk Kong, asterisk there was a loud bang and a gust of wind. Under the collision of Emperor Qi, Yan Qing let out a muffled groan, as if he had been struck by lightning. He felt his Emperor Qi and principles burst like a bubble, suddenly bursting by a tremendous force. The huge force spread up his arm and smashed it into pieces, filling the air with blood and flesh. With a cry, Yan Qing coughed up blood and was sent flying. Yang Kai stood in place, protecting Ji Yao, motionless like a god who had descended to the mortal world. Bai Lu was stunned as he watched old Yen fly out, blood spraying from his body midair, his body suddenly trembling violently. Yen Shuaman, who had been in his arms all this time, also turned pale, and her teeth chattered. How could the two of them not know that they had provoked a strong enemy? They thought that with old Yen, the Emperor Realm, protecting them, it would be easy to take down this young man. But the result was the opposite of what they had expected. It was unacceptable. Chapter 26:20. Yang Kai's cold gaze fell on the two of them. Bai Lu broke out in cold sweat and said in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" "I am the young master of Black Thunder Pavilion. If something happens to me, you will be finished." Knowing that he was no match for him, he could only use his background to make Yang Kai hesitate. "Get lost." Yang Kai spat out a word. Bai Lu shivered, as if he had been granted amnesty. He turned around and fled. Before he left, he even forgot about Yen Shuaman. In the end, it was Yen Shuaman who chased after him. Not far away, Yan Qing climbed up from the ground with a pale face. He glanced in the direction of Yang Kai with great fear, and then hurriedly chased after Bai Lu. Although one of his arms was crippled, he still had the foundation of the Emperor Realm, so his life was not in danger. However, he was afraid that he would be disabled for the rest of his life. "Yao?" Yang Kai turned around and called softly. These two simple words were like a sharp sword that pierced Ji Yao's eyes, pushing away the light that was blocking her eyes. Ji Yao's delicate body shook as she suddenly woke up. "Master?" Yang Kai couldn't help but exhale and asked tentatively, "Just now, what happened to you?" Ji Yao frowned and said, "Just now? Just now." She seemed to have no recollection of what had just happened. She turned around and asked in surprise, "Hey, where are those three annoying people?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "They were chased away by me. No need to look for them." Ji Yao glanced at the blood on the ground and knew that Yang Kai was telling the truth, so she said, "Those guys should have been killed. Yao already said that she wouldn't sell the ship, but they insisted on pestering endlessly. I don't know how many times they forced people to buy and sell." Yes, they should have been killed. Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything more and could only follow her wishes. He asked somewhat nervously, "Yao, how do you feel now?" Ji Yao looked at him curiously and said, "Yao is very good. Master, you should go in and rest first. In a few days, we will be able to return to the valley." Yang Kai said, "Put the ship away. Let's find a place to rest first." Ji Yao suddenly had a problem again. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because she had been using her power all this time, but he didn't dare to let her control the ship anymore. If she became delirious again, things would be troublesome. Letting her rest might be good for her. Since Yang Kai had spoken, Ji Yao naturally obeyed and put away the ship. Together with Yang Kai, they flew forward. Half a day later, a city appeared before them. The two landed in front of the city gate, paid some source crystals, and successfully entered the city. This city seemed to be extremely prosperous. The city was bustling with activity, and the streets were extremely wide. Shops lined both sides of the road. The goods sold were even more dazzling, making one dizzy just by looking at them. After finding an inn, the two of them walked in. The innkeeper stood behind the counter, glanced at Yang Kai and Ji Yao, and asked with a smile, "Where are you two staying? What are you doing here?" Yang Kai snorted. The innkeeper laughed dryly. "Do you want one room or two?" Yang Kai frowned, glanced at Ji Yao, and said, "One room." He really didn't dare to let Ji Yao out of his sight. Living together would allow him to observe her more, so he didn't have any other thoughts. Ji Yao naturally didn't have any objections either. In her opinion, living in the same room as her honored master was a matter of course. However, the innkeeper glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully, showed a knowing smile, took out a room card, and respectfully handed it over. "Fifth floor, room A3. Honored guest, please rest assured that this humble innkeeper has arranged spirit arrays in every room, so privacy is absolutely protected. No matter what happens inside, no one outside will hear." Speaking of which, the innkeeper beamed with joy, a lewd look on his face. "Ha ha." Yang Kai took the room card with a fake smile and asked the price. 10,000 low-rank source crystals. The innkeeper replied with a smile. Yang Kai waved his hand and took out 10,000 low-rank source crystals and threw them on the counter before leading Ji Yao upstairs. On the 5th floor, Yang Kai found room A3, opened the room's barrier with the room card, and walked in, looking around. Yang Kai found that although the room was not very spacious, it was fully furnished with a red carpet on the floor and a golden silk bedding on the bed, giving off a luxurious feeling. 10,000 low-rank source crystals was well worth the money. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai sat down, and Ji Yao skillfully took out a tea set from her space ring and began to boil tea. After a while, the room was filled with a mellow tea fragrance. After turning off the fire and pouring tea, Ji Yao respectfully handed the teacup to Yang Kai and said, "Honored master, please enjoy." And Yang Kai took the cup and slowly tasted it. After a long time, he suddenly came to his senses and said, "You sit down too. Disciple will be fine standing." Ji Yao stared at Yang Kai without blinking. For her, it seemed that being able to watch her honored master drink the tea she brewed was the happiest thing in the world, and her face was filled with a sweet smile. "If I tell you to sit, then sit," Yang Kai said with a firm attitude. "Yes." Ji Yao could not dissuade him and could only sit down as she was told. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Yao disciple is here." Ji Yao responded quickly. Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed dryly before saying with an embarrassed expression, "If one day you discover that master has concealed or deceived you about something, I hope you can understand master's painstaking efforts." Concealed or deceived? Ji Yao frowned and asked curiously, "Is there something honored master wants to conceal or deceive Yao?" Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, "It was just a casual remark, but if there really is such a time, don't blame me. However, you can rest assured that master will not do anything wrong to you, nor will he hurt you." They were only a few days away from Ice Heart Valley. Once they returned to Ice Heart Valley and saw Bing Yun, Yang Kai did not know how Ji Yao would react. The best-case scenario would be for her to suddenly wake up and realize that he was just an imposter. At that time, Ji Yao would definitely recall how he had taken advantage of her during this period of time. That would not be a big deal, as Yang Kai was also trying to stabilize her, so he believed she would understand. The key point was that he had seen her entire body in Wanfeng Palace. Although it was just a glance, it was still related to Ji Yao's reputation. Yang Kai was not sure if she would fight with him or not, but he decided to say it here first. When the time came, even if Ji Yao fully recovered, she would definitely forgive him. Yao believes in honored master, Ji Yao said with a solemn expression. Ji Yao said with a solemn expression. Yao, and the other senior sisters are all orphans. It was honored master who taught us and raised us. Yao Er's achievements today are all thanks to honored master. Even if honored master wants Yao Er's life, it doesn't matter. Yang Kai sweated profusely as he thought to himself, I'll thank the heavens if you don't try to kill me in the future. However, her words made Yang Kai realize the supreme position Bing Yun held in the hearts of these disciples. Honored master. Ji Yao called out softly, Honored master, is there something you need? Do you need Yaober to help you? No, don't think too much. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Yao got up and walked towards him, wrapped in a fragrant wind, and said, Yao is useless. So honored master, please let Yao massage your shoulders. HM? Yang Kai was stunned, but before he could react, Ji Yao had already stood behind him and gently rubbed his shoulders. Yang Kai's whole body stiffened, as he could not bear it. Ever since he came to the Star Territory, he had always been pure and focused on becoming stronger. However, he was also a man and had his own desires. Last time, he had accidentally seen Ji Yao's body and almost had a nosebleed. Now that they were alone in the same room, Ji Yao actually took the initiative to massage his shoulders. Not only that warm body was pressed against his back, and smelling that wisp of fragrance at the tip of his nose made Yang Kai feel restless and his throat dry up. Ji Yao laughed softly behind him. Honored master, your shoulders are so hard. Have you been too tired recently? Yang Kai thought to himself, how can a man's body be compared to Bing Yun's soft and fragrant body? Of course the feeling is different. He wanted to refuse this kind of thing, but he was afraid that Ji Yao would think too much and affect her current state, so he could only brace himself and say, a little. Ji Yao smiled and said, Honored master, just relax. Yao hasn't served honored master for many years. I don't know if my skills have fallen behind. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai realized that Ji Yao must have often massaged Bing Yun like this when they were in Ice Heart Valley. That was why she was so familiar with it. Since he could not stop or refuse, Yang Kai could only enjoy it. Gradually, his body and mind relaxed. As Ji Yao's jade hands pressed down with varying degrees of strength, Yang Kai felt so comfortable that he felt as if he was floating in the clouds. Ji Yao blushed when she heard this, wondering why her honored master was making such strange sounds, but she was too embarrassed to ask. After massaging his shoulders, she massaged his arms, his head, and even his thighs were not spared. After serving her for a while, Yang Kai felt comfortable and praised Ji Yao's skills. Ji Yao smiled like a flower, unable to contain her joy. However, the scene of Ji Yao kneeling in front of him and massaging his thighs really made Yang Kai feel excited and amorous. After enjoying it, Yang Kai's face turned bitter. He felt that when Ji Yao completely woke up in the future, he would have one more crime to commit. For a moment, he felt sad and regretful. After a peaceful night, Yang Kai and Ji Yao sat on the bed and on the floor to rest. Ji Yao also did not show any bad symptoms, which made Yang Kai feel relieved. At noon the next day, the two walked out of the room and went to the counter on the first floor to check out. When the shopkeeper saw Yang Kai's appearance, he was naturally envious. He smiled meaningfully and said, Did honored guest have a good rest last night? Very good. Yang Kai nodded. How could he not know what this guy was thinking? He was too lazy to say anything more to him. Since honored guest has found it good, the next time you come to Peaceful City, please be sure to patronize this humble store. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed, sending Yang Kai and Ji Yao out. Chapter 26-21 Peaceful City. Yang Kai walked out of the inn and thought about it carefully. He suddenly said, "Isn't this the city where the woman named Yen Shuaman is?" When the three people stopped the way and wanted to buy Ji Yao's ship, the old man introduced the man and the woman. He said that the man was the young master of the Black Thunder Pavilion, and the woman was the daughter of the city lord of Peaceful City. When Yang Kai entered the city yesterday, he was worried about Ji Yao's condition and did not care about the name of the city. Only now did he know that it was Peaceful City. This was a bit of a coincidence. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. A trivial city didn't have the qualifications to make him feel fear. He led Ji Yao all the way out of the city and came to the city gate in a short time. Many people were waiting in line at the gate to go out of the city, and there were many cultivators at the gate. Everyone who went out of the city had to be checked by those cultivators. Yang Kai saw this scene and could not help but frown. He did not know if this was the inherent rule of Peaceful City or something had happened. "Master, is it because of the three people yesterday?" Ji Yao suddenly asked in a low voice. "Are they looking for us? How can there be such a coincidence?" Yang Kai chuckled. "We did not disturb anyone when we entered the city yesterday. Maybe something else happened in the city." Ji Yao nodded gently. The two did not rely on their high cultivation to force their way into the city gate. Since they were in other people's territory, it was not a problem to follow their rules. At the moment, the two lined up behind the crowd and waited to go out of the city. The cultivator at the city gate checked very carefully. There were even divine senses secretly checking those who were preparing to go out of the city. One by one, the cultivator was checked and allowed to go. The line gradually moved forward. "Master Dong." Suddenly, a person's voice came from a house next to the city gate. "Haven't you found her yet?" Another person asked. It seemed to be the Master Dong. "Not yet," the person who spoke first replied. "But Master Dong, please rest assured that the other 3 city gates have been closed urgently. If your wife wants to go out of the city, she will definitely go through this city gate. As long as she appears, we will definitely be able to find her. Thank you for your trouble, Commander Yu. Sigh, this is really a misfortune for our clan." The Dong clan master sighed deeply. Commander Yu suddenly chuckled and said, "Master Dong, as far as I know, you and your wife have always been in love with each other. You often go in and out of Peaceful City as a couple. Everyone is envious of you. How did you get into such a mess overnight? Why did your wife run away from home?" The Dong family's patriarch didn't hesitate to borrow the power of our city lord's mansion to find her. When Commander Yu asked this question, he was stunned. The room immediately fell silent, as if it was difficult to speak. Commander Yu continued, "Dong family head, if it's not convenient for you to say, then just pretend I didn't ask." Sigh. Dong family's patriarch sighed heavily and said, "As the saying goes, don't wash your dirty linen in public." This Dong wanted to keep the peace and not make a big deal out of it. But that stupid woman just had to force me. Actually, there was nothing inconvenient to say. That foolish woman was greedy and stole our Dong family's most precious treasure. Steal. Commander Yu was shocked. This shouldn't be, right? Your wife is second only to one person in the Dong family. And this you also heard that your wife seems to come from a big sect. What could the Dong family have that she could steal without asking? This Dong family doesn't know if she ate too much lard and lost her mind. How could she do such a disgraceful thing? Dong family's patriarch said bitterly. Then he said solemnly, "Commander Yu, I hope that the Dong family has treated you well in the past. After you find that foolish woman, take her down quietly. Don't alarm others. Especially, don't alarm City Lord Yen." Commander Yu replied, "I understand. Don't worry, Patriarch Dong." These two people were talking in a low voice in the room. Although their voices were low, Yang Kai heard them clearly. He didn't mean to eavesdrop. He just heard them by accident. However, after doing this, he finally understood why this Peaceful City was under martial law. It turned out that a mistress of a family stole a family's most precious treasure, which provoked the patriarch of the family to come and hunt her down. He borrowed the power of the city lord mansion. This was a full family scandal. Yang Kai was amused by the helplessness and grief in Patriarch Dong's words. He estimated that Patriarch Dong was in a terrible fix at this moment. On the one hand, he wanted to recover the stolen treasure. On the other hand, he wanted to cover up this scandal. He didn't know what the stolen treasure was. It aroused the greed of a mistress of a family. The team continued to move forward. In a short while, Yang Kai and Ji Yao were about to reach the city gate. At this moment, a streamer suddenly flew in from outside the city and shot straight to the city gate. "Who are you? Don't be presumptuous in front of the city gate of Peaceful City," a cultivator guarding the city gate shouted. At the same time, he flew up to greet the streamer. The streamer paused, revealing the figures of a man and a woman. "Are you blind? Don't you see who I am? How dare you shout?" The man snorted coldly. The cultivator guarding the city gate took a look and immediately trembled. He hurriedly said, "It turns out to be young Master Bai and young Miss Yen." This man and woman were Bai Lu and Yen Shuaman, who had met with Yang Kai yesterday. He didn't know where they had come from, but old Yen, who was with them yesterday, was nowhere to be seen. "Get out of my way." Bai Lu's mood seemed to be very bad, and as he spoke, he sent a palm strike towards the cultivator blocking his way, sending the cultivator flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair, looking extremely miserable. Under the attentive gazes of numerous pairs of eyes, Bai Lu and Yen Shuaman directly charged into the city and descended to the ground. Their gazes moved about as if they were superior to the heavens. But soon Bai Lu's eyes trembled and his body trembled. He looked in a certain direction in horror. In that direction, Yang Kai was looking at him indifferently. Yesterday, he had lost face in front of Yang Kai and almost lost his life. How could Bai Lu forget Yang Kai's appearance? It had only been a day, but he didn't expect to meet him again in front of the city gate of Peaceful City. The scene of old Yen, who was as strong as the Emperor realm, being crushed by him was still vivid in his mind. Bai Lu was really afraid of Yang Kai from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but lower his body by half, and his momentum was gone. "What's wrong?" Yen Shuaman, who was beside him, noticed his abnormality and couldn't help but ask softly. As she asked, she followed his gaze. In the next moment, her pretty face turned pale, and she avoided his gaze. She had undoubtedly also seen Yang Kai. "Let's go!" Bai Lu shouted in a low voice. He withdrew his gaze and pulled Yen Shuaman away from this place. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the city. The group of city lord's mansion cultivator was very surprised. They looked at each other and didn't know what had happened to young Master Bai and Miss Yen today. At the corner of a street, Bai Lu and Yen Shuaman poked their heads out and quietly looked in the direction of the city gate. Yen Shuaman said in a trembling voice, "Those two, why are they here?" Bai Lu said with an ashen face, "You ask me? Who should I ask?" The big loss they had suffered yesterday had really frightened them. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai was like a mouse seeing a cat. They couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Suddenly, Yen Shuaman seemed to have thought of something. She frowned and said, "That's not right. This is Peaceful City. Why should I be afraid of them? This won't do. I have to tell father, and let him teach them a lesson." As she spoke, she was about to go to the city lord's mansion to find her father. Bai Lu pulled her and said with a sullen face, "Why are you so big-breasted and brainless?" Who's big-breasted and brainless?" Yen Shuaman said angrily. Bai Lu said, "Old man Yen and your father's cultivation are on par. Even old man Yen couldn't withstand a single blow from that man. Even if your father comes, what do you think he can do to that man? When your father dies, don't cry in front of this young master." When Yen Shuaman heard this, Her pretty face immediately turned pale. She thought to herself, that's right. Even Elder Yan's arm was knocked off by that person in one move. How could her father be a match for him? If she really called her father over, the unlucky one would be her father. Then what should we do? Yen Shuaman was anxious. Why don't you call Uncle Bai over? Uncle Bai is a second-order emperor, realm master. It shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with that man. Bai Lu shook his head and said, I don't know how to tell father about old man Yen. There aren't many Black Thunder Pavilion in the emperor realm. If father knows that old man Yen was seriously injured, he'll definitely skin me alive. Speaking of which, this is all your fault. Why did you have to buy someone else's ship? You even caused old man Yen to lose an arm. Being blamed by him, Yen Shuaman's eyes immediately turned red, and she said in a trembling voice, surnamed Bai, why didn't you say this when you were with this young lady? Now you're blaming me? Do you have any conscience? When she cried, Bai Lu only felt annoyed, but he had to comfort her. Okay, don't cry. Yesterday's matter was my fault. Okay? It's not your fault. You're bad, you're bad, you're bad. Yen Shuaman shouted and threw another round of punches. Don't make trouble. Bai Lu was not in the mood to mess around with her. He quickly grabbed her hand and said, it's more important to send these two demons away first. It looks like they're going to leave the city. Hiss while speaking, Bai Lu pulled Yen Shuaman and quickly hid back because he saw Kai Yang actually turn his head and look in their direction with a smile on his face. That one look almost scared him out of his wits. At the city gate, Yang Kai, who was waiting in line to leave the city, turned his head and sneered. He didn't expect that young Master Bai and Yen Shuaman would have such a reaction when they met him today, but this saved him a lot of trouble. If they really didn't know what was good for them and wanted to call a master for revenge, Yang Kai didn't mind making a scene here. Cough, cough, cough. A series of violent coughs could be heard. The old woman at the front of the line was on the verge of collapse. She suddenly leaned back and almost fell to the ground. Ji Yao's eyes were sharp and her hands were quick. She held onto her grandmother and asked with concern, Mother-in-law, are you all right? Chapter 26-22. The old woman coughed violently a few more times, coughing so violently that it seemed she was about to cough out her heart and lungs. After a long time, she finally managed to catch her breath and turned her head weakly. I'm fine. I'm just a little old. Thank you, little girl. Ji Yao shook her head, but before she could let go, the old woman's legs went soft again. Ji Yao hurriedly pulled her back and said with a frown, Grandma, let me help you. The old woman said, Thank you, thank you. Little girl is kind and will be rewarded in the future. Cough, cough. Ji Yao smiled slightly and said, Honored master often teaches us disciples to respect the old and love the young when we go out. It's just a small matter. Old O chuckled and said, Little girl, you're not bad. Your honored master has taught you well. May I ask which sect little girl comes from? Ji Yao shook her head and smiled without answering. Kai Yang's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, Respecting the old and loving the young is a virtue, but when you go out, you must also carefully wipe your eyes. Don't be easily deceived by others. You must know that in this world there are many people who deceive each other and scheme against each other. Who knows, when you do a good deed, you will be used by others. That would be helping the evildoer. Grandma, don't you agree? The old woman's body trembled involuntarily, and she forced a smile. This little brother is right. Ji Yao nodded seriously and said, Disciple will remember. Disciple? The old woman was shocked when she heard this, and vaguely realized that the honored Master Ji Yao mentioned before was the man standing behind her, which made her feel a little incredulous. Grandma, your earrings are very exquisite, Yang Kai suddenly said without rhyme or reason. The old woman was startled and subconsciously touched her earlobe. but there was nothing there. Turning her head, she forced a smile and said, "Little brother is so young. How could you be mistaken? This old woman is already so old. How could I have the nerve to wear earrings?" Yang Kai said, "You didn't wear them today, but I'm afraid you wore them yesterday. Your ears are very clear. It doesn't look like you haven't worn any accessories all year round." His words were laced with sarcasm. So even if Ji Yao was a fool, she could sense that something was wrong. With a thought, she quietly poured her emperor qi into the old woman's body. In the next moment, Ji Yao's expression suddenly became cold, and she grabbed the old woman's arm and asked coldly, "Who are you and why did you lie to me?" She hadn't noticed this before, but now that she had discovered this old woman, this seemingly terminally ill old granny, was actually brimming with vitality. Her aged appearance was clearly not her true appearance. Everything was a disguise she had put on. This infuriated Ji Yao. Just now, she had helped the old woman up with good intentions. Who would have thought that this old woman actually had ulterior motives? She was truly infuriated. The old woman's cultivation base was not high. She was only a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so after being grabbed by Ji Yao, she couldn't move at all. Her source qi was suppressed in her body and she couldn't circulate it. This time, she really panicked and looked at Ji Yao pleadingly, whispering, "Senior, I don't have any malicious intentions. I just had no choice but to do this. I hope Senior can be magnanimous and not expose me." Ji Yao's expression changed. Glancing at the cultivator guarding the city gate, she asked, "They came for you?" The old woman nodded silently. "Why did you think of using me?" Ji Yao asked coldly. The old woman said, "When young Master Bai and young Lady Yen entered the city, they seemed to be very afraid of you." So Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "Madame Dong, you really have good eyesight. You noticed such a small thing." When the old woman heard this, her body trembled, and she looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Do you know me?" "Madame Dong?" Ji Yao also frowned, wondering why her honored master had seen through this old woman's identity. As far as she knew, this was the first time she and her honored master had come to Peaceful City, so they didn't know anyone here. Yang Kai said, "I don't know you, but I heard some people talk about you. What did they say about me?" The old woman asked in a trembling voice. As if she wanted to know, Yang Kai said indifferently, "The madam of the Dong family's patriarch stole the family treasure." The patriarch was furious and asked the city lord's mansion's powerhouses to guard this place and search for Madame Dong's whereabouts. If they find her, they will arrest her secretly, stealing the family's heirloom. The old woman smiled bitterly. "This crime, I don't dare to bear it." Ji Yao frowned and said, "Is my honored master wrong?" Madame Dong shook her head and said, "What family treasure? I have never seen it, and the Dong family doesn't have such a thing. I have been married to the Dong family for so many years, and I am the madam of the patriarch. If there is any family treasure, how can I not know?" "Then why did they slander you?" Ji Yao was curious. Madame Dong said, "Because they want to catch me." Ji Yao seemed to want to ask more, but Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Madame Dong, we are not interested in your business. You want to use us to get out of the city, but I won't argue with you. You are on your own now." "Master." Madame Dong looked at Yang Kai pleadingly and said, "I was wrong before. I only ask Master to take me out of Peaceful City. I will repay your kindness in the future." Yang Kai sneered and said, "What can you repay me? I don't want to get involved in other people's business." "Master, if you say one more word, I will catch you and throw you out now." Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Madame Dong suddenly shivered. She didn't doubt that Yang Kai had this ability. Ji Yao, as a disciple, could subdue her in an instant. So how could Yang Kai, as an honored master, be weak? She hoped that she could persuade Yang Kai to help, but It was just wishful thinking. She turned around in a daze and stood in the middle of the team. Sure enough, Madame Dong didn't dare to say anything. Honored Master, this person's disguise technique is so brilliant. Ji Yao secretly transmitted a message to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai hadn't noticed it, she wouldn't have thought that such an old woman was actually a disguise. This was not a secret technique, but a pure disguise technique which was not something that anyone could master. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, "It is indeed brilliant. If I didn't have a preconceived idea, I'm afraid it would be difficult to notice her." It was because he heard some of the conversation between Commander Yu and Master Dong, and the fresh ear holes on the old woman's ears that Yang Kai became suspicious of her. Honored Master, are we really going to stand by and do nothing? She seems to have something she can't say. Ji Yao saw the old woman's distracted look and couldn't help feeling a little sympathetic. Yang Kai said lightly, "The world is full of tricks. We don't know who is right and who is wrong in this matter. If we intervene rashly, we may be helping the villain do evil." Yes, Ji Yao nodded. While the two of them were talking, the line had reached the old woman. A cultivator guarding the city gate beckoned to the old woman, and she walked over shakily. The cultivator opened a cloth bag in his hand and placed it in front of the old woman for her to take a look. With just a glance, the old woman's face suddenly changed, and a squeaking sound came from the cloth bag, as if a monster beast was crying out. The old woman's figure flickered, and she no longer looked like she could be blown away by the wind. Instead, she rushed out of the city gate. "Catch her!" the cultivator shouted. "Since you've come out, stay here." Another person's voice was heard. Immediately after, a flash of a blade broke through the air and slashed at the old woman's path. The old woman's face changed again. She knew that if she forced her way forward, she would definitely be injured, so she had no choice but to take a few steps back. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk suddenly, one figure after another rushed out from the surroundings and shot towards the old woman. After being delayed for a moment, when the old woman came back to her senses, she was already surrounded by those people. Sigh. Ji Yao couldn't help but sigh when she saw this scene. She knew that the old woman had no hope of escaping. The old woman only had a cultivation base in the Third Order Dao Source realm, but there were 5 or 6 people from the Third Order Dao Source realm surrounding her. None of them were weaker than the old woman, and they had the advantage in numbers. It would be a real joke if the old woman was allowed to escape. It's the Dong family's elders. Yes, it really is the Dong family's elders. Strange. Why are they here? Who is that old woman? How did she provoke the Dong family? Sounds of discussion came from the nearby cultivator. They were all curious about the scene in front of them. However, although these Dong family's elders had surrounded the old woman, they weren't in a hurry to make a move. Obviously, they all knew the old woman's true identity. For a moment, they looked at the old woman with complicated expressions. After all, this was the family head's wife. In terms of status, she wasn't inferior to them. Another 2 people walked out from the side and came to the city gate. The cultivator guarding the city gate cupped their fists and bowed when they saw the 2 people. "Greetings, Commander Yu." "Greetings, family head Dong." Yang Kai glanced at the 2 people and saw that one of them was wearing a black armor and looked majestic, while the other was wearing a green robe and had a dignified expression. Both of them were from the Third Order Dao Source realm. The one in the black armor should be Commander Yu, and the other was naturally the family head Dong. The old woman turned around and fixed her gaze on the family head Dong. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let me go." The family head Dong shook his head slowly and said, "You know that's impossible. I beg you, let me go. If I don't leave today, I will leave tomorrow. You can't stop me. How are you going to leave if I break your legs and cripple your cultivations?" The family head Dong said coldly. The old woman trembled and said in disbelief, You and I have been husband and wife for 100 years. Are you really going to be so heartless? Husband and wife. When the old woman said that, the surrounding cultivator was shocked. They thought, isn't the family head Dong's wife as beautiful as a flower? When did she become an old woman? For a moment, the crowd whispered, and the family head Dong's expression was extremely ugly. The old woman in the air wiped her face and removed her disguise, revealing a beautiful face. Hiss, it's really Mrs. Dong. How could this be? Hee, what is the Dong family doing? This is going to be a good show. The family head's wife wants to escape from the Dong family, and the Dong family is here to stop her. I don't know what's going on. Chapter 26-23. Maybe Madame Dong has found a new lover, so she wants to leave Master Dong. But Master Dong won't agree, so he took her back. Brother, you're right. For a moment, everyone looked at Master Dong sympathetically, as if he had been cheated on. Master Dong's face became gloomier, and he shouted, "Stupid woman, look at what you've done!" Madame Dong stood in the air, looking at Master Dong with a sad expression, and said sadly, "Dong Hai, don't you care about your relationship with your wife at all?" Dong Hai's face twitched slightly, and there was a hint of struggle in his eyes. He sighed and said, "Tianhe, if you still care about your relationship with your wife, come back to the Dong family with me obediently. From now on, don't leave Ataraxia City, and we will spend the rest of our lives together." Madame Dong burst into tears and shook her head. "Dong Hai, you know why I want to leave, and you know what I'm going to do. Don't make it difficult for me." Dong Hai said sternly, "You're forcing the Dong family into a dead end." I'm sorry. Mrs. Dong's tears fell down her cheeks in big drops, and her face was full of self-reproach and guilt, as if she had really done something that angered both men and gods. It made the onlookers confused, and they had no idea what was going on. "Come back with me, and I won't pursue what happened today, and neither will the Dong family. You're still the madam of the Dong family." Dong Hai stretched out his hand to the sky, indicating to Madame Dong. Madame Dong's tears fell like rain, and she just kept shaking her head. The gentleness on Dong Hai's face gradually disappeared, and it was slowly replaced by coldness. Finally, he put down the hand that was stretched out. He said calmly, "Stupid woman, Shi Tianhe, since marrying into the Dong family, she hasn't had a child for 100 years. Her sin is to not have a descendant. She is vain, and it's her nature to compare with others. She has ruined the Dong family's reputation. She has no sense of shame, and she stole the Dong family's most precious treasure. Today, I, Dong Hai, as the master of the Dong family, hereby announce that Shi Tianhe is expelled from the Dong family. From now on, the relationship between husband and wife is severed, and we have no relationship with each other." Everyone was in an uproar, especially the local cultivator in Ataraxia City. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Although they had never seen this Madame Dong, there were many rumors in the marketplace that this Madame Dong was a kind and compassionate person who helped the poor in the city. Unexpectedly, the head of the Dong family had mentioned it. She had actually become a shameless and vain person. However, rumors were rumors after all. Since her husband had said so, how could it be false? Moreover, she had stolen the Dong family's ultimate treasure. This could no longer be described as a bad character. It was simply a moral corruption. All of a sudden, everyone sighed. They didn't know why the Dong family's master's wife would do such a thing. It was no wonder that she had provoked the Dong family's elders. If it was any other man, he probably wouldn't be able to accept such a woman as his wife, right? Puff. With a soft sound, Shi Tianhe, who was standing in midair, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was flushed red, and the blood soaked the front of her clothes. It was dazzling. She staggered slightly, clutching her chest, as if she was enduring the pain of thousands of ants gnawing at her heart. Looking down at Dong Hai, her face was filled with despair. She had never thought that Dong Hai would be so heartless. After all, she and Dong Hai had been husband and wife for over 100 years. Back then, she did not hesitate to offend her own master and was expelled from the sect. She swore to be with Dong Hai even if she had to die. In the end, she got what she wanted, but she had not returned to the sect for 100 years. She had never seen the many senior and junior sisters who she missed dearly in her heart. She had been staying in the Dong family with Dong Hai. She had thought that she had found her Mr. Right in this life, but she had never thought that he would stab her in the heart. The man she regarded as heaven, earth, and the only man in her life had stabbed her in the heart. Master, this matter doesn't seem to be so simple. Ji Yao watched for a while before suddenly whispering to Yang Kai. Yang Kai curled his lips. This is other people's business. Why do you care so much? Although he said so, he was sighing in his heart. Shi Tian's desperate eyes seemed to be covered by a thick layer of dark clouds, without the slightest trace of light. Obviously, she was heartbroken to the extreme. After a pause, Yang Kai asked, Yao, do you want to help her? Ji Yao replied, Yes, master. Ha! Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. Although he was not very willing to intervene in today's matter, these people from the Dong family had obviously crossed the line, especially Dong Hai. The two of them had lived together for 100 years. Who didn't understand each other? Even if there was some friction between them, they could have just sat down and talked it out. Was there a need to expel her from the Dong family in public and divorce her? How was she supposed to face others in the future? This man had no sense of responsibility. Shi Tianhe must have been blind to follow such a man. Ha ha! In the sky, Shi Tianhe suddenly laughed like a madman. Blood still flowing from the corners of her mouth, shocking everyone who saw it. Her laughter was full of bitterness, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Dong Hai? Shi Tianhe suddenly shouted, For the Dong family, you are willing to go to this extent. As the patriarch, you are really competent. It's useless to say more. Dong Hai didn't want to continue being entangled. With so many onlookers watching, if this continued, the Dong family and his face would be lost. Waving his hand gently, he said, Elders, let's do it. Hearing this, the elders' expressions sank as they said, Please excuse us. As soon as the words fell, they urged their source Qi to rush towards Shi Tianhe. Clang! A sword cry rang out as an ice-cold long sword suddenly appeared in Shi Tianhe's hand. As soon as the long sword appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and an icy cold aura suddenly spread out. As the sword light flashed, a large number of snowflakes suddenly fell from the sky, enveloping the Dong family elders. The snowflakes were like sharp weapons, causing the Dong family elders' expressions to change drastically. They didn't dare to meet them head-on. It's snowing? No, this is her secret technique. It's an ice attribute secret technique. Is this Lady Dong's strength really so great? A group of people cried out in surprise. On the other side, Dong Hai's face sank when he saw Shi Tianhe make a move. He shouted in a panic, Stupid woman, are you still going to resist? Commander Yu, however, frowned and said, Patriarch Dong, your wife, and why does this woman's move feel a bit like Ice Heart Valley's secret technique? Dong Hai forced a smile and said, Commander, you must be joking. This stupid woman has cultivated an ice attribute secret art since she was a child and has mastered some powerful secret techniques. She has nothing to do with Ice Heart Valley. Listening to his words, it seemed that once the Dong family got involved with Ice Heart Valley, a great disaster would befall them. Commander, you didn't doubt him and nodded lightly. That would be for the best. You also know the current situation of Ice Heart Valley. If this woman is really an Ice Heart Valley disciple, your Dong family will be finished. Dong Hai's forehead suddenly oozed cold sweat as he laughed dryly. She has nothing to do with my Dong family. Clear sky snowfall. Ji Yao suddenly shouted. Her brow furrowed as she stared at Shi Tianhe, who was struggling to make a move in the sky. As Bing Yun's third disciple, Ji Yao was extremely familiar with Ice Heart Valley's various secret techniques. As soon as Shi Tianhe made her move, she recognized that it was Ice Heart Valley's clear sky snowfall. Only Ice Heart Valley's disciples could cultivate this secret technique, and only core disciples could do so. In the sky, Shi Tianhe had pushed back those elders of the Dong family with one move. Just as she was about to flee, those elders stuck to her like plasters. Shi Tianhe had no choice but to turn her long sword around and thrust it out, one sword flower after another. These sword flowers were like pear blossoms blooming in midair. They were beautiful, but contained an indescribable, murderous intent. Shi Tianhe's body shuttled back and forth between these pear blossoms, her figure flickering as she waited for an opportunity to escape. Ice Snow Pear Blossom Sword. Ji Yao let out another shout. If she wasn't sure that Shi Tianhe was an Ice Heart Valley disciple when she recognized her clear sky snowfall secret technique, she was now completely certain. If she wasn't an Ice Heart Valley disciple, how could she have mastered these two secret techniques? Ji Yao was greatly surprised. She hadn't expected to meet an Ice Heart Valley disciple in Peaceful Peace City right after she returned to the Northern Territory. At this moment, a Dong family elder struggled to break through Shi Tianhe's sword attack and attracted her attention. Another elder flashed behind Shi Tianhe and struck her back with his palm. Although Shi Tianhe's strength was not bad, after all, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Within 2 or 3 moves, she was beaten to a corner. Although she felt the strength coming from behind, she was already powerless. For a moment, she was burning with anxiety. Die. Right at this moment, a tender shout suddenly rang out. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes as a beautiful woman with an ice-cold expression suddenly appeared behind Shi Tianhe. That woman seemed to have casually sent out a palm strike. Yet it was enough to turn a third-order Dao Source Realm Dong family elder into a cloud of blood mist. She was Bing Yun's third disciple, and her seniority in the sect was extremely high. Now that someone was bullying an Ice Heart Valley disciple in front of her, how could Ji Yao show mercy? She killed the Dong family elder with a single palm. She then stretched out her hand and pulled Shi Tianhe over, protecting her behind her as she continued to strike forward with her jade white palms. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk a series of explosions rang out as several bloody mists exploded in the sky. Without exception, the Dong family elders who were besieging Shi Tianhe all exploded into bloody mists. Not even their bones remained, and they had no power to fight back. The Emperor Realm. A cry of alarm rang out, and the crowd went into an uproar. It turned out that Shi Tianhe was in a perilous situation. The onlookers thought that she was doomed this time, but they didn't expect that a beautiful woman with an ice-cold temperament from the Emperor Realm would suddenly jump out and kill a group of Dong family elders with one palm strike, turning the situation around abruptly. Chapter 26-24. Dong Hai's face turned pale, and he almost collapsed to the ground. This time, in order to arrest Shi Tianhe, the Dong family's third-order Dao Source Realm elders were all mobilized. After all, this was a matter of great importance, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He thought that this was a safe arrangement, but he didn't expect that they would be wiped out. The Dong family suddenly lost so many high-end combatants, and the family's power was bound to plummet. At that time, it was not impossible for the other families in the city to annex them. Dong Hai could hardly accept this reality, and his mind went blank. Who is it? Commander Yu was also shocked. As the guard commander of Peaceful City, How could he not know when an Emperor Realm Master had appeared in the city? This dereliction of duty was a serious crime. Moreover, the pressure Ji Yao gave him was even greater than the city lord's masters. In other words, this ice-cold woman was more powerful than the city lord. A master above the second-order Emperor realm, Commander Yu was also dripping with cold sweat. At the corner, when Bai Lu and Yan Shuaman saw what had happened, they were filled with lingering fear. They thought that between Yang Kai and Ji Yao, only their honored master, Yang Kai, was from the Emperor realm. Now, they knew that Ji Yao was also from the Emperor realm. Yesterday, Yan Shuaman wanted to buy her ship. Now that they thought about it, the other party was merciful yesterday. Otherwise, how could they still be alive? Peaceful City's Commander Yu Jun greets the master. May I know the name of this master? Commander Yu ran out and cupped his fist to Ji Yao while wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. His face was full of respect in front of a suspected second-order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't dare to be presumptuous. After all, the City Lord's master was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If this expert was really angered and started a massacre, then this peaceful city would be finished. Ji Yao didn't seem to hear Yu Zhen's words. She just turned her head and looked at Shi Tianhe with a frown. Shi Tianhe was also stunned. She held her sword in her hand. He turned his head and looked around, only to find that all the elders of the Dong family who had made things difficult for him were dead. Senior, Shi Tianhe was moved. She looked at Ji Yao and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me, Senior." Previously, she also thought that she was going to die for sure. Who knew that at this critical moment, she would receive help from a benefactor and turn misfortune into fortune? Shi Tianhe's heart was filled with gratitude. "Are you a disciple of Ice Heart Valley?" Ji Yao frowned and asked. As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if a huge rock had been smashed into the calm surface of a lake, causing a huge uproar. What? The Dong family's matriarch was a disciple of Ice Heart Valley? Are you serious? It can't be. If that was the case, wouldn't the Dong clan be finished then? No wonder Patriarch Dong didn't hesitate to expel his wife from the Dong family and sever all ties with her. It turns out she is a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. The Dong family head is so courageous. If it were a normal person, he would not be willing to drive such a beautiful lady out of the family. Everyone's discussion spread out, making Ji Yao and Yang Kai frown unceasingly. He didn't know what was going on. Hearing Ji Yao's question, Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly. "I don't dare claim to be a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Tianhe was expelled by honored master 100 years ago. Expelled from the sect? What crime did you commit?" Ji Yao asked after a moment of surprise. Ice Heart Valley's disciples could not be expelled unless they had committed some serious crime. Shi Tianhe's face was bitter as she glanced at Dong Hai, who was standing below. Ji Yao understood and coldly snorted. "So it was because of a man. You must have been blind to follow him even at the cost of being expelled from the sect. But now what? He expelled you from the Dong family again." As soon as these words came out, Shi Tianhe's eyes became red again. Undoubtedly, she had been stabbed in the heart and was speechless for a while. "It's over. It's over." Dong Hai heard the conversation between Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe, and his face seemed to have aged a lot, his body on the verge of collapse. He knew that the Dong family was really finished this time. Not to mention the heavy losses of the elders and the fall of the Dong family's influence. The relationship between Shi Tianhe and Ice Heart Valley was enough to doom the Dong family. After today, the Dong family would no longer have a place in Peaceful Peace City. Even if the great families in the city did not deal with the Dong family, the city lord would not tolerate the Dong family. Even if Shi Tianhe had been expelled from Ice Heart Valley 100 years ago, she was still a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now, in the entire Northern Territory, anyone who had the slightest relationship with Ice Heart Valley had never had a good ending. She's actually from Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai also showed a look of surprise. Previously, he had eavesdropped on the conversation between Commander Yu and Dong Hai. Commander Yu had said that Lady Dong came from a great sect, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Only now did he know that this great sect was actually Ice Heart Valley. In the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley was indeed a first-class force. One of its disciples married into the small Dong family in Peaceful Peace City. This was a great honor for the Dong family. Whose sect are you a disciple of? Ji Yao asked again. Shirtiana said softly, replying to Senior, Junior's honored master's surname is Zen, and her name is Ruo Yun. You are a disciple of eldest senior sister? Ji Yao trembled. And Ruo Yun, a second-order emperor, realm master, was the most senior among Bing Yun's disciples. She was the eldest senior sister of many senior sisters. During the years when Bing Yun was missing, it was Ruo Yun who took charge of Ice Heart Valley and supported it. It could be said that the name Ruo Yun was known to almost every cultivator in the Northern Territory. So, when they heard Shirtiana say that her honored master was Ruo Yun, there was an uproar. No one expected that the former matriarch of the Dong family would have such a great background. When they looked at Dong Hai again, their gazes became much more complicated. Dong Hai was Ruo Yun's disciple, and he was marrying her as his wife. Unfortunately, this glory of the past had now become a fatal blow to the Dong family. Eldest senior sister? Shirtianha was also stunned. She looked at Ji Yao blankly and asked, Senior is? This person called her honored master eldest senior sister, so she was obviously also a member of Ice Heart Valley. Shirtianha thought of the faces of her martial uncles in Ice Heart Valley, but she couldn't match any of them with this person in front of her, so she couldn't help but feel suspicious. I am your third martial aunt, Ji Yao said lightly. Shirtianha's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she cried out involuntarily, You are martial aunt Ji Yao. When she was in Ice Heart Valley, Ji Yao had already disappeared, so it was normal for her not to have seen Ji Yao. However, when she was in Ice Heart Valley, she had heard her honored master mention this long-lost martial aunt. Those martial uncles who were still in Ice Heart Valley were worried about her safety, but unfortunately, no one knew where she was. Ice Heart Valley had sent people out many times to look for her, but there was no news. Shirtianha had never thought that she would meet her in Peaceful Peace City today. For a moment, Shirtianha was overjoyed, and the sadness in her heart was diluted a lot when she saw Ji Yao. She quickly knelt in front of Ji Yao and said, Abandoned disciple of Ice Heart Valley, Shirtianha greets third martial aunt. Get up. Ji Yao stretched out her hand and lifted Shirtianha up, coldly snorting, as the disciple of eldest senior sister. You actually disobeyed her for a man. If I were her, I would have killed you directly. How could I have allowed you to live until today? Shirtianha smiled bitterly and didn't say a word. Ji Yao continued. However, senior sister spared your life, so it's not convenient for me to overstep my authority. Today, you have been expelled from the Dong family, so you are no longer a member of the Dong family. Come back to Ice Heart Valley with me and ask for forgiveness from eldest senior sister. Whether you live or die, it's all up to senior sister. Shirtianha wept and said, Thank you, third martial aunt. Ji Yao turned her head and looked coldly at the dazed Dong Hai below. Although Tianha is an abandoned disciple of my Ice Heart Valley, she is not someone you can bully. She abandoned her sect to follow you. It's fine if you treated her well, but now you have abandoned her. You deserve to die. As she spoke, she gently slapped her palm down. No, Shirtianha was shocked and stood in front of Ji Yao in a flash. She knelt on the ground and begged, Third martial aunt, don't kill him. Please don't kill him. Emperor Qi surged in Ji Yao's palm, but she didn't release it. She glared at Shi Tianhe and said angrily, "You still want to protect him at this time?" Shi Tianhe shook her head and cried, "He saved my life back then. Now, I ask third martial aunt to spare his life. Just treat it as this disciple paying him back with her life. From now on, our grievances are settled, and there will be no more contact between us." Ji Yao was furious. She wanted to slap this blind martial niece in front of her to death. Emperor Qi surged in her palm several times, but in the end, she couldn't bear to do it. After all, Shi Tianhe's fate was already bumpy enough. Helplessly, Ji Yao could only turn her head and look at Yang Kai, honored master. "What do you think?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment." As he spoke, he had already arrived in front of Dong Hai and slapped his chest. Dong Hai was sent flying before he could react. He crashed into a building not far away and fainted. Since Yang Kai had already made a move, Ji Yao naturally had no objections. She immediately dispersed her Emperor Qi. "Let's go." Yang Kai waved his hand and took the lead to fly into the air. Ji Yao hurriedly followed. Shi Tianhe looked back at Dong Hai, who was unconscious on the ground, and finally turned her head and disappeared from everyone's sight. It was only at this moment that the many cultivator at the city gate secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the emperor realm here, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear that their image would offend that master. "She's actually from Ice Heart Valley." At the corner, Bai Lu seemed to have discovered a shocking secret. He looked extremely excited. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, "Shueman, quickly go and tell your father that the Emperor realm from Ice Heart Valley has come to Peaceful Peace City and has just left. Tell him to quickly count the people and chase after them. Remember, don't alert them. Just follow them." "What about you?" Yan Shuoman looked at him and asked, "I'm going back to Black Thunder Pavilion and tell my father what happened here. I believe that my father will be very interested in that woman." Saying so, he had already rushed to the location of the space array in Peaceful Peace City. Through the space array, he could directly return to Black Thunder Pavilion, so it wouldn't take long for him to tell his father the news here. People from Ice Heart Valley dare to come out and cause trouble? Now, there's hope for revenge. Bai Lu sneered in his heart. Thinking of the scene where his father took action and captured the man and woman, he was secretly delighted. Chapter 26-25. In the sky, a group of 3 flew forward. Perhaps it was because Ji Yao hated Shi Tianhe for not becoming steel, but from time to time, she would glare at Shi Tianhe with extreme annoyance. As for Shi Tianhe, she had just experienced a great change. Although she managed to keep her life, she was also depressed. If not for the fact that she still had one last wish, she would have lost her will to live. "Honored master, you should have killed that man before. Why did you leave him alive?" After flying for half a day, Ji Yao finally couldn't help but speak. As soon as she spoke, her voice was filled with murderous intent. Obviously, she was still worried about Dong Hai's injuries. Yang Kai shook his head and didn't say anything. "Honored master?" Shi Tianhe was shocked when she heard this. She looked at Yang Kai in amazement before cupping her fists and saying, "Tianhe greets Senior. How should I address Senior?" She had been absent-minded all this time, and only now did she suddenly remember to ask about Yang Kai's identity. Moreover, when she heard her third martial aunt call him, that Shi Tianhe also felt strange. Her third martial aunt was a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, so shouldn't her honored master be Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder? Why would she call a man honored master? What's Senior? This is ancestral founder. You are really blind. Ji Yao gritted her teeth. Her heart was filled with hatred. Back then, she was expelled from the sect by her senior sister because of a man. Now that her ancestral founder was in front of her, she couldn't recognize her. If she wasn't blind, then what was? How could her senior sister accept such a disciple? Ancestral founder. Shi Tianhe was shocked. She stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, not knowing what kind of ancestral founder he was. Yang Kai quietly sent her a message. Tianhe, your third martial aunt has been outside all these years. She seems to have been provoked by something. There is something wrong with her head. She mistook me for Senior Bing Yun. I don't want to point it out. I'm afraid she will go crazy again. This time, I will send her back to Ice Heart Valley. When she sees Senior Bing Yun, she will understand. You should pretend now. Don't reveal any flaws. Shi Tianhe was shocked. She never thought that her third martial aunt, who looked extremely normal, would have a problem with her head. Mistaking a man for the founder, this was not a small problem. She was smart and quick-witted, so she quickly sorted out her emotions and bowed respectfully. Disciples' eyes are blind. Patriarch, please don't blame me. Humph. Ji Yao snorted coldly, looking like she did not want to see her. Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly. However, her expression quickly changed as she asked, Ancestor, have you and third martial uncle just returned to the Northern Territory? Yang Kai asked curiously, How did you know? Shi Tianhe said, Then you don't know about the sect? Ji Yao frowned and asked, What happened to the sect? Shi Tianhe's face was pale as she said, The sect has been surrounded. In the Northern Territory, many of the senior sisters who had married out had been murdered, and the foundation of the sect outside had been completely destroyed. Now, Ice Heart Valley is besieged and in imminent danger. What? When Yang Kai and Ji Yao heard this, their faces changed greatly. Ji Yao said angrily, Who did this? Seeking Passion Sect. Shi Tianhe's eyes flashed with hatred. Seeking Passion Sect? Ji Yao's pretty face sank. She shouted angrily, How dare they? Why did they do this to my Ice Heart Valley? Yang Kai frowned. He suddenly realized that this matter might have something to do with him. Thinking of this, he said, Tianhe, tell me the whole story in detail. We really didn't know that such a thing had happened to the sect. Yes. Shi Tianhe immediately gave a brief account of what had happened in the Northern Territory in the past few years. A few years ago, when the Shattered Star Sea opened in the Star Boundary, Seeking Passion sect Master Feng Xian suddenly brought people to Ice Heart Valley. On that day, Seeking Passion sect's masters gathered and pressured Ice Heart Valley. No one knew what kind of conflict had occurred. The masters of the two sides fought outside Ice Heart Valley, and both sides suffered heavy losses. Since then, Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were like fire and water. As time passed, the grievances between the two sects grew deeper and deeper. Many of Ice Heart Valley's disciples who had been married off were found by Seeking Passion sect and cruelly murdered. Some of Ice Heart Valley's foundations were also destroyed, and the forces that were related to Ice Heart Valley were also suppressed and persecuted. Half a year ago, countless masters of Seeking Passion sect, under the leadership of sect Master Feng Xian, seized Ice Moon City and sealed off Ice Heart Valley's surroundings. It seemed that they wanted to destroy Ice Heart Valley in one fell swoop. Ice Moon City was the closest city to Ice Heart Valley, and it was also the foundation of Ice Heart Valley since its inception. It was an important hub that connected Ice Heart Valley with the outside world. Now that even Ice Moon City had been occupied, it was obvious that Ice Heart Valley was in a difficult situation. Half a year had passed since then. Fortunately, Ice Heart Valley had the sect defending array, so it had been able to hold on until today. Both Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley are first-class sects in the Northern Territory, and their strength is almost the same. If there is no unresolvable grievance between the two sides, it is impossible for them to go to war. Tianhe, do you know the reason? Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. Shi Tianhe replied, At first no one knew, but later a rumor gradually spread. The reason why Seeking Passion sect was so decisive was that Feng Xian's son, Feng Shi, was killed in the Shattered Star Sea. Ji Yao sneered. His skills were inferior, so he was killed. Could it be that the one who killed Feng Shi was a disciple of my Ice Heart Valley? Shirtiana shook her head and said, No. It was said that it was a man named Yang Kai. Yang Kai has a close relationship with the ancestral founder. If Feng Xian wanted to find Yang Kai's traces and origins, he could only work on the ancestral founder. Unfortunately, the ancestral founder didn't say anything, so Feng Xian flew into a rage out of humiliation. He didn't hesitate to start a war between the two sects to avenge his son. Yang Kai. Ji Yao frowned. She vaguely felt that this name was familiar. Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong with her expression, so he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and quickly changed the topic. Although Seeking Passion sect is good, that Feng Xian is only a third-order Emperor Realm Master. How could he force Ice Heart Valley into such a state? Shirtiana shook her head and said, I don't know the specific situation. Disciple only knows that the sect is now in danger. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and he suddenly asked, You want to leave the Dong family and peaceful Peace City because you want to return to the sect and do your part? Shirtiana replied bitterly, Yes. Although Disciple was expelled from the sect by Honored Master, she is still a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. Now that the sect is in trouble, how can Disciple stand by and do nothing? It's just that the Dong family doesn't want to let me leave because once I expose my identity as a disciple of Ice Heart Valley, it will inevitably implicate the Dong family. Now, in the entire Northern Territory, no one dares to have anything to do with Ice Heart Valley. Ooh. Ji Yao looked at her in a daze and nodded. It's hard for you to have this kind of heart. Previously, she had expected better from Shirtianha and felt that her martial niece was hopeless. She was expelled from the sect for a man, and 100 years later, she was expelled from her family by that man. But now, it seemed that her martial niece still had some redeeming qualities. At the very least, when the sect was in trouble, she remembered to go back and do her part. Even though she knew that the sect was in a precarious situation and that the slightest mistake would cause her to turn to ashes, she still went back without hesitation. This was not something that anyone could do. Shirtiana shook her head and said, The sect raised me and taught me. Tianha is a disciple of Ice Heart Valley and will die as a ghost of Ice Heart Valley. Ji Yao nodded and said, Good. With your determination, Senior Sister will definitely accept you as a disciple again. Really? Shirtiana looked at Ji Yao in surprise. Ji Yao showed a rare smile. Don't worry. If she doesn't accept you, I won't recognize her as Senior Sister. Shirtiana was startled and hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. Third Martial Aunt, please don't joke with me. Honored Master, now that the sect is in trouble, we have to go back, quickly. Senior Sister can't do this alone. Ji Yao turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, But we have to deal with the tale behind us first. It seems that someone is watching us. HM? Ji Yao heard this and immediately turned her head to look behind her, only to see a small black dot on the horizon rushing towards them. Obviously, it was coming for them. Shirtiana's face changed, and she said, This is bad. We must have exposed our identities in Peaceful City and attracted the attention of some people. Tianha, do you know who is coming? Yang Kai turned around and asked lightly. Shirtiana frowned and said, If Disciple is not wrong, they should be people from Black Thunder Pavilion. Black Thunder Pavilion. Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a playful smile. Shirtiana said, Peaceful City and Black Thunder Pavilion have a close relationship. They are connected by a space array, so it is convenient to come and go. Black Thunder Pavilion is now attached to Seeking Passion sect. Now that we have exposed our identities, Black Thunder Pavilion will definitely not sit idly by. They must want to capture us and bring us to Seeking Passion sect to claim credit. That depends on whether they have the ability or not. Young Kai sneered. What is the cultivation of Black Thunder Pavilion's Pavilion Master? Black Thunder Pavilion's Pavilion Master, by you, is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Sure, Tiana's pretty face was solemn. They also have 4 first-order Emperor Realm Elders, including Peaceful City's City Lord, Yen Dong. That makes 5 first-order Emperor Realm Masters. Martial Ant, let's go first. Why go? It's rare for you to come to our door. Ji Yao glared at her. Sure, Tiana was stunned, not knowing where her third martial ant's confidence came from. Remembering that her third martial ant had some problems with her head, she quickly turned to Yang Kai to ask for his opinion. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, they are just a few clowns." Clowns? Sure, Tianhe was speechless. A second-order Emperor Realm Master and 5 first-order Emperor Realm Masters. How did they become clowns? Is this man's brain damaged like her third martial ant's? She was restless as she let her imagination run wild. But when she saw that both Yang Kai and Ji Yao's faces were calm, her heart gradually calmed down. From the moment she decided to leave the Dong family and return to the sect to do her best, she never thought that she would be able to survive. Perhaps she would be killed before she could return to the sect. After all, Ice Heart Valley was completely surrounded. As long as she showed herself, she would definitely be attacked, since she no longer cared about life and death. What in this world could scare her? Her only wish was to be able to return to her master's side before she died, and obtain her master's forgiveness and forgiveness. Chapter 26:26. Tianhe, stand behind your ancestral founder, Ji Yao said lightly. Yes. Sure, Tianhe didn't say much, and quickly hid behind Yang Kai, the fake ancestral founder. At this moment, the group of people chasing them could be clearly identified, and the fluctuations of Emperor Qi could be clearly felt. It was a little different from what Sure Tianhe had guessed. The leader was indeed a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and should be the Pavilion Master of Black Thunder Pavilion, by you. However, he wasn't followed by 5 first-order Emperor Realm Masters, but only 4, 1 less in number. Yang Kai thought about it again. Yesterday, there was a guy named Yan Qing, who was with Black Thunder Pavilion's young Pavilion Master by Lu, and had one of his arms crippled. Yan Qing should be an elder of Black Thunder Pavilion, and was probably recuperating at the moment, so he couldn't come. Even so, Black Thunder Pavilion had sent out all its forces to the Emperor Realm, which showed how much importance they attached to Yang Kai and Ji Yao. Asterisk, schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk, accompanied by the sound of the wind. 5 figures stopped a few dozen meters away from Yang Kai and Ji Yao. The leader had a white face and no beard. His appearance was somewhat similar to Bai Lu, so he should be the Pavilion Master of Black Thunder Pavilion, Bai Yu. The 4 people behind him were 2 middle-aged men and 2 elderly men. All of them had indifferent expressions and looked dignified, their eyes glaring at Yang Kai and Ji Yao. Sure Tianhe sent a message to Yang Kai. The one standing on the far left is Peaceful Peace City's City Lord Yen Dong. The other 3 are elders of Black Thunder Pavilion. Senior and third martial ant should be careful. Yang Kai nodded lightly. You are Bingyun's third disciple, Ji Yao. Not far away, the leader, Bai Yu, suddenly shouted. He could recognize Ji Yao not because he knew her. It was just that previously at the gate of Peaceful Peace City, Sure Tianhe had once called Ji Yao martial ant, so it was naturally heard by others. Impudent! How dare you call honored master by his name? Ji Yao's beautiful eyes flashed with anger as she gritted her teeth and shouted, Ha ha ha! Bai Yu laughed and ridiculed. Bing Yun is hiding in Ice Heart Valley and doesn't dare to come out, but your disciple has quite the temper. I don't know where you got the guts to run amok in the Northern Territory. The four people behind him were also smiling playfully, as if they were certain that Yang Kai and Ji Yao would be defeated. They couldn't be blamed for being so confident. After all, Bai Yu was a second-order Emperor Realm Master. In Ice Heart Valley, eldest disciple and Ruo Yun and second disciple's son Yun Xiu were both second-order Emperor Realm Masters. As the third disciple, Ji Yao's cultivation was at most the same level as Bai Yu's. If they really fought, Bai Yu wasn't afraid of her, not to mention that he had 4 first-order Emperor Realm Masters to help him. At that time, as long as they dealt with Yang Kai first, the rest of them would besiege Ji Yao together, and she wouldn't be able to do anything. Master, I'm going to tear his mouth off and dismember his body into 10,000 pieces. Ji Yao's chest heaved up and down in anger. Yes, go ahead. Leave the rest to me. Yang Kai nodded. Ji Yao obeyed. With a flicker of her tender body, she leapt directly above Bai Yu's head and waved her snow-white sword, sending sword flowers towards Bai Yu. How dare you, cheap slave! Bai Yu shouted as he stretched out his hand and grasped the air, summoning a long spear in his hand. Pushing his Emperor Qi, he thrust the spear forward, shattering the sword flowers as it swept towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao's expression didn't change. With a sweep of her sword, a sword wave slashed towards Bai Yu. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle. Emperor Qi surging, principles colliding, and Emperor Qi colliding. While fighting with Ji Yao, Bai Yu said, "Go and kill those two, then come back and help me." Yes, Serene Peace City's City Lord Yen Dong and the other 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders obeyed and immediately took action. With a tap of their feet, the 4 of them spread out and surrounded Yang Kai and Shi Tianhe. Madame Dong, Yen Dong looked at Shi Tianhe coldly and said, "This city lord really didn't expect you to be a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. You really hid it from this city lord." Shi Tianhe gritted her teeth and said, "I was expelled from Ice Heart Valley 100 years ago, so I'm not considered a disciple of Ice Heart Valley anymore." Yen Dong chuckled and said, "No matter what, you were once a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. I heard that you were in Ruo Yun's disciple." "So what?" Yen Dong sighed and said, "Back then, when this city lord was traveling outside, he got to know a disciple of Ice Heart Valley. That person was pure, beautiful, and intelligent, just like Madame Dong. This city lord was very fond of her, but unfortunately, falling flowers were unrequited. That woman looked down on this city lord, which made the city lord feel regretful. Even now, I still sigh when I think about it." City Lord Yen had such a romantic past. A Black Thunder Pavilion elder next to him couldn't help but laugh. "I've never heard of this before." Yes, if that woman had accepted City Lord Yen back then, I'm afraid she would have been implicated today. Fortunately, City Lord Yen is blessed by the heavens. Another Black Thunder Pavilion elder also laughed. Yen Dong waved his hand and said, "It's all in the past, so don't laugh at this, Yen. However, although it has been many years, this city lord still remembers that woman's name is Yudan. I wonder if Madame Dong knows her?" Senior Sister Yudan, Shi Tianhe, was surprised and said, "You actually know Senior Sister Yudan?" Looking at her expression, it was obvious that she knew Yudan. Yen Dong chuckled and said, "You are all disciples of Enruo Yun, so you really do know each other. Good, very good." As he spoke, he kept nodding, and the light in his eyes gradually became dangerous. The Black Thunder Pavilion elder, who had been silent all this time, looked at him thoughtfully and said, "City Lord Yen, you can't be thinking of making up for the regret of the past today, right?" Yen Dong smiled and said, "Why not?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. That Black Thunder Pavilion elder said, "City Lord Yen is indeed elegant. This Madame Dong has been married for many years. This Yen is very fond of this charming and beautiful woman. Moreover, she is Yudan's senior sister. Since this Yen is unable to obtain a senior sister, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get a junior sister to play with. Elders, when you attack later, please be a little more tender towards the fairer sex. Do not hurt her. The Black Thunder Pavilion elders didn't know what to say, but they all knew that the matter of the past had become a knot in Yen Dong's heart. If they could capture Shirtiena today, it would be enough. They all nodded and said, "Since City Lord Yen has said so, we will naturally give you face." Yen Dong chuckled and said, "Then I will thank you in advance." Shirtiena blushed and said angrily, "Yen Dong, I didn't expect you to be so despicable and shameless. Dong Hai has been following your lead all these years and listened to your orders." "Dong Hai?" Yen Dong coldly snorted. "Why did that dead man mention him?" "Don't worry, he doesn't care about you. This city lord will take good care of you in the future." "Dead man?" Shirtiena's pretty face turned pale, and she asked in shock, "What did you do to him?" Yen Dong sneered and said, "As the patriarch of the Dong family, what do you think will happen to him after marrying an Ice Heart Valley disciple? Now he has been torn to pieces by this city lord, and the Dong family no longer exists." Shirtiena's tender body trembled, and she was completely stunned. Although she knew that the Dong family wouldn't have a good end after her identity was exposed, she still couldn't accept this news. That was the man she had been married to for 100 years, the man she had followed without hesitation and left her sect, but now he was dead. "I'll kill you, you bastard." Shirtiena's eyes turned red as she drew her long sword and burst out with all her strength, wanting to kill Yen Dong. But before she could move, she felt someone pat her shoulder and froze her in place. If it weren't for Yang Kai's Emperor Qi, she would have fallen to the ground. Yen Dong looked at Yang Kai coldly and snorted, "Little brat, you're about to die and you still have time to care about other people's business." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Are you so confident that you can kill me?" Saying so, he pulled Shirtiena behind him. His fearless expression made Yen Dong and the rest frown. They didn't know where his confidence came from. They knew Ji Yao's identity, but they didn't know who this man was or what kind of strength he had, so they couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. "Who is your excellency?" In the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley is being targeted by everyone and will soon be destroyed. If your excellency is smart, you should meddle in this muddy water. Yen Dong looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, "That's right. If your excellency can mend his ways, we can be friends." A Black Thunder Pavilion elder also nodded and said, "Friends like you? This young master can't afford to be friends with you." Yang Kai grinned. "It's better for everyone to fight it out. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and deal with that person." At this moment, Baiyu's angry voice suddenly rang out. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look, and their faces couldn't help but change. That was because they discovered that Baiyu, who was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, was actually at a disadvantage in this battle. A frigid aura filled the air, and Baiyu struggled to resist Ji Yao's attacks, her face turning slightly pale. From the looks of it, he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The few people were startled and realized that they had underestimated Ji Yao's strength. Even though she was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, she was much stronger than Baiyu. "If you don't help, your Pavilion Master will be finished." Yang Kai looked at them with a smile. At the same time, he released his Emperor Qi and deliberately revealed his cultivation. "Don't worry, this young master isn't strong, just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Don't be afraid. Let's attack together." First-order Emperor Realm Master. He really is a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Damn. A trivial first-order Emperor dares to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger and scare this king. Yen Dong and the 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders shouted. Previously, they were afraid that Yang Kai's cultivation was higher than theirs, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They wanted to probe his strength first, but they didn't expect him to expose himself. What was so scary about a first-order Emperor Realm Master? All four of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Even if one of them wasn't his opponent, how could the four of them not be a match? Attack! One of the Black Thunder Pavilion elders shouted. In the next moment, the four of them pounced on Yang Kai from all directions, their Emperor Qi surging as they used their secret techniques to attack. Chapter 26-27. The scene of four people from the Emperor realm rushing over at the same time was truly frightening. Shi Tianhe was pinned to the ground by Yang Kai. She felt her body suddenly sink, as if a mountain was pressing down on her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. While she was still in shock, the four people's attacks arrived. Asterisk, hong hong hong, asterisk after a loud bang. Shi Tianhe's heart almost jumped out of her chest. She thought she was dead for sure. But when she looked again, she strangely found that she had appeared in a different place without anyone noticing. The four people's attacks did not hurt her at all. Yang Kai stood in front of her, clapping his hands together and pulling. A huge pitch-black moon blade took shape. The pitch-black moon blade fluctuated with terrifying energy fluctuations, like the scythe of the death god, waiting for an opportunity to reap the lives of all living beings. With a swoosh, the moon blade flew out and slashed towards the four people from the Emperor realm. Not good. Yen Dong's face changed as he shouted. After missing his first attack, he realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Although this young man was indeed a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, his speed was very strange. With this kind of speed, he was almost invincible in a fight. When he turned around, he saw the huge moon blade whistling towards him. Yen Dong was so scared that he hurriedly retreated and shouted, "Elders, dodge." He reacted quickly and dodged quickly, but the three Black Thunder Pavilion elders were not as smart. The three of them were still wondering what was going on. They did not see Yang Kai move at all. So why did he suddenly disappear? By the time they heard Yen Dong's warning, the moon blade was already in front of them. The three Black Thunder Pavilion elders shouted in unison. They pushed their Emperor Qi. They mobilized their principal strength to resist. Asterisk Qi 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 Qi. Asterisk a scene that shocked them to their very core appeared. Wherever the moon blade passed, it tore apart their Emperor Qi and principles like a hot knife through butter. Asterisk poo. Asterisk with a soft sound. The pitch-black moon blade cut through the body of the Black Thunder Pavilion elder in front of it and slashed towards the second elder without slowing down. The second elder was not spared either. He had also been slashed by the moon blade. When it came to the third middle-aged elder, he finally had the opportunity to lean his body slightly, allowing the crescent blade to slice through his arm. Yen Dong's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the two Black Thunder Pavilion elders whose bodies had been sliced by the moon blade. He didn't even dare to blink. With a crash, the two elders suddenly split into two halves, blood and internal organs raining down from the sky. At the same time, a miserable cry rang out. Yen Dong was so shocked that he quickly turned his head to look. The third middle-aged elder from the Black Thunder Pavilion had one of his arms cut off. Blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain. From the wound, one could faintly see the beating heart in his chest. The injury was not light. SSS. Yen Dong sucked in a breath of cold air, his clothes drenched in sweat, as he turned his head in shock. He looked at Yang Kai in horror and said, Who are you?" One move. With just a single move, he had killed two First-Order Emperor Realm Elders of Profound Thunder Pavilion and severely injured the other. Was this something a First-Order Emperor Realm Master could do? Was he even human? Yen Dong was truly frightened. If Yang Kai hadn't taken the initiative to use his strength just now and revealed his First-Order Emperor Realm cultivation, he would have thought that Yang Kai was just a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Shi Tianhe, who was standing behind Yang Kai, was also shocked and couldn't help but gulp. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the power that was binding her had disappeared, and she had regained her freedom. Yang Kai grinned. He said, "You don't even know who I am, yet you came looking for trouble. It seems that City Lord Yen has never died before." Die. Yen Dong's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the two dead Black Thunder Pavilion elders. He then glanced at Bai Yu, who looked like she wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and transformed into a beam of light as he quickly fled. He didn't dare to stay any longer. If the other party could kill two people from the Emperor realm who were as strong as him in an instant, it would be easy for the other party to take his life. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that his life would end here. But in front of the other party's unpredictable speed, Yen Dong didn't have the confidence to escape. So, as he ran, he looked back anxiously, only to see that Yang Kai was still standing in the same place and didn't seem to have any intention of chasing him. The speed of the Emperor realm was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Yen Dong had disappeared without a trace. Only then did Yen Dong gasp for breath. There was a look of fear on his face, as well as a sense of relief that he had just survived a calamity. He didn't know why the other party didn't chase after him, but since he was allowed to run, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. After flying for a few dozen breaths, Yen Dong regained a little sense of security. No matter how fast the young man was, since there was no sign of him chasing after him, it meant that he was safe. Before he could finish his thought, Yen Dong suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression solemn, as he looked towards the front not too far away. In the void in front of him, it was like a calm lake that had a stone thrown into it. Ripples appeared, and from the center of the ripples, there was a strange energy fluctuation. His vision blurred, and a figure that almost scared him out of his wits appeared like a ghost. Deng, 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 deng. Yen Dong retreated in shock, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He stared at Yang Kai and said, "How could you?" Speaking up to this point, he suddenly thought of something and shouted, "The Space Divine Technique!" He had heard that a cultivator who had mastered the Space Divine Technique would be able to achieve the miraculous ability of teleportation through space. But that was just hearsay. The Space Divine Technique wasn't something that could be mastered so easily. The power of space was extremely rare, and even if one had no affinity with it, they wouldn't be able to master it even if they spent their entire life trying. In the entire star realm, there was one person who had extremely high attainments in the power of space. He was known as the #1 person under the great emperors. That person was the famous Li Wu Yi of the Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Territory. Yen Dong never expected that he would actually encounter an enemy who was proficient in the power of space, and from the looks of it, this person's methods weren't much worse than Li Wu Yi's. It turned out that this person wasn't letting him escape, but had the confidence to stop him. With a miraculous ability to teleport through space, no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to escape. City Lord Yan's eyesight is not bad. Yang Kai laughed dryly. Yen Dong's expression changed again, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "This city lord will fight it out with you?" He knew that he couldn't escape, and from the way the other party had killed the Black Thunder Pavilion elder, even if he begged for mercy, the other party might not let him go. If he wanted to live, he could only fight with his life on the line. Yen Dong was also a decisive person. As soon as he finished speaking, he released all of his strength, and a long saber appeared in his hand. His body moved along with the saber, and a saber light soared into the sky as he slashed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted, raised his hand, and slapped out with his palm. Under the surge of his emperor chi, the glaring blade light was instantly extinguished, and his palm landed on Yen Dong's chest. Asterisk, poo asterisk, Yen Dong spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards, falling to the ground and creating a deep crater. Struggling to climb out of the hole, Yen Dong's eyes trembled as he stared at Yang Kai, who was slowly descending from the sky, and shouted, "You're not a First-Order Emperor, Realm Master. Who are you?" How could a First-Order Emperor, Realm Master injure him? So easily, with a single palm strike. How could a First-Order Emperor, Realm Master kill 2 of the 3 Black Thunder Pavilion elders and injure one in an instant? Yen Dong was almost certain that Yang Kai was definitely hiding his cultivation and deliberately playing with them. It was laughable that they all thought that Ji Yao was the strongest, but in the end, they met a tough opponent. Guess. Yang Kai winked at him, and in the blink of an eye, another pitch-black moon blade appeared in his hand. However, this moon blade was not as big as the previous one. Even so, Yen Dong's face turned ashen when he sensed the energy fluctuations contained in it. This was a technique condensed from space principles, and under the support of space principles, he could not resist at all. "Wait!" Yen Dong hurriedly shouted. Since he could not win, he could only beg for mercy. Yang Kai did not intend to give him a chance to speak, and with a flick of his finger, the moon blade flew towards Yen Dong. With a soft sound, the moon blade cut through Yen Dong's body, and the city lord of Peaceful City fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. After falling to the ground, his body was immediately split in half. Yang Kai reached out and took the space ring from Yen Dong's hand, and with a flicker he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already returned to Shi Tianhe's side. With the sound of fighting, Yang Kai glanced over and found that Ji Yao and Bai Yu were fighting to the death. However, Bai Yu was in a sorry state at the moment, his hair disheveled, and there were many wounds on his body. Unfortunately, under the influence of Ji Yao's ice concept, the blood was frozen as soon as it flowed out. As for Bai Yu, his hair was covered in frost, and his movements were clumsy. It was obvious that the principles and concepts he comprehended could not be compared to Ji Yao's, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated and died. "Senior, these are the space rings of those 3 people." Seeing Yang Kai return, Shi Tianhe respectfully handed over the 3 space rings. The seriously injured Black Thunder Pavilion elder from before was also dead. Yang Kai had taken his life before chasing after Yen Dong. At this moment, the smell of blood was pungent, and the ground was covered in colorful intestines and dark red blood. It was like hell on earth, and Yang Kai nodded, took the 3 space rings, and put them together with the space ring he had obtained from Yen Dong. After a little investigation, he found that these people were quite rich, especially Yen Dong's space ring, which contained a lot of source crystals and many precious treasures. "Senior," Shi Tianhe called out in a low voice. Since Yang Kai showed his terrifying strength, the way she looked at Yang Kai now was a little strange, no longer as casual as before. Instead, she looked at him with awe. Who are you?" "Me. My name is Yang Kai." Yang Kai grinned at her. Chapter 26-28. Yang Kai. Shi Tianhe froze for a moment before exclaiming in shock, "Senior, you're that." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Yes, I'm the one Seeking Passion sect has been looking for." Hearing Yang Kai admit it himself, Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly. When she heard those rumors before, she had cursed Yang Kai for being unkind. After all, the root cause of Ice Heart Valley's calamity was Yang Kai. Because he killed Feng Shi in the Shattered Star Sea, Feng Xian was enraged, which led to a series of subsequent conflicts that led to the current chaotic situation in the Northern Territory. Shi Tianhe never thought that one day the culprit behind the chaos in the Northern Territory would appear in front of her. Thinking about it, Shi Tianhe was shocked again, because she suddenly remembered that Feng Shi was killed in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago. In other words, Yang Kai was also in the Shattered Star Sea a few years ago, and only a cultivator below the Emperor realm could enter the Shattered Star Sea. Didn't that mean that Yong-kai was only a Tao source realm a few years ago? Now, he was at most a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. But even though they were all First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, the Elders of Black Thunder Pavilion and the City Lord of Peaceful Peace City were not his opponents at all. The cultivation Yong-kai showed before was his true cultivation, and he didn't hide it at all. If it hadn't happened in front of her, Shi Tianhe wouldn't have believed it. When did a First-Order Emperor Realm Master become so easy to kill? Previously, she had fantasized that if she could find that guy named Yong-kai one day, she would capture him and hand him over to Seeking Passion sect. She would then resolve the crisis of her sect. But now she didn't dare to have such thoughts. It's over for Baiyu. At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly spoke up. Shi Tianhe quickly looked up and saw a dazzling light blooming over there. A chilling chill swept through the world, accompanied by a flash of sword light. The battle finally came to an end. The light dissipated. Ji Yao didn't move. She lightly swung the long sword in her hand. Her face was as calm as the wind. Instead, a lump of ice had unknowingly appeared before her. Within that lump of ice was a person, the pavilion master of the Black Thunder Pavilion, Baiyu. After being sealed in the ice, Baiyu's face was filled with fear and shock. She couldn't believe that she had lost so thoroughly. He was completely powerless to fight back. Whoosh! The block of ice fell to the ground. When it hit the ground, it shattered with a loud bang. As for the white jade that was sealed within, it also began to crack apart, leaving not a single piece intact. Just as Ji Yao had said earlier, she had indeed torn the other party's corpse into pieces. With a swoosh, Ji Yao appeared beside Yong-kai. He looked left and right. He didn't ask where the other four enemies went. The blood and minced meat on the ground were the best proof. He nodded to Yong-kai and said, "Shirzun, let's hurry back to the valley." Previously, she didn't know the situation of Ice Heart Valley, but now that she heard the news from Shi Tianhe that Ice Heart Valley was besieged, Ji Yao was anxious to return. She couldn't wait to return to the valley and share the joys and sorrows of her sisters. Yong-kai nodded. While speaking, he winked at Shi Tianhe. Shi Tianhe was a smart person. She quickly turned around and flew out. She retrieved Baiyu's dead space ring. At this time, Ji Yao also threw out her small ship. The three of them landed on the deck one by one. Ji Yao formed a seal with her hands, and the ship instantly shot forward. "Senior Yang, this is for you." Shi Tianhe handed over a space ring that was frozen in ice and still worn on a severed finger. Yong-kai took it and used his Emperor Qi to melt the ice. He threw away the severed finger and threw the ring back to Shi Tianhe. "Senior Yang, this is..." Shi Tianhe looked at Yong-kai blankly. "This is your third martial uncle's trophy. Since your third martial uncle doesn't like it, you can take it. When you return to Ice Heart Valley in the future, cultivate well and don't disappoint your master again." Yong-kai smiled. Shi Tianhe said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior Yang." "Thank you, third martial uncle. What's Senior Yang?" Ji Yao glared at her. "I already told you. This is your ancestral founder." "Yes, thank you, ancestral founder." Shi Tianhe's face changed, and she quickly corrected herself. She didn't know how to explain it to Ji Yao. Quietly glancing at Yong-kai, she found that Yong-kai also had a helpless look on his face. 2 days later, 3,000 kilometers away from Ice Heart Valley, atop a snowy mountain, snow continued to fall, and the ground was freezing cold. Kai Yang and the others stood at the top of the mountain, gazing into the distance. Ji Yao couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Looking at the familiar scenery and smelling the familiar air, she felt as if she had been reborn. She couldn't suppress the joy in her heart. Perhaps it was because she was close to home, but there was still a faint trace of fear and worry in Ji Yao's eyes. There are so many people. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief as white steam filled the air in front of him. Standing here, one could clearly see that there were cultivators patrolling back and forth outside Ice Heart Valley. These cultivators were obviously not Ice Heart Valley's disciples. There were even groups of 3 to 5 people guarding Ice Heart Valley's main entrances and exits. The entire Ice Heart Valley seemed to be surrounded by an iron bucket. Where did Seeking Passion sect get so many people? Yang Kai frowned slightly. From the information he obtained from Shi Tianhe, Yang Kai learned that not only was Ice Heart Valley besieged, but the nearby Ice Moon City had also been seized. Ice Moon City was an important hub for Ice Heart Valley to communicate with the outside world. After it was seized, it was equivalent to cutting off their connection with the outside world. Seeking Passion sect had to besiege Ice Heart Valley and occupy Ice Moon City. So how could they have so many people? Shi Tianhe said, there are many sects and families in the Northern Territory that rely on Seeking Passion sect. This time, Seeking Passion sect has caused such a big commotion, so those subordinate forces must have come to help. Even so, there shouldn't be so many people. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and suddenly said, Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect are both great forces. Seeking Passion sect has its own sects and families, so does Ice Heart Valley. As far as I know, many of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples have been married off, right? With this kind of relationship. Now Ice Heart Valley is in danger. Won't those forces come to help? Shi Tianhe smiled bitterly when she heard this, not knowing how to answer. On the other hand, Ji Yao spoke up. Honored Master, didn't you set a rule when you established Ice Heart Valley? Marriage is prohibited in Ice Heart Valley, but the disciples who marry off will no longer have any connection with Ice Heart Valley. You were concerned at that time because you didn't want the world to misunderstand that Ice Heart Valley used marriage as an excuse to expand its influence. Yang Kai was stunned. Is there such a rule? Ji Yao said angrily. You set the rule yourself. Yang Kai laughed dryly. Master was confused. Who is sneaking around here? Just as the 3 of them were looking around, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and in an instant, a group of 5 figures appeared in front of Yang Kai and the others. This group of 5 was led by an elderly man, while the other 4 looked to be under 40 years old. There were no women, only men. With a sweep of his divine sense, Yang Kai could tell that these 5 people were only in the Tao Source realm. The old man in the lead was only in the second-order Tao Source realm, while the other 4 were in the first-order Tao Source realm. Who are you? Yang Kai squinted and asked. As he spoke, he unleashed a bit of his oppressive might to envelop the 5 people. The faces of the 5 people changed drastically, and the elderly man in the lead was even more terrified. He cupped his fists and said, Fong Minghui greets Master. We have offended you a little. Please forgive us, Master. Realizing that Yang Kai was in the Emperor realm, how could Fong Minghui dare to act presumptuously? He quickly lowered his posture, lest he upset Yang Kai. What are you doing here? Yang Kai asked with a cold face. Fong Minghui quickly said, We were ordered to patrol. Saying so, he showed a flattering smile to Yang Kai. Patrol? Are you disciples of the Seeking Passion sect? Yang Kai frowned. Fong Minghui shook his head and said, No, we are from Twin Jade City's Fong family. The people behind me are all disciples of the Fong family. Twin Jade City's Fong family. Yang Kai suddenly understood. A subsidiary force? Master must be joking. Fong Minghui laughed. My Fong family is just a small family. How can we climb up a big tree like the Seeking Passion sect? I'm afraid the Seeking Passion sect won't even put the entire Twin Jade City in their eyes. Yang Kai asked curiously, since you are not a subsidiary force of the Seeking Passion sect, why are you here? Then what are you doing here? Who ordered you to patrol here? This place was very close to Ice Heart Valley. Now that the Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley were like fire and water. A war could break out at any time. Unrelated people wouldn't stay here, right? Fong Minghui was stunned and said, "Naturally, we were ordered by the Seeking Passion sect." Yang Kai snorted and said, "You speak nonsense. This king is confused. If you don't explain clearly, this king will immediately pull out your tongue." Fong Minghui was shocked and hurriedly said, "Senior, please don't be angry. This one is really here on the orders of the Seeking Passion sect. My Fong family has nothing to do with the Seeking Passion sect. This one isn't lying." The four people behind him also turned pale, thinking that the people from the Emperor realm were really not to be trifled with. Just because he was in a bad mood, he wanted to pull out someone's tongue. This was simply too violent. When they could break through to the Emperor realm, they would be able to pull out someone's tongue and play with it, since you have nothing to do with the sect. Why would you listen to orders? Do you think this king is easy to fool? Yang Kai looked at Fong Minghui indifferently. Fong Minghui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "What are you saying, sir? There are many like my Fong family in the vicinity of Ice Heart Valley." As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to understand something and looked at Yang Kai timidly. "Master, have you never heard of the Seeking Passion sect's recruitment notice?" "What recruitment notice?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. Fong Minghui sighed and said, "Master, you really haven't heard of it. Tell me in detail. If you do, I won't pull out your tongue." "Yes, yes, yes." Fong Minghui nodded repeatedly and immediately explained. A few years ago, the Seeking Passion sect and Ice Heart Valley fought. Both sects were top sects in the Northern Territory and had similar strength, so both sides suffered losses. Later, in order to avoid losses, the Seeking Passion sect issued a recruitment notice informing all cultivator in the Northern Territory that as long as they were willing to temporarily join the Seeking Passion sect, obey their orders, and help them deal with Ice Heart Valley, not only would they be rewarded with source crystals, artifacts, and secret arts, they could even become a subsidiary force of the Seeking Passion sect in the future. What's more, after destroying Ice Heart Valley, they could divide the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley among themselves. Chapter 26-29. Divide up Ice Heart Valley's disciples. Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Fong Minghui grinned wickedly and said, "The women of Ice Heart Valley are all as pure as ice and as pure as jade, cold as ice, and all of them have extraordinary talent. If anyone can obtain one or two of them in this life, they will have no regrets." In the Northern Territory, Ice Heart Valley had a great reputation, and the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley were like goddesses in the eyes of the smaller forces. They could only be admired from afar and not profaned. Since ancient times, countless men in the Northern Territory had taken pride in marrying an Ice Heart Valley disciple. However, very few could actually do it. Now that Seeking Passion sect's recruitment notice had been issued, countless men in the Northern Territory went crazy. The rewards weren't a big deal, but if they made some kind of contribution after Ice Heart Valley was destroyed, they would be able to divide one or two of the Ice Heart Valley's female disciples among themselves. Even if they were officially married, it would not be shameful and would only make others envious. "Are you also here for Ice Heart Valley's disciples?" Yang Kai looked at Fong Minghui curiously. This guy was already so old, but he still had such thoughts. Fong Minghui smiled bitterly. "I don't dare to ask for too much. I just hope to get some rewards from Seeking Passion sect, which will be enough for my Fong family to enjoy for many years. If I can join Seeking Passion sect, that would be the best." Yang Kai chuckled and asked, "How many people has Seeking Passion sect recruited now?" 100,000. Most of them are family forces like my Fong family, but there are also some second or third-class sects that have come to serve. Aren't you afraid that Ice Heart Valley will come to settle accounts with you in the future?" Fong Minghui shook his head. "Ice Heart Valley has no chance." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Fong Minghui said, "This junior does not know the details. I only know that Seeking Passion Sect now has two third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Although Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder Bing Yun also has this cultivation, she is only one person. How can she fight against Seeking Passion Sect? In the years of fighting, Ice Heart Valley has suffered heavy casualties. If not for this, they would not have retreated to Ice Heart Valley and relied on the sect defending Array to survive. Furthermore, and what?" Yang Kai asked. Fong Minghui smiled lightly. "Ice Heart Valley won't be able to hold on much longer. At the very least, Ice Heart Valley will be defeated in half a month, at most a month." "Oh," Yang Kai snorted. "You're just a trivial second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Where does your confidence come from?" Fong Minghui looked around cautiously before whispering. "Sect Master Feng Xian has invited Grandmaster Nan Men over to study how to break the Spirit Array. I'm afraid it won't be long before Ice Heart Valley's sect defending Array is broken. With our full strength, how could Ice Heart Valley be able to resist?" Standing behind Yang Kai, Ji Yao and Shirtiana's expressions changed again and again. At this moment, their beautiful faces had turned pale. Fong Minghui rambled on for a while before saying, "This master, do you want to join in as well?" Currently, the Seeking Passion Sect was recruiting talents with the strength of the master. "I'm sure the Seeking Passion Sect will welcome you." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "Even I can?" Fong Minghui nodded and said, "Naturally. As long as you go to Ice Moon City to register and explain your origins, you will be able to contribute to the Seeking Passion Sect. When the time comes, you will naturally receive many benefits. By the way, I haven't asked where Master is from. If you are related to Ice Heart Valley, the Seeking Passion Sect will not accept you." This time, before Yang Kai could speak, Ji Yao took a step forward and said coldly, "This queen is Ji Yao from Ice Heart Valley." As soon as she said this, the expressions of Fong Minghui and the others changed drastically. They all retreated. The Fong family cultivators never expected that the other party they had been talking to for so long was actually someone from Ice Heart Valley. Didn't they say that the people of Ice Heart Valley were hiding in the sect and didn't dare to come out? Even the sect defending Array had been activated. So how did these people come out? Run. Fong Minghui was a decisive person. He knew that his words just now must have made the other party unhappy, so he roared and tried to escape. The four Fong family cultivators behind him also reacted quickly, urging their source Qi one after another. But before they could leave, a chilling aura suddenly spread out. Asterisk, Kacha. Asterisk with a soft sound, the ground turned into frozen earth, and even the surrounding space seemed to be frozen. The five people froze in place, unable to move. "Spare his life," Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. Ji Yao frowned, but still held back a little, only freezing the other four Fong family cultivators into ice sculptures, leaving Fong Minghui standing there stiffly. His lips were blue from the cold, and his teeth were chattering. With a long face, he said, "Master, please spare my life. Since my Fong family joined the Seeking Passion Sect, we have never done anything wrong to Ice Heart Valley. We have only patrolled the periphery and have never hurt a single Ice Heart Valley disciple." Ooh. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and knocked him out. He then reached out and picked him up. With a wave of his sleeve, he shattered the remaining four frozen Fong family disciples into powder. "Honored Master, why did you spare his life?" Ji Yao looked at the unconscious Fong Minghui with cold eyes. Somewhat puzzled, what he just told us needs to be told to someone else. Perhaps we can get some other information from him. Yang Kai explained lightly before calling out, "Return to Ice Heart Valley." "Yes." Ji Yao and Shirtiana nodded. Under the surge of space principles, Yang Kai wrapped the two women up before his figure flickered and disappeared. When they reappeared, the three of them were already outside Ice Heart Valley's sect defending Grand Array. This sect defending Grand Array was extremely sturdy and huge, forming a translucent light barrier that enveloped the entire Ice Heart Valley. From a distance, it looked like a big ball had been placed on the ground. Everything inside the light screen was hazy and blurry, and he couldn't see clearly. Such a sect defending Grand Array was definitely not easy to break. Although Seeking Passion sect was strong, they could not break through it by force, so they could only invite an array master to break it. However, the source crystals consumed to support such a grand array must be an astronomical figure. Under normal circumstances, this sect defending Grand Array would only be fully activated when the sect was in danger of being exterminated. Having observed the Snow Mountain Range for a long time, Yang Kai had a good idea of the patrolling patterns in the vicinity. At this moment, he brought Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe over without alarming anyone. Yao, open the array. Yang Kai swept out his divine sense and ordered Ji Yao while remaining vigilant. Yes. Ji Yao nodded and quickly took out a token from her space ring, poured her Emperor Qi into it, and waved it gently at the light barrier in front of her. A ray of light shot out and immediately tore open a hole in the light barrier. Before the hole could close, Yang Kai and the others had already entered. This sect defending Grand Array could not be opened by others, but as Bing Yun's third disciple, Ji Yao naturally had a way to open it. Who is it? Before the three of them could even stabilize themselves, a delicate shout was heard. Immediately after, a sword light suddenly appeared, and a delicate body was wrapped in the sword light. It was like a meteor falling from the ninth heaven, dazzling like a rainbow. Emperor Qi instantly filled the air, and an icy aura descended, causing Shi Tianhe to shiver involuntarily. Seventh junior sister? Is that seventh junior sister? Ji Yao shouted in a trembling voice as she stared at the figure wrapped in the sword light. She did not even have the intention to resist. A cry of surprise came from the sword light, followed by the light barrier dissipating, revealing a petite figure. After landing on the ground, the figure held a long sword and stared forward. Seventh junior sister. Ji Yao's delicate body trembled as she shouted. Third senior sister. On the other side, the petite figure was also excited, almost unable to believe her eyes. After shouting, she rubbed her eyes vigorously and found that the person standing in front of her was really her third senior sister, Ji Yao, who had been missing for many years without any news. Looking at each other, the senior sister and junior sister were extremely excited. Their figures flickered as they rushed towards each other and soon hugged each other. Third senior sister, you're finally back. Where have you been all these years? The petite figure threw herself into Ji Yao's arms and asked in a choked voice. Ji Yao's eyes were also red, but she still suppressed her emotions. Gently stroking the petite figure's hair, she said softly, I'm sorry, I made you worry. At that moment, some of the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley who had heard the commotion also ran over. Soon, there were over 100 people surrounding them, all of them holding sharp swords and radiating murderous intent. They all thought it was an enemy invasion, but when they saw their seventh martial uncle hugging a woman intimately, all of them were dumbfounded. After hearing the conversation between the two, the group of Ice Heart Valley's female disciples suddenly understood. That's third martial aunt. What? She's martial aunt Ji Yao, who has been missing for many years? Yes, it's her. I saw her portrait in the restricted area. There's no way I'm mistaken. Martial aunt Ji Yao actually came back. The sect is in danger. So martial aunt's return is a blessing for the sect. Ancestral founder will definitely be very happy. There's finally a happy occasion for Ice Heart Valley. The group of women chattered like a flock of skylarks, all of them exuding an aura of joy. Junior sister? Another tender voice called out. Among the crowd, a tall woman with delicate features stared at Shi Tianhe, who was standing behind Yang Kai, and called out in surprise, "Junior sister Tianhe?" Tianhe heard this and looked over, her tender body trembling slightly as she suppressed the excitement in her heart and called out in a trembling voice, "Senior sister Yu." Her expression was a little restrained and timid, as if she didn't dare to face senior sister Yu, like a child who had done something wrong. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over, remembering what Yendong had said before, and immediately understood that this tall woman was the Yudan he had mentioned. Yudan stepped forward, came in front of Tianhe, looked her up and down, and said with a smile, "It's been many years since we last met. Junior sister has become thinner. Have you suffered grievances during these years outside?" Tianhe's eyes reddened as she pursed her lips and shook her head, tears flowing down her cheeks. "All right, don't cry. Honored Master has been thinking about you all these years. It's good that you're back," Yudan said as she gently wiped away Tianhe's tears. However, her tears were like broken pearls, unable to be wiped away no matter how hard she tried. Chapter 2630. The scene of two different senior sisters reuniting after such a long time was truly touching. Most of the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley were sentimental people, so as they looked around, their eyes soon became moist, as if they had been infected by this scene. Putting away the swords in their hands, they stood there quietly. Ahem! Yang Kai put his fist to his mouth and coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention in an instant. "By the way, seventh junior sister, I came back with Honored Master." Ji Yao was alarmed and told the petite figure with a happy face, "Honored Master?" The petite figure looked confused and asked suspiciously, "Is an honored master?" "Sister Zhang-sun, we meet again." Yang Kai smiled and interrupted her. This petite woman was Bing Yun's seventh disciple, Zhang Suning, whom Yang Kai had met a few years ago. Zhang Suning turned her head to look at Yang Kai and said in surprise, "Brother Yang, why are you here?" She was indeed very surprised. When she reunited with Ji Yao after such a long time, she was immersed in the joyous atmosphere and didn't pay much attention. Only now did she realize that her third senior sister had actually come with Yang Kai. She called Yang Kai brother, not because Yang Kai's cultivation was higher than hers. She was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and when she met Yang Kai a few years ago, Yang Kai was only in the third-order Dao Source realm. She called him that out of respect. After all, Yang Kai played a huge role in Bing Yun's ability to escape the solitary void sealed world and return to Ice Heart Valley. When Bing Yun's disciples learned of this matter, they were very grateful to Yang Kai and called him brother out of courtesy. "Sister Zhang-sun, do you not welcome me?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. Zhang Sun Ying's face turned red. She said, "What are you saying? Brother Yang has done a great favor for my Ice Heart Valley, so how could we not welcome you? Honored Master has already instructed Brother Yang to treat Ice Heart Valley as his own family. Senior Bing Yun is considerate." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ji Yao frowned and looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. Her beautiful eyes were gradually filled with confusion. In her mind, Yang Kai was her master. Even Bing Yun was confused by Yang Kai's words. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't understand what was going on. Yang Kai noticed her abnormality and said solemnly, "Is Senior Bing Yun free now? I need to see her." Zhang Sun Ying hurriedly said, "Master hasn't been in seclusion recently. If she knows that you are coming, she will definitely be very happy. Third senior sister is also back. Come with me." As he spoke, he took Ji Yao's hand and led the way. Yang Kai carried Fang Minghui with one hand. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, "Tianhe, come over and meet your honored master." Tianhe's tender body trembled, and her face was full of uneasiness. "Junior sister, don't be afraid. I will go with you." Yu Dan patted the back of Tianhe's hand and said softly. Tianhe's mood calmed down a little. She and Yudan kept up with Yang Kai's pace. Halfway down the road, Shirtina asked uneasily, "Senior sister, is Honored Master still angry with me all these years?" Yudan nodded seriously. Naturally, Shirtina's face immediately turned a little pale. Her legs felt like they were filled with lead, and she couldn't take a step forward. Yudan smiled mysteriously and said, "Back then, you didn't hesitate to disobey Honored Master to be with that man surnamed Dong." Of course, Honored Master was angry. "After all, you were taught by her. How can she not be angry when you are so disobedient?" Shirtina said bitterly, "Junior sister has disappointed Honored Master." Yudan said, "But don't worry, Honored Master is angry. She has been thinking about you all these years." "Really?" Shirtina asked with joy. Yudan whispered, "For the past 100 years, every 2 years, I have been ordered to go to Peaceful Peace City to inquire about your situation and see if you have suffered any grievances." Shirtina trembled and said excitedly, "Honored Master asked you to go?" Yudan smiled and said, "If Honored Master didn't ask, how could I have the courage to go?" Honored Master said that if you were to suffer any grievances in the Dong family, she would go and destroy them. Don't think that Honored Master has not cared about you for the past 100 years. In fact, she still cares about you in her heart." Hearing this, Shirtina's eyes turned red again, and she almost cried again. Yudan comforted her for a while before she calmed down. In the main hall of Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai sat upright with Ji Yao and Shirtina standing behind him. As for Fong Minghui, he was still unconscious and was thrown by Yang Kai at his feet. Yudan accompanied Shirtina and quietly communicated with her. After Zhang Suning served tea, she said, "Brother Yang, please wait for a moment. Honored Master has received the news and will be here soon." "She's already here." Yang Kai's expression changed, and he looked outside the hall. There was a flash of light outside the hall, and Bing Yun's figure appeared. Behind her was a group of masters from the Emperor Realm from Ice Heart Valley. There were not many of them, less than 10. Eldest disciple and Rua Yun, second disciple Sun Yun Xiao, and the others were all present. Yang Kai quickly got up and greeted her, cupping his fists and bowing. Yang Kai greets Senior Bing Yun. Bing Yun smiled and said, "You're here?" Although the two hadn't known each other for a long time, because they both came from Hung Luo Starfield, they felt closer than others. Bing Yun was very happy to see Yang Kai at this critical moment. "Greetings, Brother Yang." Behind Bing Yun, a group of disciples also hurriedly bowed. Yang Kai nodded and swept his gaze across the crowd. He saw Lu Xianyun, Fan Xian, and Ziyu. Ziyu was now in the Emperor Realm. Like Yang Kai, she had entered the Shattered Star Sea and obtained an opportunity there to break through to the Emperor Realm. As they looked at each other, Ziyu nodded slightly to Yang Kai, her eyes full of gratitude. Back then, in the Shattered Star Sea, she was about to break through but attracted the attention of her enemies. Several Ice Heart Valley disciples couldn't protect her at all. Later, when she broke through to the Emperor Realm, she learned from the Ice Heart Valley disciples that it was Yang Kai who lured away the strong enemies, allowing her to break through safely. This favor alone was enough to make Ziyu shed tears of gratitude, not to mention that Yang Kai was inextricably linked to Ice Heart Valley. He had a close relationship with ancestral founder Bing Yun. Lu Xianyun was also very excited. She hadn't seen Yang Kai for a few years. Now that she saw him again, she naturally had a lot to say, but now wasn't the time. "I heard that Ji Yao is back," Bing Yun asked as she swept her gaze behind her and saw Ji Yao standing there in a daze. Third junior sister, third senior sister, and Rua Yun and the others also shouted excitedly. But Ji Yao stood there in a daze, her pair of beautiful eyes filled with a vacant look. She stared at Bing Yun, the confusion in her eyes becoming clearer and clearer, like a dark cloud blocking her vision. Third junior sister, why are you in a daze? Quickly come and greet honored master. And Ruo Yun didn't understand, and thought that Ji Yao was too emotional, so she hurriedly reminded her. Bing Yun, on the other hand, saw something wrong and turned to Yang Kai, asking, "What's wrong with Yao?" Yang Kai hurriedly sent a message and briefly explained Ji Yao's current situation. He didn't even hide the fact that he was impersonating Ji Yao. After Bing Yun heard this, she felt very distressed. Ji Yao had suffered so much in the ancient wild land for so many years that even her mind had become unclear. If she hadn't met Yang Kai by chance, she would probably still be muddle-headed in the ancient wild land. She sighed softly with a kind expression on her face. She called out, "Yao, master is here. Why aren't you coming over?" Honored master. When Ji Yao heard this, her delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes suddenly trembled violently. Her confused expression collapsed in a very short time and turned into clarity. PFFF. Ji Yao opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Her aura suddenly weakened a lot, but her eyes became extremely bright. And Ruo Yun and the others were shocked when they saw this. They didn't know what was wrong with Ji Yao. Honored master. Ji Yao's figure flickered, and she suddenly arrived in front of Bing Yun. She knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "This unworthy disciple has made honored master worry." Bing Yun stretched out her hand and gently patted her head, saying, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Get up." Ji Yao shook her head and cried bitterly. She hugged Bing Yun's thigh tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go, and Ruo Yun and the others also quietly wiped the corners of their eyes. Bing Yun said helplessly, "You and I are master and disciple. It's a happy occasion to reunite after a long separation. Don't cry. Get up and talk." She stretched out her hand and pulled Ji Yao up. She personally wiped away her tears and handed her to Ruo Yun to take care of. Then she turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Yao has been stubborn since she was young." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Yao, she, cough, cough, junior sister Ji Yao is a sentimental person." He had become accustomed to calling her Yao during this period of time, and almost called her wrongly again. Ji Yao heard this and looked up at Yang Kai. Her gaze couldn't help but be a little complicated. After seeing the real Bing Yun, she was undoubtedly completely sober. Although she didn't know if she would be muddle-headed again in the future, at least she was safe and sound for now. It was because she was sober that she realized how bad her previous state was. She mistook a man for her honored master. If this kind of thing didn't happen to her, Ji Yao probably wouldn't have believed it. Yang Kai was a little guilty and didn't dare to look at her directly. His gaze was erratic. "Sit down and talk. Don't just stand there." Bing Yun was in a good mood. Her long-lost third disciple had returned to the sect, and Yang Kai had also come. It could be said to be a joyous occasion. A rare smile appeared on her face. When the disciples saw this, they were also secretly happy. During this period of time, Bing Yun hadn't shown much of a smile. Today, the dark clouds had finally parted, and the bright moon could be seen. This made the group of disciples feel a lot more relaxed. Since Bing Yun had spoken, everyone naturally didn't dare to disobey. They immediately sat down according to their status, and Ruo Yun received Bing Yun's instructions and didn't dare to let Ji Yao sit too far away from her. Naturally, she had her sit with her and take good care of her. "Brother Yang, did you hear about the situation of our Ice Heart Valley and specially came here?" After sitting down, Sun Yin Xiu looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked, "If it wasn't on purpose, the timing was too coincidental." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It wasn't on purpose. I just happened to run into junior sister Ji Yao in the ancient wild world and wanted to send her back first. When we passed by Peace City, something happened, and we learned about Ice Heart Valley's recent situation." Chapter 2631. Peaceful Peace City? And Ruo Yun's expression changed. What happened? The three words Peaceful Peace City might be unfamiliar to others, but to Ruo Yun, it was like a thorn in her heart. Back then, Tianhe did not hesitate to disobey her, and wanted to marry a man from Peaceful Peace City. Hearing her question, Tianhe's tender body trembled. She timidly raised her head to look at Ruo Yun, but when she saw that Ruo Yun did not even look at her, her heart was filled with bitterness. She knew that her honored master had never forgiven her. Otherwise, since her honored master had already seen her, why didn't she summon her for questioning? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with junior sister, and hearing this, Ruo Yun thoughtfully looked at the pale-faced Tianhe. Her expression was indifferent, and no one could tell what she was thinking. How does the matter in Peaceful Peace City have anything to do with senior sister? Brother Yang, tell me in detail, Zhang Suning asked curiously. Yang Kai said, a few days ago, junior sister Ji Yao and I rested in Peaceful Peace City for a night. The next day, when we were about to leave the city, we met a person in disguise who wanted to leave Peaceful Peace City, but he was seen through and stopped. He narrated what happened at the gate of Peaceful Peace City in detail. While speaking, he kept staring at Ruo Yun, as if he was telling it to her alone. When Ruo Yun heard that Dong Hai had disregarded their century-old relationship, and not only slandered Tianhe for stealing the Dong family's clan treasure, but he had even chased her out of the Dong family in front of everyone, Ruo Yun's armrest was crushed. Although Tianhe was her abandoned disciple, she was still the one who raised her. Since when did the Dong family have the right to bully her? What's more, she knew Tianhe's temperament the best. How could she do such a thing as stealing? Later, junior sister Ji Yao and I learned that the theft of Ice Heart Valley's hallowed artifact was nothing more than a pretext. The root of the matter was that Tianhe had heard that her sect was in trouble and wanted to return to Ice Heart Valley to help. However, the current situation in the Northern Territory is turbulent, and anyone who has anything to do with Ice Heart Valley will not have a good end. The Dong family didn't dare to let Tianhe expose her identity, so they simply charged her with a crime and expelled her from the Dong family. They wanted to sever her relationship with the Dong family so that she wouldn't be implicated. Yang Kai continued. Junior sister Ji Yao and I met Tianhe and learned about Ice Heart Valley's situation. So we rushed here without stopping. After he finished speaking, he picked up the tea beside him and gently sipped it. You've gone too far. And Ruo Yun couldn't bear it any longer. He smashed the other armrest with his palm. Inside the hall, many of the Ice Heart Valley women listened angrily. In the past, all the men in the Northern Territory took pride in being able to marry an Ice Heart Valley disciple, but now, a dragon in shallow water, a tiger in flat land, a trivial Peaceful City's Dong family. They actually dared to bully them. A disciple who had been married into the Dong family for 100 years. She was the matriarch of the Dong family, but in the end, she was expelled from the family in public and even given a bad reputation for stealing. This made the group of women explode with anger. Tianhe, come here. And Ruo Yun raised her eyes and looked at Tianhe, who had been standing behind Yang Kai. When Tianhe heard this, her tender body trembled violently, and she struggled to walk forward. Yu Dan gently pushed her and gave her an encouraging look, allowing Tianhe to walk in front of Ruo Yun. She knelt down with a thud. She didn't say a word, but her tears kept flowing. And Ruo Yun raised her hand high, a look of resentment on her face, as if she wanted to slap Tianhe, but after trying several times, she couldn't harden her heart. In the end, she stomped her foot and stopped, taking a deep breath, and Ruo Yun said in a deep voice, "Traitorous disciple, do you know your wrongs?" Tianhe's face was covered in tears as she nodded. "Disciple knows her wrongs." And Ruo Yun said bitterly, "I advised you 100 years ago not to marry into the Dong family, because of that life-saving grace. There are many ways to repay a debt of gratitude, and there is no need to sacrifice your life's happiness. You didn't listen, and in the end, you ended up like this. Why do you have to humiliate yourself like this? Shirtian, he kowtowed to the ground and cried, "Please punish me, honored master." And Ruo Yun said with a cold face, "Don't call me honored master. I didn't have you as my disciple 100 years ago. You and I have already severed our relationship as master and disciple. Today's result is the cause of your actions. Whether it is bitterness or bitterness, you have to bear it. It has nothing to do with me or Ice Heart Valley. Please punish me, honored master." Shirtian, he begged in grief, and Ruo Yun said angrily, "You still dare to call me honored master?" Zhang Suning couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. "Senior sister, don't be angry. Although Tian, he didn't listen to you back then and disobeyed you, she has suffered a lot now. I believe she won't do that again in the future. Moreover, she risked her life to return to Ice Heart Valley because she heard that the sect was in trouble. With such determination and loyalty, senior sister, can't you forgive her?" The other senior sisters and junior sisters also nodded and tried to persuade her. And Ruo Yin listened to them but didn't say a word. Seeing this, Yudan also hurried forward and knelt in front of Ruo Yun. "Honored master, please forgive junior sister Tian He this time." Ziyu's tender body also flickered and knelt in front of Ruo Yun. "Honored master, junior sister Tian He already knows her wrongs. Please forgive her." Like Shi Tianhe, the two of them were also Ruo Yun's disciples, so they were naturally qualified to plead for leniency. And Ruo Yun was furious when she saw this. She pointed at Yudan and Ziyu and pointed her slender finger at them while gritting her teeth. "Good, good, good. You're all grown up and disobedient. Yet you still have the face to call me honored master." Yudan and Ziyu trembled and said repeatedly, "Honored master, please calm down. Disciples dare not." "Since you don't dare, then quickly stand up," and Ruo Yun said angrily. Yudan and Ziyu looked at each other and said in unison, "Honored master, please forgive junior sister Tian He. You're still bargaining with me?" And Ruo Yun was furious. "It's done," Frozen Cloud suddenly shouted. As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately quieted down. Bing Yun looked around before casting her gaze on Shi Tianhe, who had been prostrating with her head on the ground, and asked, "You're called Shi Tianhe?" Shi Tianhe hurriedly turned around and suppressed her sobs, replying, "Disciple Shi Tianhe greets ancestral master." And Bing Yun nodded gently and pondered for a moment before saying, "You disobeyed your honored master 100 years ago and made a big mistake. You were expelled from the sect. Logically speaking, you are no longer a member of my Ice Heart Valley. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with my Ice Heart Valley." Shi Tianhe's body trembled when she heard this, and despair filled her heart. Bing Yun changed the topic and said, "However, this queen can give you a chance since you are loyal to the sect and risked your life to return and serve it." Shi Tianhe hurriedly said, "Please enlighten me, ancestral master." Bing Yun said with a smile, "This queen will accept you back into Ice Heart Valley. However, whether you can enter your honored master's tutelage again will depend on your performance in the future." Shi Tianhe suddenly raised her head and looked at Bing Yun with surprise and gratitude. However, she quickly turned her head and looked at Ruo Yun nervously, saying bitterly, "Disciple doesn't dare to return to Ice Heart Valley if honored master doesn't agree." Bing Yun said with a smile, "Your honored master is my disciple. Since this queen has spoken, how can she dare to disagree? Ruo Yun, what do you think?" And Ruo Yun was glanced at by Bing Yun and immediately bowed. Disciple obeys honored master's orders. After saying that, she looked at Shi Tianhe and said, "Why are you still kneeling? Quickly thank ancestral master." Shi Tianhe was shocked and hurriedly kowtowed. "Thank you for your kindness, ancestral master." Thank you for your kindness, honored master. After thanking him, he stood up. His face was full of joy, but his face was full of tears. And Ruo Yun said angrily, "Look at you." Saying so, she threw a brocade handkerchief toward Shirtienha. Shirtienha took it, but she didn't wipe away her tears. Instead, she gripped it tightly and used her sleeve to wipe away her tears. Ziyu and Yudan, who had stood up again, looked at her and couldn't help but smile. From now on, you'll cultivate by Violet Rain's side. You don't have to worry about the Dong family. When this matter is over, I will seek justice for you. And Ruo Yun said coldly. As soon as she said this, Shi Tianhe knew that her honored master still had her in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that she wanted to seek justice for her. She shook her head and said, "Honored master, the Dong family is gone. Gone." A cold light flashed in Ruo Yun's beautiful eyes, and she coldly snorted, "It's too easy for them. Since they are gone, they can stay in the valley with peace of mind. If they make a big mistake again, I won't let them off lightly." "Yes," Shi Tianhe responded respectfully. "Congratulations to Senior Bing Yun and Junior Sister, and for reuniting with Master and Disciple." Yang Kai, who had been tasting tea for a long time, smiled and cupped his fists when he saw that the dust had settled. Bing Yun smiled and said, "This is all thanks to you. Speaking of which, several of the major events in my Ice Heart Valley are related to you. It seems that you and I are really fated." The biggest reason why she was able to escape from the solitary, void-sealed world and return was because of Yang Kai. Now Ji Yao and Shi Tianhe were able to return because of Yang Kai. If this wasn't fate, then what was it? It's just a coincidence. Yang Kai smiled slightly, but then his expression turned solemn, and he said, "Senior, Junior Sister Ji Yao, and I didn't know much from hearsay before, so we don't know much about Ice Heart Valley's current situation. Can Senior please tell me more about it?" Hearing Yang Kai mention business, everyone's expression turned solemn. Bing Yun asked, "What do you want to know?" Yang Kai said, "The strength of Seeking Passion Sect and Ice Heart Valley should be about the same. So how did they force Ice Heart Valley to its current state?" Bing Yun sighed and said, "The strength of the two sects was indeed about the same, but half a year ago, Seeking Passion Sect's vice sect master suddenly broke through to the Third Order Emperor realm. When he joined forces with Feng Xian, this queen was no match for them. In addition, my Ice Heart Valley has always been isolated and has never had close contact with other sects. Seeking Passion Sect has pulled in a lot of minions. So my Ice Heart Valley couldn't resist them and could only retreat to the valley and activate the sect defending array." Chapter 2632. Seeking Passion Sect's Vice Sect Master. Yang Kai was stunned. A figure quickly appeared in his mind. As he asked, "Yao Zhuo?" Bing Yun nodded. "Yes, it's him." Ji Yao, who had been silent all this time, asked curiously, "You know Yao Zhuo?" Yang Kai nodded. "When I came to Ice Heart Valley last time, I had a lot of dealings with him. The last time he came to Ice Heart Valley, he happened to see the marriage between Seeking Passion Sect and Ice Heart Valley. Seeking Passion Sect's young sect master, Feng Shi, took a fancy to Ziyu and tried every means to get her. Ice Heart Valley was forced to agree to the marriage under pressure. At that time, it was Yao Zhuo who brought Feng Shi to Ice Heart Valley to pick up the bride. At that time, Yao Zhuo was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while Yang Kai was only in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. The difference in strength between them was huge. However, Yao Zhuo was still injured by the Emperor Authority Bead that Yang Kai gave him with Bing Yun. Sealed inside that Emperor Authority Bead was Ice Heart Valley's secret technique, Ice Snow Pear Flower Sword. Later, Yang Kai even snatched Yao Zhuo's space ring. Inside that space ring was a betrothal gift prepared by Seeking Passion sect, which made Yang Kai a windfall at that time. This was only a few years ago, so Yang Kai naturally remembered it clearly. So, when he heard Bing Yun mention Seeking Passion sect's vice sect master, he immediately remembered. On the other side, Zhang Sun Ying's lips squirmed as she quietly sent a message to Ji Yao, telling her what happened a few years ago. Ji Yao was speechless after hearing this. She suddenly realized that Yang Kai was simply a bandit. A few years ago, in the Third Order Dao Source realm, he snatched the space ring of a Second Order Emperor Realm Master. Some time ago, in the ancient wild lands, he even extorted a large amount of wealth from the Four Saint Masters. This person was born to be a bandit. How did Yao Zhuo suddenly break through to the Third Order Emperor realm? Yang Kai frowned slightly. A few years ago, Yao Zhuo was a Second Order Emperor Realm Master. However, it wasn't that easy to break through and advance. Especially at the level of the Emperor realm, it was often impossible to break through. For thousands of years, it hadn't been that long. So, logically speaking, it was impossible for Yao Zhuo's cultivation to improve so quickly. Bing Yun shook his head and said, "I don't know. Perhaps he has his own fortuitous encounter. Originally, my Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion sect were indeed evenly matched, but ever since Yao Zhuo broke through to the Third Order Emperor realm, this balance was broken. I am no match for Feng Xian and Yao Zhuo, so Ice Heart Valley will naturally be suppressed. With the addition of Seeking Passion sect's minions, Ice Heart Valley seems a little weak." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then what does Senior intend to do? Has he been hiding in the valley all this time?" Bing Yun shook his head and said, "I don't have any good ideas for the time being. I can only rely on the sect protecting formation to protect it for a while. I'm afraid the sect protecting Grand Array won't be able to last much longer," Yang Kai said in a low voice. "What do you mean?" Bing Yun was taken aback. Yang Kai said, "Previously junior sister Ji Yao, and I met this person outside. According to this person, Seeking Passion sect has invited a Grand Master Nan Men to study how to break spirit arrays. He seems to be an array grandmaster. Has Senior heard of this person?" "Grandmaster Nan Men." Bing Yun frowned. And Ruo Yun exclaimed, "Nan Men de Jun." Sun Yun Xiao and Zhang Sun Ying's pretty faces also turned pale. They seemed to know who this Grandmaster Nan Men was. Bing Yun cast a questioning look at Ruo Yun, and Ruo Yun hurriedly said, "Honored Master, this Nan Men de Jun is indeed an array Grandmaster. He is famous in the Northern Territory and has great attainments in spirit arrays." Bing Yun's pretty face also changed, and she asked, "Who is this person? What is his relationship with Seeking Passion sect?" She had been away from the Northern Territory for too long. She had never heard of the name Nan Men de Jun. And Ruo Yun said he should have nothing to do with Seeking Passion sect. As far as this disciple knows, Nan Men de Jun was born in the wilderness. In his early years, he seemed to have obtained a strange book on spirit arrays and learned it himself. He doesn't have any sect background. Moreover, because he suffered in his early years and was bullied, this guy has always been greedy and only recognizes money. As long as there is enough wealth, anyone can invite him. Sun Yun Xiao also nodded and said, "It's just that this person has always been elusive. I didn't expect Seeking Passion sect to find him. It seems that the price they paid is not small." Bing Yun's face also became serious, and she asked, "Yang Kai, is this information accurate?" Yang Kai said, "I also heard it from him. Whether it is accurate or not, Senior can ask him yourself." While speaking, he kicked Fong Minghui, who had been lying on the ground, and coldly snorted, "Get up if you pretend to be dead again. I'll make you die for real." Fong Minghui, who seemed to be unconscious, heard this and quickly got up. He cupped his fists with a pale face and said, "Greetings, Senior Bing Yun. Greetings, senior goddesses. This little one is Fong Minghui, a member of Shuangyu City's Fong family. I have nothing to do with Seeking Passion sect. Seniors, please understand. It was unknown when he woke up, but he obviously heard a lot of the previous conversation, so he knew that the one sitting above was Bing Yun. Did I ask you to say this? Did I ask you to say this? Yang Kai went up and punched and kicked him. While beating him, he said, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll immediately tear you to pieces." Fong Minghui couldn't dodge and took a few hits. He said with a sad face, "I'll say whatever master wants me to say." Yang Kai snorted and said, "Senior Bing Yun has something to ask you. Answer honestly, or you'll suffer." Yes, yes, yes. Fong Minghui nodded repeatedly. Although he had expected the fate of the other Fong family disciples, at this moment he didn't even have the slightest thought of revenge. Who told him to be weak? Who told them to take the initiative to get involved in the war between the two sects? Bing Yun looked at Fong Minghui and asked, "What's the matter with the Southern Gate Army?" Fong Minghui said with a bitter face, "Senior, I'm not too clear about this matter. This little one only heard from others that sect Master Feng Xian, and that old fart invited a grandmaster from the Southern Gate Army to study how to break the spirit array. It will take at least half a month to break the spirit array. When that time comes, the 100,000 disciples outside will rush in and trample Ice Heart Valley to the ground. Is that all you know?" Bing Yun frowned. Fong Minghui said, "Senior, please understand. My Fong family disciples aren't very strong. Although we joined the Seeking Passion sect in a moment of confusion, we were only responsible for patrolling the periphery. We really don't know any secrets, and we haven't done anything wrong to Ice Heart Valley." Yang Kai said. He also said that the Seeking Passion sect issued a recruitment order and promised many benefits to recruit some cultivator to work for them. "I already know about this," Bing Yun nodded. "Otherwise, how could the Seeking Passion sect have 100,000 disciples? Ice Heart Valley had less than 10,000 disciples, and in the past few years of battles, they had suffered a lot of losses. Now, there were less than 7,000 disciples left. 7,000 against 100,000. This number alone was enough to make anyone despair, not to mention that the Seeking Passion sect had also recruited many masters, including 2 third-order Emperor Realm masters. Once the sect defending array was broken, Ice Heart Valley would be finished. At that time, only a few disciples would be able to escape. The situation was so grim that the faces of everyone in the hall turned gloomy. They thought that with the sect defending array, Seeking Passion sect could only watch helplessly, but now they understood that it was just wishful thinking. Yang Kai thought for a while and said, "The root cause of Ice Heart Valley's disaster is still me. If I show up, the reason why Feng Xian did not hesitate to provoke a war between the two sects and disregard the situation in the Northern Territory was to avenge his son, Feng Shi. The one who killed Feng Shi was none other than Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt that if he took the initiative to show up, he should be able to draw the Seeking Passion sect's people away. At that time, Ice Heart Valley's crisis would be resolved." No. Before he could finish speaking, Bing Yun shook his head, and Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Xiu, Zhang Suning, and the others all tried to dissuade him. Bing Yun said, "Although the cause is you, the Seeking Passion sect has been eyeing my Ice Heart Valley for a long time. You also know what the Seeking Passion sect's Seeking Passion Supreme Art is. Many disciples in the Seeking Passion sect cultivate this secret art. While my Ice Heart Valley has many beautiful and talented female disciples who are perfect cultivation furnaces for their secret art. So, even if you really show up, the Seeking Passion sect will not give up easily. The situation has developed to this point, and they are determined to destroy my Ice Heart Valley. Even if you show up, it will be useless." What she said made sense, so Yang Kai could not help but sigh slightly. Bing Yun stood up and said, Although my Ice Heart Valley is alone, it won't be easy for the Seeking Passion sect to destroy us. Yang Kai, you don't have to worry. Since you are here, stay for a few days. Ziyu, take your martial Uncle Yang to rest. Yes, Ziyu responded, then looked at Yang Kai and said, Martial Uncle Yang, please. Yang Kai nodded. He knew that Bing Yun and the others still had things to discuss, so, as an outsider, it would be inappropriate for him to stay, so he followed Ziyu out. Walking along the road, the scenery inside Ice Heart Valley was beautiful and pleasing to the eye. After walking for a while, Ziyu suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. A few years ago, you were still my brother, but now you are my martial uncle. Yang Kai was startled and said, If Sister Ziyu doesn't mind, we can talk on our own terms. When the two met a few years ago, Yang Kai did indeed call Ziyu junior sister, but now Bing Yun's words raised his seniority by a level. However, this was not surprising. Yang Kai and Ji Yao were peers, and Ziyu was Ji Yao's junior, so she naturally had to call Yang Kai martial uncle. Ziyu shook her head and said, That won't do. If Ancestral Founder knows, she will definitely scold me. After a pause, she continued, By the way, I have to thank Martial Uncle Yang for helping me in the Shattered Star Sea. If you hadn't lured away those bad people, you wouldn't have been able to break through so smoothly. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. As the two talked, they came to a small courtyard. The small courtyard was exquisite and elegant, with red plum blossoms standing proudly in the snow, and a stone road neatly paved. Martial Uncle Yang, don't be polite in Ice Heart Valley. If you have any instructions, just ask. So you led Yang Kai into the courtyard and said, And you go ahead. I'll help myself. Yang Kai nodded. Ziyu excused herself and left. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before pushing the door open and entering. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat and began to cultivate. Chapter 2633. Not long after, Lu Xianyan arrived. She and Yang Kai came to the star boundary at the same time. Although they came from different star territories, the two had supported each other for a while in Blue Feather Sect, so they had a brother and sister relationship. They had also gone through life and death together in the solitary void sealed world, so their relationship was naturally very close. After coming out of the solitary void sealed world, Lu Xianyun stayed in Ice Heart Valley, which was a good place for her to go. She came to Yang Kai for no other reason than she missed him after not seeing him for a few years. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned that she was doing well now and had officially become Bing Yun's disciple, becoming Bing Yun's last disciple. She was definitely qualified. After all, like Yang Kai, she was a cultivator who came from the star territory below. Back then, in the territory of Great Desolate Star, her aptitude was no worse than Yin Lusheng's. The only difference was her background and heritage, so she was weaker than Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng could become the legacy disciple of Netherworld Sect Master, so Lu Xianyun could naturally do the same. Her cultivation progress had been slow over the years, mainly because her life was tough, and she didn't have enough cultivation resources. Now that she had become Bing Yun's last disciple, she had abundant cultivation resources and a good master, so her potential had gradually begun to show. In just a few years, she had already broken through to the second-order Dao Source Realm and was on her way to the third-order Dao Source Realm. Although her martial aunt's cultivation was not as good as many of her martial nephews, her future was bright. In Ice Heart Valley, she got along well with many of her sisters, so she had already regarded this place as her home. Knowing this, Yang Kai was relieved. Afterwards, Lu Xianyun asked Yang Kai about what had happened in the past few years. There was nothing much to say. Over the past few years, he had spent most of his time in the Shattered Star Sea, After leaving the shattered star sea, he went to the eastern domain's savage desolation ancient land to look for Xiao Xiao, where he encountered the four Saint Venerables. Yang Kai picked some things to talk about, and Lu Xian Yun listened with great interest. She realized that no matter when life in Yang Kai was always so exciting and full of ups and downs. By the way, junior sister, I have something to give you. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He said. Lu Xianyun asked curiously, "What is it?" Yang Kai said seriously, "Relax your body and mind. Don't resist." When Lu Xianyun heard this, she nodded lightly. After taking a deep breath, she relaxed and even closed her eyes. At this moment, she was completely defenseless against Yang Kai. In other words, if Yang Kai wanted to harm her, he could easily kill her. If not for the fact that he trusted Yang Kai completely, she couldn't do that no matter what. Yang Kai searched the small sealed world for a while, and soon, flipping his palm, a hazy ball of light appeared on his palm. As soon as this ball of light appeared, it gave off a mysterious aura, and as far as the eye could see, the ball of light seemed to be dotted with stars, like a star field that had been shrunk countless times. Lu Xianyun opened her eyes suspiciously. When she saw the thing in Yang Kai's hand clearly, she was startled again and asked curiously, "Brother Yang, what is this?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "Stars, star sources." Lu Xianyun's tender body shook, and she said in amazement, "Stars, star sources?" She came from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, so she naturally knew what stars, star sources were. It was the foundation of a star. Such a vibrant star, star sources only had one complete cultivation star. It could only be born after hundreds of millions of years, and without a star's star sources, the stars would become dead stars. In the territory of the Great Desolate Star, only by refining the star sources of a cultivation star could one become a star master. But how could it be so simple to become a star master? Even a third-order origin king would not necessarily be able to safely refine a star's star sources. In the territory of countless great desolate stars, it was unknown how many origin kings had died trying to refine stars' star sources. Back then, in the entire territory of the Great Desolate Star, there were only a few star masters, and Yin Lusheng was one of them. Lu Xianyun also wanted to refine a star's star sources in the territory of the Great Desolate Star to become a star master, but unfortunately, in the territory of the Great Desolate Star, everything was decided by the Netherworld sect, so she had no way to refine one. Later, when she arrived in the star boundary, she learned that stars' star sources were extremely rare in the star boundary, and it was difficult for ordinary people to even see one. She thought that she would never be able to have any interaction with the star sources of stars in her life, but now one appeared in front of her. This was obtained from the shattered star sea. Lu Xianyun asked in a trembling voice, and Yang Kai nodded. In the shattered star sea, he had obtained a lot of benefits, such as comprehending the flowing time great emperor, obtaining the phoenix true fire in the mountains and rivers bell, and witnessing the battle between the two great emperors, red dust and heaven-devouring great emperor. This star sources was also one of them. No, this thing is too precious. I can't accept it. Lu Xianyun quickly shook her head and waved her hand to refuse. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why can't you accept it? It's just a star's star sources. You and I have known each other for a long time. And now that Big Brother's cultivation has reached a certain level, do you still want to refuse such a rare gift?" Although Lu Xianyun was tempted, she still shook her head firmly and said, "Brother Yang, if you had given me something else, junior sister would never have refused, but this star's star sources, I can't accept it. You should refine it yourself. As long as you can refine it, your cultivation in the future will be twice the result with half the effort. I heard that a cultivator who has refined stars' star sources is extremely sensitive to the world principles. Naturally, I know this, but I have long since become a star master, don't you know? Yang Kai smiled slightly. When he first met Lu Xianyun in the Starlight Corridor, he had already revealed his star master physique, so he already had a complete star's star sources in his body. A large part of the reason why his cultivation speed was so fast over the years was because of this. Lu Xianyun said, I know Big Brother has one, but you can refine a second one. Although the effect won't be as good as the first, it will definitely be helpful to you. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Since I've decided to give it to you, I won't take it back. Besides, I have a lot of star sources. A lot. Lu Xianyun was stunned, a look of disbelief on her face. She knew that Yang Kai had gone to the Shattered Star Sea, and had also heard you mention that there seemed to be a sea of sources in the Shattered Star Sea, where many people had obtained complete star sources. However, those who obtained the most were only 3 or 4. Yang Kai said that he had a lot of star sources, undoubtedly to make her feel better. How could she know that Yang Kai had not obtained just 3 or 4 star sources, but as many as 30 to 40? The complete star sources stored in the small sealed world were still there, and as for what to do with them, Yang Kai had his own plans, so giving Lu Xianyun one was not a big deal. Take it. As Yang Kai spoke, he directly pushed the mass of star sources in his hand towards Lu Xianyun and activated the star refining art. Without giving her any time to react, the mass of star sources merged into her body. Lu Xianyun snorted, a look of discomfort appearing on her face. Star sources were not so easy to refine. In the Shattered Star Sea, the cultivator who had seized star sources would snatch them first and seal them in their body temporarily, suppressing them with their own cultivation. After returning, they would slowly refine them. As for whether they would succeed in refining them, no one could say for sure. Perhaps during the refining process, they would suffer a backlash from the star sources, triggering world principles and causing their bodies to explode. I'll teach you a secret art. Listen carefully. With the help of this secret art, refining star sources will be twice the result with half the effort, and there won't be any danger, Yang Kai said solemnly. At this point, Lu Xianyun knew that it was useless to refuse, so she immediately sat up and listened carefully. Yang Kai passed on the star refining art and told Lu Xianyun not to leak this secret art. Lu Xianyun obeyed. After spending most of the day, Lu Xianyun memorized the star refining art before getting up and saying, Brother Yang, I'll go back and refine star sources first. If you need anything here, just say the word. There are disciples standing guard outside the courtyard. I know, you can go. Yang Kai smiled slightly. After sending Lu Xianyun away, Yang Kai returned to his room, sat down cross-legged, took out some source crystals, and began cultivating. On the 3rd day, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, Someone come. Soon, light footsteps sounded, and the door was pushed open. A beautiful female disciple asked respectfully, Marshal Uncle Yang, what can I do for you? Yang Kai said, I'm going to see Senior Bing Yun. Marshal Uncle Yang, please come with me. The disciple immediately responded and led the way. For the current Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai was not only a guest but also a close friend. The higher-ups had already ordered that no matter what Yang Kai wanted, the disciples had to do it. Now, he didn't even need to report in advance if he wanted to see Bing Yun. Soon, under the guidance of the female disciple, Yang Kai arrived in front of a palace. Just as he stood still, Bing Yun's voice came from inside the palace. Yang Kai, you're here? Come in and talk. Obviously, she had already found out. The female disciple gestured with her hand. Yang Kai nodded and stepped in. This palace should be where Bing Yun usually cultivated in seclusion. The decorations inside were not luxurious, but rather simple. When Yang Kai walked in, he happened to see Bing Yun walking out of the room with Ji Yao following closely behind her. When their eyes met, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel guilty. He forced a smile at Ji Yao, but Ji Yao's expression was neither cold nor hot. He couldn't tell what she was feeling. "Greetings, senior." Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed to Bing Yun. Bing Yun smiled slightly and said, "Sit down and talk." She turned and ordered Ji Yao, "Yao, serve tea?" "Yes." Ji Yao received the order and immediately prepared. Yang Kai sat down, but his expression was quite uncomfortable. He didn't expect Ji Yao to be here, but on second thought, the master and disciple hadn't seen each other for thousands of years. Now that they met again, it was natural for Ji Yao to follow Bing Yun to show filial piety. In a short while, 2 cups of steaming hot tea were prepared. Ji Yao first served a cup to Bing Yun, then came to Yang Kai's side and put down the teacup, saying, "Brother Yang, have some tea. Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai nodded. Right now, he really didn't know what Ji Yao was thinking, whether she would settle accounts with him or not. In any case, from Ji Yao's facial expression, he couldn't see any trace of it. She treated Kai Yang as if he was a stranger without the warmth of the past. Chapter 2634. I've been busy dealing with the enemy these past few days, so I haven't had the time to visit you. Have you gotten used to living in the valley? Bing Yin asked. I've gotten used to it. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Ice Heart Valley has many outstanding people and beautiful scenery. How could I not get used to it? That's good. Bing Yun smiled, slightly before suddenly saying solemnly, but you won't be able to stay here for long. In 2 days, I will personally send you out of here. Yang Kai was startled and asked, Senior is planning to fight to the death with Seeking Passion Sect. Bing Yun nodded and said, Others are already attacking us, so my Ice Heart Valley can only face them head-on. Do you have a chance of winning? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Bing Yun shook her head and said, No, but it won't be easy for them to destroy my Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai, speaking of which, I have one more request. Yang Kai said solemnly, Senior, please speak your mind. Bing Yun sighed and said, Ice Heart Valley was founded by me. Although it is now in danger, I hope to leave some foundation behind. When I send you off, I hope you can take some disciples with you and take them away from the Northern Territory. No matter where you settle them, you must tell them not to try to fight a hopeless battle. They are not allowed to return to the Northern Territory before their wings are fully grown. Even if they want to take revenge, they must have full confidence. If they don't, then they can live peacefully. Yang Kai's heart sank when he heard this. He knew that Bing Yun was making arrangements for her funeral. It seemed that she was determined to live and die with Ice Heart Valley. When the time comes, those disciples will be led by Ziyu. Yang Kai, you and Ziyu are familiar with each other. I'll leave them to you. Bing Yun looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. Yang Kai frowned and said, Senior, the situation isn't that serious, right? Bing Yun shook his head. 7,000 against 100,000. My Ice Heart Valley has no chance of winning. Ji Yao, who was standing behind Bing Yun, suddenly said, Brother Yang, can you invite those existences in the Eastern Territory? If we can invite them, we don't need too many, just 2 or 3. Yang Kai shook his head and said, Distant water can't quench a present thirst. Who were the existences Ji Yao was referring to? Yang Kai was naturally clear. They were none other than the great gods from the savage, desolate, ancient land. There was no need for the Wanfeng and the others to appear. They only needed to send out a few Monster King. That would be enough to shake up the situation. However, those fellows were all in the ancient lands of the Eastern Territory. They were too far away from here. If they waited for Yang Kai to bring back reinforcements from the ancient wild lands, Ice Heart Valley would likely have already been overrun. What's more, they were from the monster race divine spirits. If they rashly interfered in the affairs of human sex, they might anger the great emperors. Last time, when the Luan Feng accompanied Yang Kai to the Netherworld sect, she didn't dare to act rashly. It was the other party who took the initiative to provoke her. That was why she killed Zhou Yong. Although the existences in the savage, desolate ancient land were powerful, once they came out, there were still many taboos. Ji Yao obviously knew this. She asked this because she had a glimmer of hope. At this moment, she heard Yang Kai's answer. She couldn't help but sigh. Yang Kai pondered and said, "Senior, I've been thinking about this for a while now. Over the past 2 days, I've been thinking about it carefully. The reason Ice Heart Valley is in such a precarious situation is because they invited a grandmaster to break the spirit array." Bing Yun nodded and said, "Yes, the Southern Gate Army does have some ability. My Ice Heart Valley's sect defending Grand Array has begun to show some signs of weakness. If they are given 10 days to half a month, they might really be able to break the spirit array." Yang Kai grinned and said, "What if they don't have 10 days to half a month?" Bing Yun was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai said, "Here's what I think. Didn't the Seeking Passion sect send out a recruitment order? Maybe I can pretend to submit to the Seeking Passion sect and infiltrate their inner circle. Then I can find an opportunity to kill the Southern Gate Army." "How can that be?" Bing Yun was shocked and said, "I know you are proficient in the Tao of Space, but now Ice Heart Valley is surrounded by powerful enemies. Who knows how many of them are in the Emperor realm alone? Once you fail, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape. Also, don't forget, the elders of Seeking Passion sect definitely know about your appearance. If you rush to join them, you'll just be walking right into their trap." No, this is my Ice Heart Valley's business. How can I let you take such a risk?" Ooh. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Senior doesn't need to worry about my appearance. As long as I don't meet Feng Xian or Yao Zhua, I believe no one will recognize me." Bing Yun frowned slightly and asked, "What kind of shape-shifting secret technique do you cultivate?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No." Ji Yao suddenly said, "Brother, do you mean to ask Marshal Mies Tian he to help?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile and said, "Yes." Ji Yao thought for a while and nodded. "Brother, if this is your plan, it is feasible." Bing Yun looked confused and asked, "Tian he? The disciple who came back with you a few days ago? She is only in the Third Order Tao Source realm. Even if she helps, how can she help you?" Ji Yao pursed her lips and smiled. "Honored master, although Marshal Mies Tian he's cultivation is not high enough, she has one ability." "What ability?" Ji Yao replied, "Her disguise technique is extremely brilliant. Last time in Peace City, she stood in front of me, and I didn't notice any flaws. If Brother Yang hadn't reminded me, I'm afraid this disciple would have been deceived by her." Bing Yun was surprised and asked, "She has such an ability. If even Ji Yao couldn't find any flaws, any other second-order emperor, realm master wouldn't be able to find any flaws either." This disguise technique was enough to show how brilliant she was. Yang Kai smiled and said, "With Marshal Mies Tian he's help. Even if I go to Seeking Passion sect, it is unlikely that I will be recognized. As long as I go deep into their territory and find an opportunity to kill the Southern Gate Army or kidnap them, no one will be able to break the spirit array." Bing Yun's eyes lit up when she heard this, but she soon shook her head and smiled bitterly. "It still won't work. Even if you kill the Southern Gate Army, the result will be the same." "Why?" This time, it was Yang Kai and Ji Yao's turn to be stunned. Bing Yun sighed and said, "Although my Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array is powerful, it consumes too much energy when it is activated. Even without the Southern Gate Army, we will only last 2 months. After 2 months, the spirit array will still break. At that time, the situation won't change. Yang Kai said in relief, so it's because of this. Senior, you don't have to worry. I have some source crystals on hand, enough for Ice Heart Valley to use for a long time. Also, 2 months is enough for me to go back to the Eastern Territory and ask for help. As long as he could buy some time, he could go back to the Eastern Territory and bring back the Monster King. At that time, not to mention 100,000 people from Seeking Passion Sect, even if there were 200,000 or 300,000, they would just be a mob. Who are you going to look for in the Eastern Territory? Bingyun asked curiously. Junior sister Yao knows. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ji Yao rolled her eyes and quietly sent a message to Bingyun. Bingyun was shocked when she heard this and said in amazement, Yang Kai, you can actually ask them to help. It's just a small matter. They should help. Yang Kai smiled confidently, and before Bingyun could object, he said, then it's settled. There's no time to lose. I'll go find Marshal Niece Tian He now. Ice Heart Valley's mess was caused by him, so he couldn't stay out of it no matter what. These days, he had been thinking about how to help Ice Heart Valley resolve this disaster, and now he finally had a plan. Brother Yang, wait, count me in, Ji Yao hurriedly shouted. You. Yang Kai turned his head in amazement and waved his hand. No, I can do this alone. It'll be more troublesome if I go with you. Ji Yao said, this is my Ice Heart Valley's business. How can I let you take the risk alone? I have to go with you. After saying so, before Yang Kai could refuse again, she suddenly sent a message to him. Brother Yang, if you dare to say no again, I'll tell Honored Master that you molested me. Yang Kai's face turned black, and he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly swallowed the words he was about to say and changed his mind. Of course it's best if junior sister Yao goes with me. Huh? Bingyun could see that he didn't mean what he said. She didn't know what Ji Yao said to him that made his attitude change so drastically. But since things had already gotten to this point, she couldn't stop him. Indeed, as Yang Kai said, if everything went smoothly, Ice Heart Valley could avoid the fate of destruction. She had to make plans for the 7,000 disciples of the sect. Since you insist, then call Tian He over. Let me see how good her disguise technique is first before making a decision. Ji Yao nodded. I'll ask eldest senior sister to bring her over. Saying so, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. Yang Kai also returned to his chair and sat down with a bitter expression on his face. The tea in his mouth tasted bitter. He quietly glanced at Ji Yao a few times, but found that she looked as if nothing had happened. It was as if she didn't say those words just now. Not long after, Anruo Yun's voice sounded outside the hall. After being summoned by Bingyun, she walked in with Shi Tianhe. After greeting her, Anruo Yun said, Honored Master, why did you call me over? Bingyun said, it's nothing to do with you. I just want Tian He to do something. Shi Tianhe heard this and quickly said, please tell me, Ancestral Founder. Disciple will do her best to accomplish it. Bingyun smiled. Don't be nervous. I just heard that your disguise technique is extremely brilliant. I want to see if it's really that amazing. Shi Tianhe said respectfully, it's just a small trick. I'm afraid it won't enter Ancestral Founder's eyes. Anruo Yun stared at her and said, since Ancestral Founder wants to see it, you can show it to him. Yes, Shi Tianhe answered honestly. Then this disciple will embarrass herself. Yang Kai called out to her, Tianhe, help me disguise myself. Shi Tianhe looked at Bingyun with an inquiring gaze. After Bingyun nodded, she came to Yang Kai and stood in front of him, saying softly, Marshal Uncle Yang, I'm sorry to offend you. Saying so, she waved her hand and took out some random things and placed them on the table next to Yang Kai. Everyone looked at them carefully and found that these things were all like rouge and mud. There was nothing special about them, and they didn't give off any energy fluctuations. Tianhe first looked carefully at Yang Kai's face, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face. After a long time, she suddenly took a deep breath, and her hands flew. She took those materials and rubbed them all over Yang Kai's face. At the same time, she used exquisite techniques to dissolve those materials. Chapter 26:35. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai's appearance quickly underwent an earth-shaking change. Originally, he could be considered to be handsome, unrestrained, and spirited. However, with Tianhe's disguise technique, his appearance had actually become extremely ordinary, and it caused Ruoyun and the others to open their eyes wide and click their tongues in wonder. If this kind of change didn't happen right under their noses, no one would dare to believe that a mere disguise technique could achieve this. In less than half an hour, Tianhe finally finished wiping Kai Yang's face. Carefully examining him, she nodded her head and said, "Done." She retreated a few steps, while Ruoyun and Ji Yao came closer to observe him closely, but they were shocked to find that they couldn't see any flaws. It was as if this ordinary-looking man in front of them was born with such an appearance. The only thing that didn't change was Yang Kai's aura. However, in Seeking Passion Sect, there weren't many people who had met him face to face. Feng Xian and Yao Zhu could be considered to have met him face to face, but as long as he didn't show his aura in front of them, they probably wouldn't notice anything. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes lit up as she said, "What a marvelous skill. Tianhe, your disguise technique is quite impressive." Even she praised it so much, showing how amazing Tianhe's skill was. And Ruoyun asked curiously, "Tianhe, who did you learn this from? Does Peaceful City's Dong family have such means?" Tianhe was her disciple, but she had never taught Tianhe these things. It was obvious that Tianhe had only learned these things after she had gone to Peaceful City. However, how could a mere Dong clan possess such a wondrous technique? Tianhe shook her head and said, "This disguise technique didn't come from the Dong family. This disciple learned it from a strange person." A strange person? And Ruoyun was stunned. Tianhe showed a look of reminiscence. She said, "That was almost 60 years ago. A beggar came to Peaceful City. He was disheveled and disheveled. One day he was beaten up and fell in front of the Dong family's gate. A disciple came back from an errand and saw him. He asked someone to help him to the woodshed. Later, before he left, he specially came to look for this disciple and taught this disguise technique to this disciple as a thank you gift. At that time, this disciple didn't take it seriously. Later, when I was bored and messed around, I discovered the brilliance of this disguise technique." Beggar and Ruoyun and Ji Yao looked at each other and felt that it was quite inconceivable. That's not a beggar. He should be an expert. Bing Yun's beautiful eyes flashed. "Tianhe, you were able to obtain this opportunity. Good people are rewarded with good fortune." And Ruoyun and Ji Yao both nodded. If that person was really an ordinary beggar, how could he have such a miraculous disguise technique? It was obvious that he was some powerful expert playing around. Some experts were just so eccentric. Instead of living a good life, they loved to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. What a pity. Bing Yun sighed again. "What's a pity, master?" And Ruoyun asked suspiciously. Bing Yun said that expert might be using this method to find his successor. Unfortunately, Tianhe might not meet his requirements. That's why he didn't pass on his legacy. Instead, he only taught her the disguise technique as a thank you gift. And Ruoyun nodded in realization. It's indeed a pity. If she could really obtain that expert's legacy, perhaps Tianhe would be like Ziyu now and be in the Emperor realm. The Dong clan wouldn't have been exterminated. That beggar, does he have the head of a dog, the eyes of a mouse, and a mouth full of yellow teeth? Yang Kai listened for a while and suddenly asked, Tianhe said in surprise. Martial Uncle Yang knows that expert. More or less. Yang Kai nodded with a dark expression. To be able to sublimate a simple appearance-changing technique to such a degree, and to also be a beggar with a repulsive head and rat eyes, Kai Yang already had an idea of who this person was. This miraculous technique came from that person. It made sense for it to have such a miraculous effect. Seeing that Yang Kai wasn't going to elaborate on that expert, Bing Yun didn't ask. She just nodded and said, "This disguise technique is indeed amazing. Even this queen might be deceived if she didn't check carefully." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then this plan will work." Bing Yun was still worried, but there are many powerful enemies outside. If you fail, how will you escape? Why don't you let Tina disguise this queen? This queen will have a better chance of success. Yang Kai quickly shook his head and said, "That probably won't work. Senior, you are a third-order Emperor Realm Master. If you really accept the recruitment token, I'm afraid that Feng Xian and Yao Zhu will immediately be alerted. When the two of them come to investigate, you will definitely be exposed. I'm different. I'm only a first-order Emperor Realm Master. My cultivation isn't high or low. Once I join them, not only will I be put in an important position, but I won't alert too many people either. Senior doesn't need to say anything more. This matter is settled. You don't have to worry about my safety. If things really go south, I will immediately escape." Oh, Bing Yun sighed. She knew that Yang Kai had already made up his mind, so she couldn't persuade him anymore. She just said gratefully, "Then you must be careful." Yang Kai nodded and said, "There is one more thing I need Senior's help with." "Speak." "I need a lot of space spirit crystals. It would be best if there are space spirit jades." "Okay." Bing Yun nodded. "I'll have someone check the storehouse. If there are any space spirit crystals and space spirit jades, I'll bring them to you." Whether it was space spirit crystals or space spirit jades, they were in high demand in the entire star boundary because these two things were the main materials for refining storage artifacts. Space rings and space bracelets were all refined from these two things. In comparison, space spirit jades were of a higher grade than space spirit crystals. Although Bing Yun didn't know what Yang Kai needed space spirit crystals and space spirit jades for, she didn't ask much and just readily agreed. Tian He, help your martial Aunt Ji Yao disguise her appearance. Yang Kai said to Tian He before turning to Ji Yao and saying, "Junior sister Yao, I'll go and prepare first. We'll set off tonight." Ji Yao glanced at him and nodded lightly without any suspicion. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he immediately left the hall. After leaving the hall, he didn't return to his small courtyard. Instead, he rushed out of Ice Heart Valley. Not long after, he arrived at the edge of the sect defending array, which was also the place where he entered with Ji Yao. "Who is it?" When Zhang Saning, who was guarding this place, saw Yang Kai arrive, she immediately rushed out from her hiding place and stared at Yang Kai with a cold expression. The other disciples also rushed out and surrounded Yang Kai. "Junior sister Zhang's son." Yang Kai grinned at Zhang Saning. "It's me. Don't be nervous." Your brother Yang?" Zhang Sun Ying's beautiful brow furrowed slightly as she asked in surprise, "How did you become like this?" When she suddenly saw a strange man appear here, she was really shocked. She thought that Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array had been unknowingly broken. Otherwise, how could such a flaw appear? But now, when she heard his voice, Zhang Sunning knew that the person in front of her was Yang Kai. However, his face had changed so much that she didn't dare to recognize him. "I was ordered by Senior Bing Yun to go out and do something. Please open the spirit array for a moment." Yang Kai pointed to the spirit array and said, "Okay, wait a moment." Zhang Sunning didn't refuse, nor did she confirm with Bing Yun, because Bing Yun had said before that Yang Kai was a friend of Ice Heart Valley. She would do anything for him without any need to report. Saying so, She took out a token and held it in her hand, carefully observing the situation outside. After confirming that there was no one nearby, she held the token and waved it at the light curtain of the spirit array. A ray of light shot out, and a hole immediately appeared in the closed spirit array. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he left the spirit array. At the same time, he sent a message: "I will be back in 2 to 3 days at the earliest, and 5 to 6 days at the earliest. I will have to trouble junior sister Zhang's son to open the spirit array." "No problem," Zhang's son quickly responded. After confirming that Yang Kai had left, she closed the spirit array. Why did Martial Uncle Yang go out now? And why did he change his appearance? Yu Dan stepped forward and asked curiously. Zhang's son shook her head and said, "I will report it to Honored Master." Previously, when Yang Kai wanted to leave, she didn't report it to Honored Master because Bing Yun had sent the message. Now that Yang Kai had left, she needed to inform Bing Yun. She immediately took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. In the hall, Bing Yun quickly sent something and took out her communication artifact. When she saw the message inside, she immediately smiled bitterly. Below, Ji Yao was still sitting there with Shirtianha in disguise. She was waiting for night to fall to go to Ice Moon City with Yang Kai to receive the recruitment order, but she didn't expect that Yang Kai would leave her behind and act alone. Bing Yun didn't know how to explain this to Ji Yao, but she could also see that Yang Kai did this deliberately. She didn't know what happened between her third disciple and Yang Kai that made Yang Kai somewhat afraid of her. Ice Moon City was originally the foundation of Ice Heart Valley. It was also a hub for Ice Heart Valley to exchange materials and collect information from all sides. Most of the industries in the city were owned by Ice Heart Valley, but since half a year ago, not a single Ice Heart Valley disciple could be seen in Ice Moon City. Seeking Passion Sect came here with invincible force, seized Ice Moon City, and used it as a stronghold to recruit talents. They were waiting for the right time to deal a fatal blow to Ice Heart Valley and completely destroy them. Most of the industries in the city that belonged to Ice Heart Valley were now in a mess. The materials inside had long been looted, and most of the shops were in ruins. At this moment, in front of a hall in Ice Moon City, there was a horizontal plaque with 3 words written on it. Recruitment Hall. It was the place where Seeking Passion Sect recruited talents. Since Seeking Passion Sect issued a recruitment order and promised countless benefits, many cultivators had come to work for them. Otherwise, even a top force like Seeking Passion Sect wouldn't be able to gather 100,000 cultivators. Among these people, there were many who lacked cultivation materials or had ulterior motives from the Emperor realm. They were moved by the various benefits promised by Seeking Passion Sect and stayed here to work for them. Chapter 2636. In front of the recruitment hall, an ordinary-looking young man was walking leisurely. Although this young man looked ordinary, he was dressed like a human. He wore a jade robe and held a folding fan in his hand. The Northern Territory was freezing cold, but he was actually waving the folding fan as he walked, giving off an air of elegance and elegance. When the cultivator walking on the street saw this, they all shook their heads in disdain. This young man was naturally Yang Kai. After leaving Ice Heart Valley, he carefully made his way to Ice Moon City without alerting anyone. After asking a little about the recruitment area, he came to the recruitment hall. The folding fan in his hand was also an artifact, a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Yang Kai didn't know who left it behind after his death, but in any case, he had killed many powerful enemies in the past few years and obtained a lot of trophies. Now, this folding fan came in handy. Outside the recruitment hall, there were 2 Seeking Passion Sect disciples guarding it. Their strength wasn't high, only in the First Order Dao Source realm. However, in this place, No one would dare to make trouble for the Seeking Passion sect. So, their cultivation didn't matter. Their main purpose was to guard the door and report seeing Yang Kai's swagger over. The two guards glanced at each other, both of them revealing looks of disdain. Although their cultivations weren't very high, they were still disciples of Seeking Passion sect, so their status was still there. Yang Kai's appearance made them wonder which family's young master he was from. Wearing such a flashy outfit, it was as if he really thought he was some big shot. If he was really handsome, this appearance would be fine, but he was extremely ordinary. The jade robe and the beautiful jade folding fan didn't match him at all, so it was natural that he would be disliked. "Stop. What do you want?" One of the guards stretched out his hand. He blocked Yang Kai's path and asked indifferently. Yang Kai looked up at the plaque and closed the folding fan in his hand. He patted his palm and said, "This is the recruitment hall. Why do you think this young master is here?" The guard frowned and asked, "Are you here to accept the recruitment order?" "That's right." Yang Kai smiled. With a schwa sound, he opened his folding fan and waved it a few times in a contented manner, looking like a child who could be taught. Since they were here to accept the recruitment order and work for the Seeking Passion sect, the two guards weren't qualified to stop them. The one who spoke earlier nodded gently and said, "Go straight in, then turn left and find a few deacons." Yang Kai nodded slightly and strode in. He listened to the guard's words. He walked straight ahead, turned left, and entered a hall. Unexpectedly, there were many people waiting in line inside the hall. Behind the tables, the Seeking Passion sect deacons were asking the cultivator, who had come to seek refuge with the Seeking Passion sect for their name and origin, if he felt that there was no problem. Then they would register and issue a recruitment notice. With the recruitment token in hand, it meant that they belonged to the Seeking Passion sect for the time being. Once Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array was destroyed, they would be rewarded accordingly. As for the cultivator with a clean background who had accepted the recruitment order, the Seeking Passion sect's disciples would lead them away and arrange things for them. Behind the tables, there was a long line. This made Yang Kai frown slightly. So many people had come to accept the Seeking Passion sect's recruitment order, which wasn't good news for Ice Heart Valley. He stood on the spot and observed for a while. He had an idea of the process, so he didn't hesitate any longer. He identified a table and walked straight forward. As he walked, he waved the folding fan in his hand from side to side impolitely. He scolded, "Get out of the way, get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the way." Yang Kai's arrogant and lawless appearance made people who didn't know better think that he was some kind of master of the Seeking Passion sect. The cultivator who was in line cried out in pain after being hit by the folding fan, and the line quickly fell into chaos. Everyone glared at Yang Kai, but they didn't know the depth of the other party's strength, so they didn't dare to say anything. Yang Kai sneered, not putting these people in his eyes at all. They came here to join the Seeking Passion sect and become enemies with Ice Heart Valley. Once the war started, they would become enemies. Yang Kai naturally didn't need to give them any face. The strength of the folding fan in his hand was enough to make the cultivator feel pain for 10 days to half a month. Behind the table, a deacon of the Seeking Passion sect saw Yang Kai act so arrogantly and didn't put the Seeking Passion sect in his eyes at all. He immediately became angry and coldly snorted, "Junior, don't make noise." That's right, that's right. This person is too rude. Deacon Master, teach him a lesson. It hurts. This brat actually hit people at will. Deacon Master, you have to uphold justice for us. Don't let him go. The group of cultivator who had been hit shouted all at once. Noisy. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he slammed his palm into the crowd. In an instant, his emperor chi surged and principles gathered around his body, causing the entire hall to buzz. The Emperor Realm. Heavens, it's the Emperor Realm. The The cultivator, who had been shouting all this time, suddenly panicked. Even the deacons of the Seeking Passion sect, who were in charge of the hall, changed their expressions drastically. Although they were deacons of the Seeking Passion sect, they were only in the third order Tao source realm. In the face of the Emperor realm, they really didn't have the power to resist. Asterisk, Hong, asterisk under this palm. Dozens of cultivators were sent flying, all of them coughing up blood midair and falling to the ground in embarrassment. However, what made everyone feel relieved was that although the power of this palm was strong, it didn't take anyone's life. It was just that the injuries they suffered would take at least 10 days to heal. If you keep talking, I'll take your dog lives. Yang Kai coldly snorted, acting arrogant, as if the heavens were his number two. No one dared to make a sound. For a moment, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Asterisk schwa. Asterisk a figure suddenly shot out from the inner hall and stood in front of the few tables. As soon as this person appeared, the Seeking Passion sect deacons, who were on tenterhooks and didn't even dare to breathe loudly, acted as if they had seen their savior. Their eyes lit up as they hurriedly cupped their fists and greeted, "Greetings, Elder Sun! Elder Sun! It's Elder Sun Ping! It's really Elder Sun Ping! That brat is in trouble now. Elder Sun Ping is a second-order Emperor Realm Master. He's definitely not his opponent, daring to behave atrociously in the Seeking Passion sect's territory. This brat should take a piss and look at himself in the mirror." Hearing everyone's discussion, Yang Kai looked at the master who had suddenly appeared. The newcomer was an old man with white hair and a white beard. His aura was as deep as the sea, giving people a great sense of pressure. His face was thin, but his eyes were as bright as the sun, piercing one's soul. Elder Sun? Yang Kai raised his brow. He wasn't familiar with the Emperor realm of the Seeking Passion sect, only knowing Feng Xian and Yao Zhua. This was the first time he had seen this Elder Sunday. However, the other party's cultivation was indeed at the second-order Emperor realm, so his status in the Seeking Passion sect wasn't low. "Young man, you have a bad temper." Contrary to everyone's expectations, Sun Ping didn't cause trouble for Yang Kai after he appeared. Instead, he spoke with a smile. Yang Kai snorted. They were too noisy. This young master just wanted to teach them a lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, his attitude changed. He cupped his fists and laughed. "I didn't want to disturb Elder Sunday. This is truly a sin. Acting like a master in front of the weak and acting like a grandson in front of the strong." This was how Yang Kai was acting right now. Everyone in the hall despised him, but because of his cultivation in the Emperor realm, they didn't dare to show it. It was simply too depressing. It's fine. Sun Ping smiled and said, "Since you've come to my recruitment hall, are you here to receive a recruitment notice?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Naturally, I heard that the Seeking Passion sect is looking for talented people, so this young master came here. Elder Sun won't be unwelcome, right?" "Of course not." Sun Ping stroked his beard and said with a smile, "This sect welcomes young talents like your excellency very much." "That's good." Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. However, Sun Ping changed the topic and narrowed his eyes. "I'll say this first. If you want to receive a recruitment notice, you must have a clean background. My Seeking Passion sect doesn't need people of unknown origins, especially those with your excellency's cultivation. So, I hope that your excellency can answer a few questions from this old master. If it was the Emperor realm or below, it wouldn't matter even if one's origin was a little vague, but if it was the Emperor realm, one must have a clean background. This was to avoid being a spy from Ice Heart Valley. This was also a rule. I understand this." Yang Kai smiled slightly, without the slightest panic, and said, "I just don't know what Elder Sun wants to ask." Sun Ping said, "Where is your excellency from? What is your excellency's name? Who is your excellency's master?" Yang Kai said frankly, My name is Xiaobai Yi from the Southern Territory's Azure Sun Temple. My master is Elder Gao Shueting. Although he said so, Yang Kai thought in his heart, Xiaobai, Xiaobai, I'm just borrowing your identity. Don't come looking for me in the future. He had thought about this identity a long time ago, so he didn't hesitate to answer now. Azure Sun Temple. Sun Ping was shocked when he heard this. Although the Southern Territory was far from the Northern Territory, he had heard of Azure Sun Temple. After all, Azure Sun Temple's status in the Southern Territory was the same as Seeking Passion Sect's status in the Northern Territory. They were both top sects. As a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he appeared in Ice Moon City in the Northern Territory. This was really incomprehensible. Sun Ping frowned and said, This old master has also heard of your noble sect, but why are you here? Yang Kai smiled and said, I just broke through the Emperor realm not long ago. My honored master told me to travel more, so I have been traveling the star boundary recently. When I passed by here, I heard about your noble sect and Ice Heart Valley, so I came to take a look. So that's how it is. Sun Ping didn't doubt him. It was normal for a young talent like Yang Kai to travel the star boundary and broaden his horizons. Sun Ping himself had done this before, but he had never been to the Southern Territory, only the Northern Territory and the Eastern Territory, so there was no flaw in his story. After pondering for a while, Sun Ping raised his head and said, with young Master Zhao's age and cultivation, even in Azure Sun Temple, you must be a core disciple, right? I wonder if young Master Zhao has something to prove his identity? Something to prove my identity. Yang Kai thought for a while before suddenly reaching out and taking out a token. He threw it to Sun Ping and said, This thing is enough to prove my identity. Chapter 2637. It was a token, a golden token. At a glance, one could tell that it had an extraordinary origin. Sun Ping took the token and stroked it for a while, then smiled and said, I've heard that there are 4 grades of tokens, namely the iron token, the bronze token, the silver token, and the gold token. Only the core disciples have the gold token, so this is the Azure Sun gold token. The token was made of a special material and was not fake. Ping could still see this. Naturally, Yang Kai's golden token was not a fake. Gao Shueting had personally given it to him back then, although Azure Sun Temple had never asked Yang Kai to join them. Giving him an Azure Sun golden token was enough to make him an in-name disciple of the temple. The reason why he chose to impersonate Xiaobai Yi was because he had the Azure Sun golden token. Wrong. Yang Kai smiled slightly and corrected, Our temple's tokens are not 4th grade, but 5th grade. 5th grade? Ping raised his brow. Yang Kai said, The elders have jade tokens, so that's how it is. Ping nodded lightly. He didn't know whether to believe it or not. After all, he didn't know much about Azure Sun Temple, but seeing Yang Kai's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. For a moment, he couldn't help but hesitate. It was definitely good news for someone from the Emperor realm to join Seeking Passion Sect. Maybe he could be of great help in the war, but the key was that he couldn't be sure whether Yang Kai's origin was clean or not. If he refused, Ping would be reluctant, and the world would laugh at Seeking Passion Sect for being timid. After thinking for a while, Ping suddenly turned to a young disciple and said something. The young disciple heard this. He immediately stood up. He cupped his fists to Yang Kai and said, Chao Su greets brother. Yang Kai squinted at him, but ignored him. He didn't know what order Sun Ping gave him to stand up. Chao Su continued, When the Shattered Star Sea opened a few years ago, I was lucky enough to enter it and met several young talents from the Southern Territory. Yang Kai's heart jumped when he heard this. He pretended to be Xiaobai Yi mainly because no one would recognize him. Furthermore, he had the Azure Sun golden token in his hands. It could be said that his plan was foolproof. But now he heard from this guy, named Chao Su, that he had also been to the Shattered Star Sea, and even met some cultivator from the Southern Territory. If he recognized Xiao by Yi, then Yang Kai's identity as an impostor would be exposed. Oh, Yang Kai felt nervous in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm as he looked at him and said, "This Xiao has also been to the Shattered Star Sea, but I have never seen your excellency." Chao Su smiled wryly and said, "My cultivation base is low. I'm afraid that brother Xiao wouldn't take a fancy to that place. So he naturally hasn't seen it." Never seen it before, Yang Kai was suddenly emboldened and said, "Is that so? But since you've jumped out now, what advice do you have for me?" Chao Su hurriedly said, "You flatter me. Although I have never seen friends from the Azure Sun Temple, I have seen several other people from the Southern Territory. This was especially true for one of them, a Hellguard. I have a deep impression of him. Since Brother Xiao is from the Southern Territory, you must know him." Hellguard. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The Hellguard of the Heavenly Martial Holy Land, born with a yin and yang dual body, was extremely fierce, so he naturally had a deep impression of him. Ignoring Chao Su, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Sun Ping, who had been sizing him up, and stretched out his hand in front of himself. In an instant, an image of a person emerged. Yang Kai said, "Elder Sunday, you asked Chao Su to ask this just to confirm my identity. Now you can ask him whether this image is Hellguard or not." Sun Ping immediately turned his head to look at Chao Su, who gently nodded to confirm. Sun Ping laughed. It seems that young Master Xiao is really a disciple of the Azure Sun Temple, being able to condense the image of a cultivator from the Southern Territory and having the gold token of the Azure Sun Temple in his hand. There was really nothing to doubt. Yang Kai smiled and said, "So, can I stay?" Sun Ping's smile faded as he said solemnly, "One last question." Yang Kai said angrily, "You're so annoying. This young master is here to help your Seeking Passion sect, not to be tortured by you. Elder Sun, what is your intention for making things difficult for this young master time and time again? Although the Seeking Passion sect is amazing, my Azure Sun Temple is not necessarily afraid of you." He used the tiger skin as a banner and flew into a rage on the spot, making the cultivator next to him dumbfounded. He thought to himself that this was indeed a disciple of a great sect, not showing the slightest fear in their home ground. If it were them, they wouldn't have such courage. Sun Ping, however, said with a smile, "Young Master Xiao, please calm down, don't be angry. If you have something to say, let's talk it out." Yang Kai bared his teeth and said, "Old man, one last question. If you don't stop nagging, this young master will leave immediately." "Definitely the last one," Sun Ping said seriously. Yang Kai said with a look of displeasure, "Ask away." Sun Ping said, "Young Master Xiao is from Azure Sun Temple, so you shouldn't be lacking in cultivation materials. I wonder why you accepted my Seeking Passion sect's recruitment order." Yang Kai smiled proudly and waved the folding fan in his hand again, saying slowly, "This young master naturally doesn't lack cultivation materials. To be honest, this young master doesn't care about the many benefits your noble sect has promised." But, speaking up to here, Kai Yang suddenly began to laugh mischievously. That smile was extremely wretched, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. "However what?" Sun Ping asked. Yang Kai looked around and whispered to Sun Ping, "Elder Sun, this young master is very interested in the beautiful women of Ice Heart Valley, but I wonder if after this battle is over, can your noble sect allow me to pick a few of your Ice Heart Valley's disciples to serve as maids?" Sun Ping smiled knowingly and nodded. "So young Master Xiao has such plans." Hearing Yang Kai say that he wanted Ice Heart Valley's disciples, Sun Ping felt relieved. After all, It would be strange if someone from the Emperor realm didn't have any needs when accepting a recruitment order. This young Master Xiao in front of him was interested in beauties. Everyone loves beauties, Yang Kai said with a smile. Sun Ping stroked his beard and nodded. This is no problem. If we really defeat Ice Heart Valley with young Master Xiao's cultivation and strength, you will naturally be able to get some Ice Heart Valley disciples. Presumably, Sect Master will not refuse, so this old master will agree to young Master Zhao's request. How about 10? Yang Kai raised his brow. Sun Ping couldn't help laughing. Young Master Zhao's appetite is too big, right? Ice Heart Valley only has 7,000 disciples now, while my Seeking Passion sect has an army of 100,000. Even if we distribute them, young Master Xiao won't be able to get 10. 8. Yang Kai bargained. 2 at most, Sun Ping said honestly. Yang Kai stomped his feet. Isn't your sect too stingy? Sun Ping shook his head. It's not that our sect is stingy, but there are too many wolves and too little meat. Yang Kai sighed. Elder Sun, this young master won't hide it from you. This young master's life has been hard. In fact, this young master already had a fiancé in the temple, but my fiancé was domineering, arrogant, and ugly, so I fled to the Southern Territory and came to the Eastern Territory to gain experience. My fiancé is difficult to deal with, so I can find a few pretty maids, right? Elder Sun, please give me a few more on account of how hard I've been living. In the hall, there was a burst of laughter as everyone took pleasure in Yang Kai's misfortune. Even Sun Ping couldn't help but laugh. However, he wasn't in the mood to listen to Yang Kai's nonsense and just waved his hand. Chao Su, take young Master Xiao to Elder Feng Qi and let him arrange a task for him. Yes, Chao Su responded and gestured with his hand. Young Master Xiao, please. Yang Kai didn't leave and continued to shout, Elder Sun, let's talk about the conditions again. Ping didn't pay any attention to him. His figure flashed and disappeared. Kai Yang let out a sigh, his face filled with displeasure as he walked out. Wherever he went, everyone would step back to avoid him. After leaving the recruitment hall, Kai Yang still had a sullen look on his face. Chao Su didn't bother him and just led the way in front of him. Soon, they were out of Ice Moon City. Where are we going? After a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked. Chao Su replied, to find Elder Feng Qi, he will arrange a task for you. Elder Feng Qi. Yang Kai raised his brow and said, I heard that your noble sect master also has this surname. This Elder Feng Qi. Chao Su smiled and said, Elder Feng Qi is the sect master's cousin. So although his cultivation is only at the First Order Emperor realm, his status in the sect is only below the sect master and vice sect master. He is now in charge of besieging Ice Heart Valley. I see. Yang Kai nodded and said, Then what about your noble sect master and vice sect master? This is this young master's first time here, so perhaps it would be rude for me to pay them a visit. A hint of disdain flashed across Chao Su's eyes as he thought to himself, the sect master and vice sect master aren't people you can just pay a visit to. However, he quickly restrained himself and replied, the sect master is in Ice Moon City, and the vice sect master is also in Ice Moon City. If that's the case, then next time, there will always be a chance to meet. Yang Kai smiled and didn't force the issue. Soon, the two arrived at a mountain valley less than 300 kilometers away from Ice Heart Valley. There were many wooden houses built in this mountain valley, and many cultivators were going in and out of them. There were also many people flying around in the sky, making it look quite lively. Yang Kai glanced around, and his heart sank. With so many cultivators gathered here, once Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array was broken, the 7,000 disciples of Ice Heart Valley would be powerless to resist. Chao Su brought Yang Kai to a relatively tall wooden house and said respectfully, Elder Feng, Disciple Chao Su requests an audience. Come in. A voice immediately came from inside. Chao Su nodded slightly to Yang Kai before leading him in. After entering the house, Yang Kai immediately saw a huge array plate placed in the middle of the room. The array plate was like a projection flashing with light and a clear outline of the terrain. Yang Kai glanced at it and was shocked. He immediately recognized that the outline of the terrain was Ice Heart Valley. He didn't know what this array plate was, but it had such a magical effect. At this time, a middle-aged old man was whispering something to another person. When that person received the order, he quickly turned around and left in a hurry. After that person left, the elderly man stared at the array plate in front of him for a while and suddenly sneered. Chapter 2638. Feng Qi sneered for a while before raising his head to look at Yang Kai and asking Chao Su, another one from the Emperor realm? Since Chao Su had personally led him here, he must be from the Emperor realm. Yes. Chao Su replied respectfully. Good, very good. Feng Qi laughed and nodded gently to Yang Kai, cupping his fists and asking, How should I address you, friend? Although he looked much older than Yang Kai, on the path of martial Tao, those who were stronger. Since Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, he was qualified to speak to him as an equal. Xiao Bai Yi greets Elder Feng. Yang Kai also smiled, not lacking in manners. So, it's Brother Xiao. Feng Qi raised his brow and asked, Where is Brother Xiao from? Yang Kai replied, Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple, people from the southern region? Feng Qi couldn't help but furrow his brow. During this time, many Emperor realm masters had accepted the Seeking Passion Sex invitation, but none of them were cultivators from other domains. Yang Kai was the first. He cast an inquiring look at Chao Su, who hurriedly said, Rest assured, Elder Feng, young Master Zhao's identity has been confirmed by Elder Sunday. There is no problem. Feng Qi nodded and said, Elder Sun Ping is a careful and cautious person. Since he said there is no problem, there must be no problem. Brother Xiao, you came at the right time. I happen to be short of some people and need you to help. Yang Kai waved his folding fan and said, Elder Feng, since this Xiao has accepted the recruitment order, I will naturally obey. Come here and take a look. Feng Qi waved his hand and pointed at the array plate to Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly took a few steps forward and put his folding fan behind his neck. He looked at the array plate in front of him. On the array plate, there was a clear outline of the array plate. The outline of Ice Heart Valley's terrain was clearly outlined, and outside of this outline, there were countless flashing lights that surrounded Ice Heart Valley like an iron bucket. Although he didn't understand, Yang Kai was more or less aware of Ice Heart Valley's current crisis. This Heaven Hook formation disc was personally set up by Grandmaster Nan Men to make it easier for me to stay here and plan my strategies. It saves us a lot of trouble. Feng Qi's words were full of admiration for Master Nan Men. Yang Kai also praised Grandmaster Nan Men is indeed a master of array formations. His work is amazing. Ooh. Feng Qi smiled lightly and pointed to a certain place. Young Master Xiao, this old master hopes that you can stay here and guard the array flags arranged by Grandmaster Nan Men to prevent Ice Heart Valley from acting desperate and causing trouble. Yang Kai raised his head and asked, That's not a problem, but is my task just to guard the array flag over there? Feng Qi said solemnly, This is a matter of great importance. Once the formation flags are broken, we'll be able to destroy them. The arrangement of the spirit array would be hindered, and Ice Heart Valley would have a chance to breathe. So it was necessary for the Emperor realm to personally oversee it. However, under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any problems. Ice Heart Valley has not made any moves so far, but young Master Xiao must not act carelessly. I understand. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Feng Qi nodded. In addition, this old master will assign 500 people to follow young Master Zhao's orders. Wait until Grand Master Nanman is ready. Young Master Xiao will be responsible for leading 500 people to activate the array flags and coordinate with the other array flags. We will definitely be able to break Ice Heart Valley's sect defending array in one fell swoop. At that time, we will charge straight in and flatten Ice Heart Valley. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Elder Feng's request will not be a problem. Good, good, good. Feng Qi was very satisfied with Yang Kai's attitude and nodded. Chao Su, you are more familiar with the surrounding terrain, so take young Master Xiao there. The 500 people will be there soon. Yes, Chao Su received the order and immediately led Yang Kai out. The two flew all the way and soon arrived at the location designated by Feng Qi. Looking around, there were less than 100 people guarding a huge array flag. The array flag was arranged in the void and hidden, but when Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense, he could still find some clues. When Chao Su and Yang Kai arrived, they immediately alarmed the 100 people below, and they all looked up. Chao Su glanced around and shouted, Who's in charge here? A middle-aged man walked out and cupped his fists. Brother Chao, it's me. Chao Su looked at him and nodded. So it's junior brother Huahan. He undoubtedly recognized this Seeking Passion sect disciple. Brother Chao, this is... Huahan looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. Chao Su said loudly, This is Xiao Bai Yi, a core disciple of the Southern Territories' Azure Sun Temple. Young Master Xiao has now accepted my Seeking Passion sect's recruitment order. Under the orders of Elder Feng, he will be stationed here from today onwards. I hope everyone will listen to his orders. When they heard that Yang Kai was actually from the Southern Territories' Azure Sun Temple, everyone couldn't help showing a very curious look, but no one dared to say anything and just cupped their fists in acknowledgement. In addition, Elder Feng will dispatch another 400 people to be under young Master Zhao's command. When Ice Heart Valley is destroyed, they will be rewarded according to their contributions. When they heard that there would be rewards, many people below became excited, but Huahan and the other Seeking Passion sect disciples looked calm. They knew that once Ice Heart Valley was destroyed, most of the benefits would flow to their Seeking Passion sect, while the rest would be rewarded to outsiders. Young Master Xiao, I'll go back first. I'll leave this place to you. Chao Su cupped his fists to Yang Kai, and Yang Kai nodded indifferently with the demeanor of a master from the Emperor realm. Chao Su didn't say anything and just turned around and left. After he left, Yang Kai swept his eyes over the 100 people below and said lightly, This young master's origins are clear to all of you, and you've also heard about this young master's mission. In the future, I'll have to ask for everyone's cooperation. Otherwise, if something goes wrong here, no one will be able to bear the responsibility. Huahan cupped his fists and said, Young Master Xiao is right. Since this is Elder Feng's order, we will naturally obey. Yang Kai nodded and said, Very good. Now listen to my orders. As soon as these words came out, the 100 people's expressions became serious. Yang Kai said, Go find some trees and build a wooden house for this young master. He stretched out his hand and pointed at a flat area. The 100 people below were all stunned. When they saw Yang Kai's serious look, they didn't know what he was going to do, but now that they heard him say that he was going to build a wooden house, everyone's expression became strange, especially Huahan and the other Seeking Passion sect disciples. They were Seeking Passion sect disciples. When had they ever been ordered around like this? What's more, Yang Kai was just an outsider from the Emperor realm. So what qualifications did he have to be so arrogant? What? Did this young master not make himself clear? Or are you deaf? Yang Kai coldly snorted and released his emperor pressure from the Emperor realm. immediately making the 100 people's expressions difficult. Someone immediately cupped his fists and said, "Yes, young Master Shao." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. The person who spoke was not a Seeking Passion sect disciple, but someone who had received the recruitment order, so he didn't have the guts to challenge Yang Kai. There were many people like him, more than 90 of the 100 people left, and soon only 5 or 6 people, including Huan, remained. These 5 or 6 people were obviously Seeking Passion sect disciples, and because of their status, they were unwilling to submit to Yang Kai's tyrannical authority. Yang Kai coldly snorted again, and his emperor chi surged, gradually increasing his pressure as he said indifferently, "This young master won't show mercy to those who don't listen to my orders. Let's see how long you can last." Huan's expression became difficult as his face flushed red. "You're abusing your power for personal gain. I will report this matter to Elder Feng." "Report?" Yang Kai sneered. "Since Elder Feng Qi entrusted this young master to guard this place, then everyone here must listen to my orders. This is the first time this young master has arrived, yet you dare to openly disobey his first order. Even if I kill you as a warning to others, Elder Feng won't blame me." "You dare." Huan was furious. "Let's see if I dare or not." Yang Kai raised his brow and increased his pressure by a few degrees. Asterisk, pu piu piu piu. Asterisk, the remaining Seeking Passion sect disciples couldn't bear it any longer, and each of them coughed up blood, their bones creaking as if they would break at any moment. This gave Huan and the others a fright. They thought that Yang Kai would give them some face because of their status as Seeking Passion sect disciples, but who would have thought that this guy would be so ferocious as to put them in their place? However, as Yang Kai had said, even if this matter was reported to Elder Feng wouldn't help them openly. Now that many from the Emperor realm had accepted the recruitment order, if all the Seeking Passion sect disciples were so unruly and disobedient, how could they guard so many array flags? Now that the Seeking Passion sect wanted to borrow the strength of many from the Emperor realm, they would not be displeased. Not only would Elder Feng not help them, but he might even punish them to appease them. At most, he would settle accounts with Yang Kai after the battle was over. "Young Master Shao, please stop." Huan's body trembled as he couldn't bear the pressure from the Emperor realm. His body kept shrinking, as if he was about to kneel on the ground. At this time, he no longer dared to resist, and a trace of panic finally appeared on his face. If he was really forced to kneel, he would lose all his face. "Then, will you obey my orders?" Yang Kai asked coldly. "Yes, yes, yes, we will obey." Huan and the others answered without hesitation. "What a bitch! You'll only be obedient after you suffer a little." Yang Kai coldly snorted and withdrew his pressure. Huan and the others immediately fell to the ground, as if they had lost all their strength, their clothes soaked in sweat. "Get the hell out of here. If the wooden house isn't finished in 1 hour, you're all dead," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. Huan and the others immediately got up and ran out. The efficiency of more than 100 cultivators was not fake. In less than an hour, an exquisite wooden house was built on the flat ground. After Kai Yang looked around, he felt very satisfied. Giving a few words of praise to everyone, he walked into the room, closed the door, and sat down to meditate. However, after today's events, most of the 100 or so people did not have a good impression of Yang Kai, especially Huan and the others. All of them stared at the wooden house with resentment, thinking that once Yang Kai lost his value, they would call the sect's elders to help them vent their anger. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.